Again. Oh, you're full of energy. You must have gotten a good night's rest. Well, welcome to the second day of the National Action Network's Convention 2023. We're so delighted to see you here this morning. I am Johnny Mack. I am the international representative of the National Action Network, and so excited to see you and have you participating this morning. Our first hour today is going to be an exciting hour. It's exciting for a number of reasons, not the least of which many of you don't know the impact that the Reverend Sharpton and the National Action Network has not only here in the United States, but throughout the world. He is widely known and in demand from Africa to South America to Europe to the northern half of these United States, or of the Americas, I should say. One of the things we're doing this year is bringing representatives from the international community to the convention, and ultimately as what do we call them? Part of this global movement of networking our people of color, people who share the challenges and opportunities that confront us in the world today. I want to introduce to you our moderator, who will introduce the rest of the panel on the subject of social justice, the diaspora, and continental Africa. Our moderator today is Lord Simon Woolley. Now, I won't do justice to introducing this incredible man who has a 30-year history of activism, who is a parliamentarian in the United Kingdom, who is the first and only, I'll use the word president. I think the term in the United Kingdom is principal, but I'll use the term president of a college of either Oxford or Cambridge. He is the first and only male of African heritage who has ever served in that role. Absolutely. A delightful gentleman, and without further ado, I present to you Lord Simon Woolley.
Good morning, New York. It's not just a pleasure, it's an honor. It's an honor for a black brother from the United Kingdom to fly across the Atlantic, to be with my brothers and sisters, to be with you today on a mission, on a grand plan to change our world. Only together, when we join the dots of the African diaspora in the four corners of the globe, joining with a golden thread from continent to continent, country to country, city to city, village to village, can the whole be greater than the sum of its parts? Yes, it can. And we know it's needed. We know at times it's desperate. That's why I flew here today, to be with you. That's why this esteemed panel also flew from the four corners of the globe to be with you. We're here to get things done. We are. Oh, by the way, my brother Johnny Mack is right. I'm the first black man to run a college at Oxford or University, and I'm recruiting. You hear that? You hear it now. I want to see more black and brown faces at Cambridge University. I want to see more black professors at Cambridge University. I want to see more black students. You tell your kids, you tell your family members to higher education, to a world-class degree. All roads lead to my college. All roads. Look, we've got a great morning. I want to introduce our first speaker, our first esteemed speaker to give a keynote. She is so impressive. I'm going to let her introduce herself, but all I'm going to say about her, Ericana Chiambori Kwayo from Zimbabwe. From Zimbabwe. Is a medical doctor and activist. She is too. She lived there for many years and serves as the former permanent representative of the African Union to the United States. Give a warm round of applause. Give a warm round of applause to, please stand up. Give a warm round of applause to our super sister, Ericana. Super sister, the floor is yours. The floor is yours.
A very good morning to all of you, my brothers and sisters. To Reverend Sharpton, to Johnny Mack, the entire organizing team of the National Action Network, we can't thank you enough for having persisted all these years to continue to be the voice for the voiceless. Thank you for having me. When Brother Johnny called, and of course, starting with my sister Sylvia and her husband Agrippa, I was already in the United States 2 weeks ago, but I was on my way out back to Zimbabwe, where I had yet more important meetings. So to turn around and come back would have been a tall order, but I was left with no choice. They said, Ambassador, you will be here. So it is last night, 10 p.m., I arrived to join all of you for this very important conversation. My name is Ericana Chiambori. I was born in Zimbabwe, some little village called Chivu. Came to this country to go to college on the first degree in general chemistry and a master's in organic chemistry, went on to medical school. Then did a residency in general surgery and family medicine, practiced medicine for 25 years until one night. Around 3 a.m., a phone call comes in and says, Doc, the African Union ambassador to the United States has resigned. She was going to be running for president of her country, and that we would want you to be the next African Union ambassador to the United States. Now keep in mind, I am a scientist through and through. So who in their right mind would want me to become an ambassador in Washington? I thought that was a joke and it was laughable. Well, I fought it for about 6 months, but because being an African, after a while I had to listen to my elders. So I figured, okay, if you think you're putting a joke on me, the joke is on you, because I'm going to only go to Washington for 6 months, and then I'll come back. And I'll tell my elders that I tried, but I couldn't do it. But something happened during the first 4 to 5 months. And mind you, I'm staying in a hotel because I knew I wasn't going to get into a contract, renting or buying, that I wasn't going to last. But what was very disturbing was the disrespect that was so blatant. I would be sitting in meetings initially, because as a doctor, you're always a doctor no matter where you are. And I thought it was really quite humorous sitting with all these big diplomats, and here I am, a medical doctor, and I'm supposed to be useful. I'm busy diagnosing them. You know, you got a thyroid condition, you are bipolar, and I got a pill for you. I'm not really paying attention to the deliberations because I don't think politicians accomplish much anyway. So, so it was more important to diagnose them and their medical conditions. But every now and then somebody will say something and I'm like, wait just a minute, did they just say that? You know? And one particular event, there was a whole team of African ministers and one particular leader of a particular department in Washington started raising their voice and screaming and yelling at them. You Africans, you will never speak with one voice. This document over here is going to be a piece of paper 20 years from now. I said, okay. So we got all the ministers here. Somebody say something. It wasn't my show. I was like third. You know how you sit, you got your team leader, and then according to rank, I was number 3. So clearly I wasn't supposed to speak. I waited for those who were supposed to speak. They did not. More and more of those situations became apparent to me. And I remember 5 months into my stay in Washington, I called home and I said, well, you know what, guys, I'm going to hang around a little bit longer. There were a few, you know what, that needed a good kicking. And that I was going to hang around until they ran me out of Dodge, and that's exactly what happened. The disrespect is not just for the Africans on the continent. The disrespect is for black people around the world. The abuse is not just for Africans on the continent. The abuse is for black people wherever you find us. I'm going to share with you some basic facts. You see, our story is a simple one. Our story is of truth and facts, which are two constants that do not change. And all we need to do is give the world an overdose of our truth and insist on it. As we speak today, I'm going to take you back centuries, long before the children of Africa were taken out of Africa as slaves. There was some serious resistance when the occupiers from the West came to Africa, contrary to what some might think. They didn't just give up their children, but the fighting began long before slavery. And the resistance was those who led them, the majority of them, their heads, as we speak today, are sitting in jars in Europe. Are you aware of that? Our leaders, our ancestors who fought the wars of resistance, their heads, their remains are sitting in jars throughout Europe. And the same people have the audacity to come to Africa and talk to us about human rights. But what's even more disturbing is that we entertain them and we don't remind them of the skeletons in their closet. As we speak today, the priceless artifacts that they stole from all over Africa are sitting in their museums throughout Europe. And when you and I, when we visit Europe, we pay to see what belongs to us. Evidence of theft, evidence of murder in display, on display, in plain sight. As we speak today, black people are listed as 3/5 of a human being in the US Constitution. As we speak today, the redlining continues. As we speak today, African countries are being made to pay ridiculous interest rates on loans that they should not be paying for. As we speak today, reparations are due. Everybody else has been given reparations, expect us. The question then becomes, what is wrong with this picture? Why aren't you and I standing up and demanding that what is right must be done? I can tell you why. Because no other race would stand for a minute what is being done to us. How long do you think a finger of a British soldier lasts in Zimbabwe? How long do you think a thumb of a German soldier lasts in Namibia? Not even a minute. They would storm in, kill hundreds, if not thousands of people just to recover that one finger. Why is it that we are unable to come together and speak our truth and demand that what needs to be done must be done? It's because they defeated us where it matters the most, which is the mind. It started with the missionaries in Africa long before slavery. They were sent by the Roman Catholic Church to subdue the Africans, make them believe that when you get slapped, turn the other cheek, and that your riches are in heaven. So by the time they followed with the colonizers to reap and rape Africa, we were already brainwashed. We were meant to believe everything African was bad and undesirable, and everything European was better. And the same brainwashing continued as our children were taken out of Africa enslaved. It continued on the plantations, color gradations, light-skinned versus dark-skinned, field workers versus kitchen workers. To this day, we suffer from the legacy of slavery and the legacy of colonization. For how long are we going to continue to suffer from this affliction? For it is singularly the reason why we are not able to come together just like other races and nationalities have done in this melting pot that is the United States of America. When you ask for the voices of the Irish Americans loud and clear, Jewish Americans loud and clear, German Americans, Italian Americans, Chinese Americans, Indian Americans, their voices are loud and clear. But when you ask for the voices of us black people, you might as well go to the graveyard because we are missing in action. We were taught, we were brainwashed into not even loving ourselves as individuals, let alone each other. We were taught not to trust one another. We were taught not to believe that my brother can, my sister can, but somebody else who doesn't look like you and I is better. The question I have for all of you, just close your eyes and think about your children, your grandchildren. Is this the world you want to leave behind for them? If the answer is no, then you need to have a serious conversation with the image in the mirror. Because it is the image in the mirror that must change. It is the image in the mirror that must understand that you are sick from this affliction of the legacy of slavery. You are not sick at home. You are not sick in the doctor's waiting room. You are not sick in the hospital ward. You are sick in the intensive care. How long are we going to continue to support other people's agendas? Those who stood up to fight during the civil rights movement, during the Pan-African days in Africa, civil rights in the United States, they were all silenced. We are emerging out of a period of 20 to 30 years where just nothing is going on. We are all fast asleep. When are we going to wake up? Reverend Sharpton is saying, the time to wake up is now. Reparations now. We know all the companies that benefited from slavery. We have their name. We have the list. They must pay. As we speak, many have pledged their contributions. Guess what's going to happen, my brothers and sisters? Because we are not organized, we will never realize those funds. And they will hide behind, oh, they are disorganized. They don't know what they are doing. I am now going to be asking Reverend Sharpton to lead us as we demand those reparations. We need to register a global Pan-African fund that can make sure that we have development in black communities where it belongs. Those funds must be organized. Those funds must be paid for. Reparations for black people now. No more shall we continue to be abused. No more shall they continue to exploit our Africa. What is in Africa is our birthright, and we are going home to take it. No more shall we be told Africa is a diseased and dying continent because they are going to Africa in droves and telling you to not go there. So this moment is calling for unity of purpose. And before I leave this platform, I'm going to ask all of you to take a moment. If you love your children, if you love your grandchildren and their future, to have a serious conversation with Image in the mirror. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. I thank you.
You see right there, you see right there with that discourse, no notes, no written speech, an articulation that comes from somewhere deep. Somewhere black. And soulful. Have you just had your soul enriched? Give another round of applause. You know, I'm almost, Johnny, I'm almost minded to go home now because I can fly. But we got panelists from around the world, and they deserve to be listened to. But before I introduce our next speaker, I just want to say I want to pick up on the comment that was said about Reverend Sharpton. You know, Brother Rev, what do we call him here? Super Brother, right? Super Brother. He's up in the gym. He's up in the gym doing his exercises, 4:30 in the morning. Doesn't stop until 2:30 the next day. But what he's trying to do with some success, is build National Action Network as a global epicenter. An epicenter that brings us together, that makes us stronger. But you know, the key thing about National Action Network is in the middle word. Action. Action now. Look, we've got some great speakers here. Let's introduce them. I mean, we've only got an hour. Johnny, we might need 2 or 3 hours here because we're on a roll. We're on a Martin Luther King roll. Let me introduce a super brother here too, Nicholas Thompson. Nicholas Thompson's from Black Class Action. He's a secretariat, and he's come from Canada. Give the brother a round of applause.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. How's everybody doing? Great. How many of you here have heard about great things in Canada? Nice, clean, great place to live. Great benefits. Great prime minister. So, contrary to outside belief that all is well in Canada, we're here to talk about how after over 400 years of anti-black racism and anti-black hate, how black Canadians and people of African descent still face significant oppression, significant anti-black racism, state-sponsored anti-black racism and anti-black hate. Black Canadians face significant barriers in employment, and the majority of people impacted are black women, mothers and grandmothers who show up every day. And we're talking about the largest employer in the country, and you have black people working for decades in the same entry-level position in a first world country without receiving one promotion. While white people come in and thrive and climb all the way up, it's their privilege, it's theirs to own in a short space of time, retiring with dignity after serving the government and people of Canada, while black people retire broken, and on the poverty line. Shameful, that's shameful. And Canada is not saying this isn't happening. Canada is saying bravely, this exists in all of our institutions. As a matter of fact, Canada issued a ruling recently that found that its Human Rights Commission was racist. I'll repeat that. The Canadian Human Rights Commission was founded to be racist against its black employees, and that it was disproportionately rejecting race-based complaints. So if the Human Rights Commission, a body founded under the human rights laws and Canada's domestic and international obligations, is racist, then where do we turn to? Where do we go? And another institution, its Justice Department, hired only 18 black people over a 30-year period. This is Canada. This is the Justice Department. And you've heard the sister talk about reparations now. And that's why, in a historic move, black workers have organized themselves to demand restitution, to demand reparations in the form of a historic $2.5 billion class action against the entire government of Canada, seeking historic remedies to address centuries-old discrimination. And I'll pass it on now to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We need to know the truth. We need to pull down the facade of those countries like Canada that say to the world, we're so good. And behind it like many countries around the world, it's rotten. Rotten from the core, from the roots. Thank you, brother. We need your voice. We need your energy. We need your youth. Some of us are getting on a bit. But we're still in the struggle, right, brother? We're going nowhere anytime soon. Anytime soon. We're following Brother Al. I want to now bring to the floor Elaine Babineau. Did I get it right?
You got it perfect.
Thank you, brother. From the Red Coalition and Director of Profiling and Public Safety. Give the brother a round of applause.
Morning, Dan. I bring you greetings from Montreal, Canada, 6 hours away. I was talking to the brother from Detroit this morning. He asked me if we had any problems up in Canada, and we do. We do. Like my friend Nicholas talked about the issue in terms of employment. I was a police officer for nearly 30 years with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and I'm now, thank you, and I now I'm fighting issues on racial profiling and discrimination because contrary to what most of you guys believe or think, we didn't have any Jim Crow de jure segregation in Canada, but we had de facto Jim Crow. That meant that we had anti-black racism from the very beginning, okay? And we're still facing it today. For example, the blacks are represented 3 times their rate in the criminal justice system in prisons, much like the United States in turn, okay? So that's one of the things. And when it comes to anti-black racism and hate crime, blacks are also #1 groups targeted in Canada. And don't forget, we're 40 minutes away from Buffalo, New York. All right? So those are our challenges. Anti-black racism impact Canadians every step of the criminal justice system, from police to pretrial detention to sentencing to prison. So there is that prison pipeline or school to pipeline prison. And I don't want to take too much of your time, and then you had some tremendous speakers, and I just want to leave it with you in terms of we need to come together. We need your support. We need support not only from the United States, but international support in terms of organizing, because at the end of the day, there's one thing we have in common, and we're all facing, whether we're from Africa or the Caribbeans or the United States, that anti-black racism and negrophobia, and I'm using the term negrophobia, okay, but that's what we need to fight against. All right, so I thank you very much this morning and hope to see you guys later.
Thank you, Elaine. Thank you, Elaine. We're swiftly moving on now. We have an African parliamentarian, Mansa Walton Desire. She's a member of Parliament, and she's so pleased to be with you. Give her a warm round of applause, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Amanza Walton Desir, and I am from Guyana, South America. Not to be confused with Ghana, Africa. Yes, but you might have heard of Guyana because we've been making the news a lot recently. The newest oil-producing nation on the block, the fastest growing economy in 2022, and we're projected to continue to grow at a very rapid rate for the next few years. We're projected to be producing 1 million barrels of oil by 2028. And so there's a lot happening in Guyana. But as I sat here this morning, I was pleasantly surprised at the commonality of what plagues us as the African diaspora. So in Guyana, the Afro-Guyanese population amounts to about 30% of the population. We are very small, less than 1 million people living in a country with such tremendous, tremendous wealth. And one would think that this would redound to every Guyanese living a good life. But the reality is that that is not the case. And so like my brothers from Canada, I am here this morning to strip back that very carefully curated veneer of economic success, to say to us that this is not happening. Contrary to what you read, contrary to what you may hear, this is not happening. Guyanese are not experiencing a good life. And predominantly, the Afro-Guyanese population has been made to suffer the brunt of what is currently emerging to be a totalitarian regime. And as I've sat here over the last 2 days, listening to the families yesterday, those who have lost loved ones, I can only help but reflect that is the exact thing that we have experienced in Guyana. We have had a young man by the name of Warren Boston shot in bed by the police, lying next to his wife with his children in the adjoining room. We have had an Afro-Guyanese policewoman who was on security detail being spat upon and called a monkey. And so when you sit and you listen, you realize that the commonality of our condition requires that we come together in this struggle. And I want to thank NAN and Reverend Sharpton for this initiative, for taking NAN internationally. Because as we continue as the diaspora from diverse parts of the world, as we continue to work together, we will be able to make the difference. We have a shared tragedy called slavery. We have gone through 400 years of shared trauma. And I firmly, firmly believe that together, as a people, working together, we can share triumph. And I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to be here and to be able to speak with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. And apologies too. You know, when we make mistakes, we need to put our hands up, right? Right? You put your hands up and it's solved straight away. We're doing business. We're getting great things done. Our next speaker is a dear friend of mine from London. I've known her for, dare I say it, nearly 2 decades, when she was an activist fighting for social, racial justice. Then she supported one of our great MPs, Diane Abbott. And then I kept saying to her, when I kept seeing her on the road, dealing with so much stuff, I used to say to her, sister, you need to be a parliamentarian too. She said, no, I'm in the back room just supporting. And we'd say to her, sister, step up. You know what she did? She stepped up. and now, she's a fearless parliamentarian. I'm in the upper chamber, in the Lords. She's where all the action is, in the House of Commons. Give a warm round of applause to Belle Ribeiro Ade, Member of Parliament in the UK.
Thank you very much, and good morning to you all. It's such a huge pleasure to be here. I was really pleased to be here last year, actually at the invitation of Reverend Sharpton, and just to see all the great work that NAN is doing in bringing people together right across this country, and actually right across the world as well. And I was so pleased to hear our keynote speaker at the beginning, Ambassador. That was absolutely fantastic. And I think it's so important that we start with something like that, and we talk about the importance of our unity, because we've allowed so much to divide us from the lines that were drawn across the African continent when they divided it all up and decided what they would take, to the sea when people were taken across the sea and enslaved. But our unity has always been our greatest strength. Now, I think back about the history that I've learned about the slave revolts and the independence struggles, and I think about the fact that even though they didn't have access to all of the things that we have access to today, I can send someone a message instantly right across the world, but they were able to coordinate themselves. They were able to coordinate themselves and achieve all of these huge things, ending this huge institution, the transatlantic slave trade, how massive that was. Look at what they were able to do, and look at what we have and what we should be able to do if we move forward and work together. Now, what I would say is that my political education has always been the most privilege I've ever had. I wasn't a privileged person coming up, but as an activist, I was able to be in contact with people like Lord Simon Woolley. I'd actually able to see Reverend Sharpton speak in the UK many, many different times. And it's important that we educate our young people, but it's important that we give them that political education, because with that political education, not do you only learn things about yourself that you would never learn in school. Not only do you learn your importance, you learn that you are worthy to be in all of these spaces which they try and keep us out of. And we need to be in those spaces. We need our youth to understand that what they have to say and their views and their experience are just as valuable as anybody else's. That political education is so important. And with that, we bring about a unity of purpose. So our global movements, through all of that activism, have made a massive difference. And I think about what happened following the death of George Floyd and the worldwide protests that were sparked and the impact that it had in our country. It had a fantastic impact. People coming out, asking questions, trying to educate themselves. Some people were doing it very tokenistically, I might say, but there were people re-educating themselves, understanding things they didn't know before, and also asking questions about reparations, very importantly. But then, every time we move forward, somebody wants to drag us back. And in the UK, in response to the protests sparked by the death of George Floyd, do you know what they did? They produced a report. They said, we're going to have another report. And we've had many, many of these reports in the UK. Something happens, people start wringing their hands, and then they say, oh my gosh, that's really bad, isn't it? Oh, it's so racist. Oh, why is this happening? And they go off, people sit for a long time, write a report, come up with recommendations, and the government ignored it. The report that these people produced, called the Sewell Report, decided to tell us that there was no institutional racism in the UK. It even went as far as to say that we should try and re-look at how we talk about slavery, reimagine the way we speak, as if it was some sort of pleasure cruise and the privilege that we would have had for it. Absolutely disgusting behavior. And even though it was debunked by black people right across the country, they were still trying to push this forward. And I think this is very, very important, because they used black people to write that report. And what we have to understand is that they will use us to destroy us. They do it every single time. Now, another one of the leaders that I've been privileged to know, Lee Jasper, always used to say to me, not all my skin folk are my kinfolk. Because divide and rule will be used again and again, and we have to be clear about the difference between diversity and representation. Now, I'm going to spell it out here that diversity is so important. It's important that younger people get to see people that look like them in positions of power. That's good. It's good we see that reflected. But that is not representation, because unless you are reflecting the views of the people that you claim to represent, that is not representation at all. And I tell you what a difference representation can make. I'm one of 15 black women in UK's parliament, and we never thought that we would see that many black women, even though we have a country that should in this situation. And it's so key, because that means that I can speak about things that other people can't. That means that I was able to launch an all-party parliamentary group on reparations on becoming elected, which means that the UK, the sun which never set on the British Empire, now has a parliamentary group within it, talking about reparations and making that restitution, making those payments, making those community reparations. It is so, so important. So, I just want to thank Reverend Sharpton and everybody involved here, and just push on that issue of a political education. If you teach a young person what it is that society does not want them to know about yourself, you wouldn't have no idea how empowered they can be. Thank you very much.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Come on, come on. Come on, when you teach, when you inspire. That's how it is. That's what we do. You have to remember, I was struck by a few of the comments that she made, harking back to the heroes and sheroes that never stopped fighting. When you think about Marcus Garvey, the Honorable Marcus Garvey, think about this for a second. There was no Twitter, no Instagram, no mobile phones. And he garnered over 4 million people into a movement. What does that say about us? It's our time. How many Africans are there in the world? Anyone give me a figure? Beyond a lot. Hundreds of million. Hundreds of million, and we have this to communicate, to organize, to, what did I say at the beginning? Sew the golden thread through every single one of us. So the whole becomes greater than the sum of its parts. The other point that the sister made was, what was that refrain? Actually, I heard it from Reverend Sharpton. Not all our skin folk are our kinfolk. When you have in the UK, when you have a black brother, 1.3 billion. Look at that. Black people, thank you. 1.7 billion of us. Time to sew that golden thread. You know, we had a black brother who took the shilling to throw his own people under the bus, to look us in the eye and said, institutional racism doesn't exist. The white people couldn't believe their luck. That's why we're here. That's why we're here today, tomorrow, to organize, to get things done. That Marcus Garvey spirit needs to continue. You know, I love it when we pass down the baton to the next generation, to a younger generation, more energy than we've got. That's how it should be. Our next speaker, April Lamar, she's a civil rights attorney, and she is so happy to be with you. April, the floor is yours.
Good morning, all. It's a privilege to be here this morning. My name is April Amai, and I'm a lawyer in the United Kingdom. This morning, I wanted to shed some light on some issues that we've been having, particularly with the police force in the UK. We do share a lot in common, but recently, as of last month, there was an independent review called the Baroness Casey Review. And this was as a result of a woman who was kidnapped, raped, and murdered by a police officer. He was masquerading himself to be a police officer of good intent, but killed her that night while she was walking. And the findings of the review held that the Met Police Force, which is the police force in London, were institutionally and systematically racist, were sexist, and had a culture of bullying. 81% of black people in London are more likely to be under the misconduct scheme than whites. Black people were found to be over-policed but under-protected in London. One in 5 people in London are from a different ethnic minority, so technically are not white. However, the police force consists of 71% of white men, so it doesn't represent Londoners in the UK. The culture of bullying. A Sikh officer had his beard cut and his turban thrown into a shoebox because his peers thought it was amusing. A Muslim officer found bacon in his shoe because his peers thought it was amusing. This is within the police force. So how can we expect them to protect our characteristics and our rights? Moving on to the tragic death of Sarah Everard, which is what started this review. It was found that there may be more police officers like the police officer that murdered her within the police force still because of the culture, and that women are underprotected. This brings me on to my issue. What is what is the purpose of a police force to begin with? You would think to protect us to prevent crimes. You would think to try to instill the law enforcement. But what happens when they're the ones committing the crimes? This has to change. This really, really has to change. One of my major issues is the commissioner in the UK did not want to accept the term institutionally racist. He wanted to use a different term. I personally would have disagree with this because this is just causing a room for debate. It is what it is. The evidence was there. It's a 1 year long review. It's 369 pages. The evidence is there. It's time to accept the truth, accept the evidence, and implement the changes suggested, which is why we have to continue to come together and to highlight these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, April. Thank you, April. You know April is in the 21st century when she puts her laptop on the podium, but also too she's got a phone live streaming her own conversation. Or recording. That's what you call the Marcus Garvey spirit. That's what you call going beyond the four walls to speak truth to power. Don't you just love that? We got another young spirit, another talented young man, and I want you to give him a warm round of applause. Kofi Champong, please come to the floor.
How y'all doing? What an honor it is for me to be here. First and foremost, I just want to acknowledge that I love NAN's colors, red, black, and green. These are Pan-African colors. We've been hearing a lot of people talking about the common threads between us, between our struggles, between the African diaspora, between the continent, and between its children all around the world. For me, my life has been spent as somebody who was born in the continent in Ghana, but grew up in Canada, has interned at the African Union, interned at the World Trade Organization, has been working on issues across the Black diaspora having to do with economic, political, and racial justice throughout my career. I understand and see the linkages across the board. It's such an honor for me to be here today for so many different reasons. I believe that there's such an incredible spirit and role for all of us to play. We saw what happened when the events of 2020 occurred and the whole world witnessed what happened to our brother George Floyd. It had such reverberations around the world, on the continent, every single place. Because when he suffered, it felt like we were all suffering, right? When that police officer had his knee on his neck, it felt like he had his knee on our necks. And that energy has carried us so far. And it's continuing the work till this day. And it's going to continue this work for a long time. But I'm always a realist because I always bring it back to the reality, the realpolitik of our situation as people of African descent. There's a saying, whoever pays the piper calls the tune. We don't get a chance to pay the piper, so the tunes are always being called for us. So what we have to do is we have to find means and mechanisms to become self-reliant and resilient and independent. Today, the African continent is working on a African Continental Free Trade Area. This is a free trade area that's going to consist of 54, 55 countries, will be the largest free trade area by country in the world. and it's already sort of implemented right now. But it won't be successful unless we understand the role that we have here. All of us have an impact to be made. We won't be successful as people who live outside the continent unless the Africans on the continent understand what's happening here as well. One of the problems we have a lot of times within the continent is that they don't know what has happened to their people. They don't understand the reality, the resilience, the struggle of what has happened in the Caribbean, in South America, in the United States, in Canada, what has happened to these people. And it's been a challenge because what happens is we don't see the linkages between our issues. And if we don't see the linkage between our issues, we can't work together to form a resilient coalition so that when they come and try and take away your rights or undermine your economic capacity, we refuse to let that happen. We have to find means and mechanisms to remove these structures that are put in place that make Africa vulnerable, that make African Americans vulnerable, that make Latinos vulnerable, that make people of African descent vulnerable economically, politically, and socially around the world. And we have to understand that it's not going to come from necessarily working with governments all the time, because the governments, the institutions, the structures have been put in place by the people who want to keep their foot on our necks in Africa and in America. But we need this spirit. I just want to honor Dr. Arikana here, because I don't know if you guys know how critical what she is and what she's done recently. As a former AU ambassador to United States, she single-handedly raised her voice and changed the way in which CFA francs, so 14 African countries who use this French colonial currency, which is only convertible within their region. She single-handedly has led a charge in trying to remove that colonial instrument of economic control So we need to recognize that, we need to support that, and we need to understand the linkage between all of our work to give ourselves economic and political and social freedom. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. The future, the black future is bright. The black future can be seen through all its energy through young men like Kofi. Give him a round of applause. I've just been told we have another special guest speaker. So without further ado, I want to invite Kim Paul to the floor. Where are you? Where are you, Kim? Give her a round of applause, please. Come on, Kim.
I was born by the river in a little tent, and oh, just like that river I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change is gonna come. Oh, yes it is. Again, my name is Kim Poole. I do many things. I'm an artist, but today I'm here to represent the Kingdom of Kush, because black people have been in an abusive relationship with this country since they dropped us off against our will on these shores. And the question becomes, how long are we gonna try to fix this sinking ship? We came over here on different boats, but we're all in the same boat now. And the question becomes, where are we going? As we watch Russia and China and South Africa and Brazil begin to exchange their own currencies. When the ship sinks, where are we going? When the supermarkets close and we realize we don't have the skills to grow our own food. and we don't have the infrastructure. The organizational model is that culture is the new currency. And I didn't start because I'm an artist and I wanted to hear you sing. It's because if we continue to create the same systems of oppression, thinking that we're going to work within their system to create different results, we are mistaken. We have to create a new world. And the Kingdom of Kush has invited black people across the diaspora, in the US and in Europe, in the Caribbean. They need our energy. We can no longer give the vibration that we willed to the United States. We have built every institution in this country on our backs with our blood, sweat, and tears. Our people were the first stock on Wall Street here in New York City, and yet we have nothing. But the Kingdom of Kush has invited us to the table to explore what we call the art of possibility. Can we try a new experiment? I want you to go to thekingdomofkush.org and sign the petition. It's just below Egypt and above Sudan. Come with us to a new region. Bring your energy, bring your skills. They're not like Ghana that received over $1 billion in tourism for the year of return. Yes, we've always had Liberia, but the truth is that we need a new, fresh start on the continent where we come from. And so if that's you, if you understand that we came from the continent, if you're saying that you want to see an opportunity for our people to flourish, follow the Kingdom of Kush. Give them an opportunity. Sit at decision-making tables so that we have a chance to create on fertile ground. Thank you again.
Thank you. The Kingdom of Kush. The Kingdom of Kush. Well, look, we've had a morning, right? Have we had a morning? Okay. You see, when Johnny speaks, I have to listen. By the way, can I, Johnny, please stay. I want to do a few thank yous. First to all the volunteers from NAN. Can we give them a round of applause? Thank you. We love you for what you're doing. The technical team, too. Thank you. I've been looking at the camera. You're making me look good, right? The signers. Can we give the signers a round of applause, please? The signers. You know, we don't just get here by magic. No, we don't. We get, you know what? We get here because people care about us, care about what we are about to do, about enriching the soul, as we heard, that we become energized to do great things. Look, we've got such an esteemed panel. Is anybody burning for a question? If they are, we've got a roving mic. I'm going to point you out. Put your hand up if you've got a question for our esteemed panel. Who's going to kick us off? I saw one at the back there. There's one at the back, and then you, sir. So one woman and one man. It wasn't you, but it's okay. You got the floor. Take the mic. Ask the question.
Good afternoon. I am so blessed by what everyone has said. My name is Reverend V.B. Taylor. I'm Vice President of Irvington Chapter in New Jersey, Irvington Strong. I just wanted to indicate the question is about what are you doing with sustainability and green tech in your views of how it can impact our community. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Who am I going to ask for this? Sustainability and tech? Does anybody? Green tech. Ambassador, please.
Could you just restate your question again? I didn't quite understand. What was the question?
I'm sorry. Far as what is being done, because we know far as environmentally is being impacted in our lives, so far as green sustainability and tech that's impacting our community in particular. Right. For instance, Flint, as an example, as far as we can do better, and continental-wise is dealing with green sustainability and how we can use tech for our people to make change.
Right. So green tech is the buzzwords right now. and every country is leaning into it, how can black people have some skin in the game, Ambassador?
Let me start by saying, and before I get to your question, Africa contributes less than 1% of global warming.
Wow.
And yet Africa is being asked, while they continue with their fossil fuels, you Africans, stop your development, follow the green technology, while we continue the emissions. From an African point of view, there's a sense of delaying the growth and the industrialization that Africa needs as we embark on this process. While we agree with it, but we must also realize that those who have created global warming, they are not moving as fast as they should in that direction, but they want the Africans to stop the industrialization process, embark on this new technology that is going to slow down the process of growth on the continent. So I'm going to give you that perspective first to say, hold on just a second. The biggest emitters must embark on it faster, and they must pay for what needs to be done effectively in Africa. Rather than expecting the Africans to use their meager budgets to engage in this great green technology in order to save them. And yet they are the ones who are the biggest contributor. So that's another civil rights issue. That's another social justice issue that we need to say, if we need to embark on this, pay up, Jack.
Right, pay.
Because you're the one who is responsible for the conditions we're in today.
Thank you.
Now,
Thank you. Thank you. Let me get some more questions.
Having said that, yes, we agree with that. And yes, as Africans, we're saying, just like we did with cell phones, Africa was way advanced with cell phones. When I would go to Africa, my phones were doing a lot more things than we were still analog. Africa went straight from digging telephone lines to digital. I agree we should also leapfrog in that direction, and I agree that we could actually lead in that direction. However, every African country, when it comes to continental, international development contracts, we are so disorganized. They don't even know how to reach us. The brother talked about the African Continental Free Trade Area. It's a massive area. Massive continental development projects are underway. The question then becomes, if I were to argue that African heads of states, you must look into African businesses, and by African, I mean all people of African descent living outside Africa, where are they going to make that phone call? How are they going to reach you? We have a serious problem, my brothers and sisters. I was talking to one president, I won't mention his name. 50 billion had been allocated and 2 billion was going to be released immediately for a particular big project in Africa. And that president said, Ambassador, 60% of that money is supposed to go to American businesses.
Wow.
60%, even though the work is in Africa. He said, if only we knew how to reach black companies, we could also insist of that 60%.
Right.
30% should be black companies.
There we go. I'm going to move us on.
Thank you, Ambassador.
I'm
How
going
to
to move.
reach black people.
Thank you very much.
So what
We have
do
another
do?
question.
The onus is now on us. If we're
Thank
going
you,
to
Ambassador.
say this green technology, National Action Network could be a starting point where we organize, so when we go to Africa and demand those contracts, they know.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you. Thank you. Another question. Another question. I've got to implore my panel for shorter answers. Speak.
Good morning.
Sister, speak.
Yes, yes.
The floor's yours.
Good morning. Thank you very much for taking the time to share with us this morning. My name is Gwen Madiba. I'm the executive director of the Global Black Coalition and with the Mandela family. through the Mandela Legacy Foundation in South Africa. Over the last year, I spent most of the last year at the borders of Ukraine rescuing Africans fleeing the war in Ukraine. As many people have seen.
My sister, we're running. I need a question.
Yes, so I'm just wondering, with the cases of so many students, because we have a lot of African students who are fleeing the war right now, who are medical students, some of them were in their last year, but unfortunately, many European countries are deporting them and pushing them away so that they don't finish their studies. Is there, and no one talks about it, but is there any way that within your frame of work or the work that you do, that these students can be supported? Because now we have thousands of students, engineers, future doctors, who are losing years of studies, and the world is shutting their eyes to them. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Who wants to take that question? Kofi, do you want to take that question about the students?
Yeah, thank you very much for asking that question, sister. Yeah, this is a widely reported issue. If you recall, when the outbreak of the Ukraine war occurred, they were getting Ukrainians out of there, and many African students who were studying in Ukraine were stuck. They were being prevented from getting onto trains and effectively being kept in the country as things deteriorated. I know that this was an issue in Canada and that we raised it with our government. Canada has opened its doors, removed all barriers to immigration and visa requirements for Ukraine in an unprecedented fashion. But the barriers have still remained for Africans who are trying to come, many of whom were students in Ukraine and elsewhere. I know the United Kingdom had developed a program to try and bring some students there as well. But certainly you're right, sister, not much has happened, and no one has taken up the cause of being an advocate for these students. So it's certainly something that NAN and other folks and advocates should definitely be doing more about.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to take a cluster of questions. Sure. Please, one second, brother. We have to be respectful. A cluster of questions, and then I'll bring it to the floor. Brother, very quick.
Sure, thank you. I'm Haki Ami. I'm the president of the Teaching Artists Institute. I want to thank Your Excellency, Dr. Arikana, and as well as thanks. Okay, question. So in terms of the East African region, what would you all say in terms of investing and tourism opportunities that exist there? And I'll just be quick. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hold that thought, panel. Write it down. Brother. Go behind. My sister, go behind.
Thank you for this moment. My name is Reverend Sharpton. I'm the founder of the National Innocence Project Music and Art. From Canada and Africa, it puzzles me. How can Americans help support your struggle against racism? How can we support you?
Thank you. That's a short question. Make some notes, panel, because I'm going to come to you in a second. Quick question.
Okay, yes. My name is Felicia McLaughlin, Oni. I just recently got married in Nigeria.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. My husband is a two-time governor candidate in the country of the state of Oyo State in Ibadan. I would like to know how we can collaborate in Nigeria. I visited the schools in Nigeria. I see the conditions of the schooling system, how the schools have no windows, they have no bathrooms. There's a lot of issues going on with the water, with the electricity. So what I want to know is how can we collaborate? Is there any way that we as an organization could collaborate?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. No more joining the queue, please, because otherwise we're going to be here till tomorrow. I mean, I don't mind, but you might have families to see. Brother.
Thank you. My name is Seitu Orande, and my simple question is, with all the talented engineers and black people we have here, how do we work in alliance with the folks in Africa and throughout the diaspora to make a difference?
I love the challenge. I love the challenge. Okay, thank you, sir. How do we make the difference?
Contact information so we can get in touch with you.
Understood.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Pamela. I'm from the Immigrant Magazine. I'm the managing editor. And my question is about is based on immigration. We know immigration is a tool that has been used to marginalize us. And we just recently had the Pan-African Leaders Summit. And the goal was to bring Africa and the United States together. However, when you notice, even recently, when there are trades and economic summits and other events that should bring our people and empower our people, it's impossible to get a visa. So who's dropping the ball? Is it the continent or the United States?
Thank you very much.
Africans don't get visas.
Thank you. Take notes, panel, take notes.
Good morning. My name is Joe Gonzalez. Would the panel or a member of the panel please speak to the issue that we're confronted with here today in America? 40 million black people in the United States and not one black-owned cell phone company or one black-owned airline.
Okay, right.
Can you address that issue? What needs to be done?
Thank you.
Good day. My name is Rennie Paris, and my question is for the parliamentarian from Guyana, I believe. You mentioned that the country is the fastest growing country in the world. What can folks in the United States and other places, business people, what recommendation you have for them in terms of how they can be a part of that growth and be a part of helping develop in the country so that they can help strengthen black folks in the diaspora economically?
Thank you very much. Please no longer join the queue. We have to be respectful for other people's time. Brother.
My name is Tony Veer. I'm a coach and a course creator. And I heard so much about getting our brain back.
Right.
That I want to know what's the main 2 or 3 things that should be done about it, because I will create a workshop and deliver it to all of
How do we get
man.
our brain? How do we get our brain back?
Yeah. How do we all be in the same mindset? That's what I want to know.
Thank you very much. How do we get our dignity back? Last but not least.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Iman Ramawi Doster. I'm the executive director of the Harlem Independent Living Center, an independent living center run for and by disabled folks living in Harlem. I want to know how we can include more folks with disabilities in the movement. Some places are not very accessible. Luckily, this event has been very accessible, and I want more disabled folks, especially black and brown folks with disabilities, to be part of this movement. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All wonderful questions. I don't expect the panel to answer each question. Just take one and then nail it, knock the ball out the park briefly. I'm going to start from my left, from left to right. Alan, you're first.
Well, as I said, I think, answering the gentleman's question here at the front, I think the United States, in terms of the support, is to become aware of our struggles in Canada and our challenges, and support it the way any possible way you can. I think that's the answer here.
Thank you. Next.
I think inside of this room, we all have the power to initiate the changes that we need to see. We have engineers, we have doctors in here, we have lawyers, we have all the professionals that we need. So in a forum like this, where NAN is bringing everyone together, I think further steps needs to be taken to utilize all of our talents in here, to create workshops, to create working groups, to bring about significant changes across the diaspora.
Thank you. Belle.
Well, just following on from that and thinking about all of the different expertise, one thing that I would say is that we should be careful not to use the language and attitude of colonization when we look about working in Africa. It always strikes me that sometimes, and no one said it here, but every once in a while we have this idea, I want to go back and help, I want to go back and do this, I want to go back and do that. We have to remember that Africa was deliberately underdeveloped. There is no lack of intelligence amongst our people there. They are more than what is portrayed on the television. If we're going in partnership. We're going to work with people and looking at reparations, I believe, in that way, in a completely different way, beyond simply just giving large amounts of money, looking at repairing that damage. So educational reparations, environmental reparations. Yes. And when we're looking at overseas development aid. That's a lot of the money that's given. I mean, you heard about how a lot of it ends up going back to companies from the West anyway, which is absolutely ridiculous. We need to look at sustainable development and making sure that if you are working in those countries, as you had asked, that you're working with small local groups that actually have people from that region working there. I've seen so many aid company organizations, they've got people coming from elsewhere, being paid large amounts of money to do things which don't lead anywhere. It's become an industry. And with every industry, there's supply and demand. And if there is supply and demand, then what you're saying as an aid organization, if you're not one that's looking towards ending your existence, is that you require people on the continent of Africa to stay poor so that you remain in your jobs. And that's something that we need to end in all of its forms.
Thank you. Thank you. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
I was writing all the questions, and what I find as the common denominator is funding. We got 40 million, no cell phone company, no airline funds. How do we get our voices back? Need our own television network, African news network that will boom out our story and our truth. How do we support, how we get involved in tourism in Africa? Funding. Opportunities are there. How do we begin to address the issues of racism in Africa? We start here. Africans, how do we support the Africans in Nigeria? Funding. Are you getting the simple picture here, guys? The Jews, they don't ask questions. They get things done because they have the funds.
Right.
Other ethnic groups, they don't ask questions. They get things done because they got the funding.
Right.
Let me say this, my brothers and sisters. So far, from about 140 companies that are responsible for slavery, that have benefited from slavery, of 180 billion has been pledged. The question is, what are we doing to go after that money? We are too disorganized. I'm going to use an example of the funding that is set aside for black colleges by the US government. Only 5% is claimed year in, year out.
Wow.
This is where we have a problem. So when I talk about that legacy of slavery, our failure to unite and in a very strategic, organized way, go after what belongs to us. I am saying, even if we were to take that reparations money and we start the Global Pan-African Fund, only going to fund projects that bring economic development into our communities. No more shall we have grocery stores that are owned by those who don't look like us in our communities.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you.
No more shall we have businesses that are owned by people who don't look like us in our communities. But to do so, we need the funding, and you don't expect those who put us in a position of servitude to get you out.
Thank you very much.
Wake
Thank
up.
you. Thank you. Thank you. Amansa. Amansa, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. In response to the question about opportunities available in Guyana, so the U.S. government has made through the U.S. Exim Bank a facility of $2 billion available for U.S. businesses interested in investing and doing business in Guyana. There are currently opportunities as it relates to construction. There are hundreds of thousands of kilometers of roads to be built out, agriculture, green energy. So these are all opportunities that exist presently for black-owned businesses to come to Guyana and invest. On Saturday morning, we're going to have a session that will delve into greater detail about the opportunities available and how business people interested can make that connection. I want to say, though, the point that Ambassador makes about being organized is the important prerequisite. And so the sowing of this golden thread has to be funded. We have to have people who are willing to donate their time, their talent, and their treasure. And these are business opportunities that we have to be able to capitalize on.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. April.
I believe somebody asked what can people here in the US do to help. For example, myself, in the UK, and I have to concur with what the ambassador said. Funding is essential. It's crucial to put your money where your mouth is. Money speaks. There's very little that we can do without it. This whole building, this hotel, we needed a lot of money for it. So that is, I have to concur and reiterate that. But I also have to say that it would help if we can not only come here to list all of the issues, but to be consistent and persistent. Not only, because these problems aren't going to go away after this week.
Right.
Unfortunately. So we have to either, I know there are talks about making NAN global, and maybe we can create INAN representatives in such said countries that are facing these issues, like you rightly said, in Nigeria, in the UK, and having those representatives on behalf of you guys here in the US, funded and trying to resolve the issues that we've listed here today, because you guys can't be everywhere. We need representatives in those said countries and the funding. So my key thing and my takeaway is persistence, consistence, and also funding.
Thank you, April. Thank you, April. Godfrey, the floor is yours.
April? April. So it's very similar to April. I think there's two components, right? There's the economic justice side of it, which is to address the historical injustices that people of African descent have faced, and not forgetting that, because that has to be something that we keep in mind. Africa receives something to the amount of $89 billion a year in foreign direct investment. $89 billion leaves Africa in illicit financial flows that go back to banks in Paris, go back to banks in the United States, go back to the bank in Europe. So money exists, money is being invested, and money is being taken out. The US-Africa summit that just happened last, was it December? The United States committed something to the amount of $55 billion across all sectors: healthcare, climate change, trade and investment. That's opportunities for us here to develop our businesses, to create linkages, and it should be led first and foremost by Black people in the Americas. I don't want to see completely white-led mining firms getting all the deals in Africa. There's so much happening. Somebody asked earlier about the green economy. So much happening in Africa around carbon capture technology, solar panels, renewables, adaptation strategies, all of which are being led by companies that do not have representation, that do not have our faces there. And they're the ones who are going into Africa making deals with our governments. If we're going to be a collective, we have to understand there's an economic justice component, and there has to be some organizing and real decisions to put money, our money and funding behind our work, and then we organize and then we are disciplined, and then we execute. So I think we have to find a way to speak honestly about the fact that nothing gets done without money. Getting the money that belongs to us and getting money that's available right now that's necessary for this work.
Thank you very much. Thank you. What are you saying, Kofi? Show me the money.
Show me the money.
Show me the money.
Show me the money.
Well, this has been a wonderful morning. And, you can see, look. Can you see me flying? I feel like I can fly because of you, because of this great panel, because of the great audience. So what are the takeaways? Sorry, sister, we have to be respectful. What are the takeaways? The takeaways from today that you've heard this morning. 1, all our skin folk are not our kinfolk. 2, the whole must be greater than the sum of our parts. The whole, 1.7 billion people. 3, with that 1.7 billion people, what do we need to do? Sow the golden thread. How we bring people together. 4, we've had 400 years of a rigged global system. Rigged, shockingly so. When black people start to realize the resources under their feet, they say, stop, you can't do that. We must resist. 5, reparations. Reparations now. Lastly, I would say, and with this, I would like you to all stand up. Please stand up. Please stand up. You have to see yourselves. You have to see us as a collective. Johnny Mac, the next time this panel assembles, we need a bigger room. You know, can you feel the spirit? Can you feel your spirit? I'm not inventing this. I'm feeling it. We have to take that. We have to take that beyond the Sheraton, beyond New York, and disseminate it to a global black diaspora that will change our world. You've made my day. I'm going to see you. Give this wonderful panel a show of your appreciation. Give them a show of your appreciation. Oh, and look, just indulge me. Keep standing. Just indulge me for a second. Just indulge me for a second. Come in the picture. There, come in the picture. Come in the picture. There. It's not good. We're doing good. I'm feeling the spirit. I'm feeling the spirit. God bless you. Let's get a group shot. Let's get a group shot here. There we go. Thank you all. Everybody stand right here on the background.
Okay.
Come in. Please, they're going to have you do another one, but this one for me.
You should know that this is the first of yet another, a second or two sessions like this. On Saturday, we'll have another session. This time we'll focus on Saturday, we'll focus on business and economic development. You won't want to miss that session. It will be equally as interesting and as exciting. Thank you so very much. Please remain with us. We'll just take another few minutes to organize ourselves for the next session. Hey, man.
One second. Take my picture there. All right. All eyes here for me? Okay. Got it. Now stand up and do it. Stand up and do it now. All stand up. Get down for me. All stand up. I'm only doing this because I'm excited to be there. Please, let's go. Please, stand up, please. All right, all eyes here for me? Come on. Come in. Just look at you like. Come in really tight. Come in. Just step down. Please step down for me. Let me step down. Let's go. All eyes here for me. Ma'am. 3, 2. Thank you guys. You guys will make the stage. Thank you. Got it. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. Oh, I just LinkedIn. Catch me on LinkedIn. What's that? Oh, what? Oh, yeah. I need that. Beg your pardon. You're right. I agree. Maybe I'll stop. No? I'm going to be up there.
I'm getting it.
Right. I hear you. Okay.
You just reach out to him. Yeah. Okay.
Don't start an order. God bless you. Yes, you can. All right. Is this in my own water? Is this in, what water is that? Okay. Yeah.
That's it.
That's your picture with the Lord.
Can you take pictures from China?
Good morning. Good morning. We must get started for our next panel. We need everyone to please take their seats. We must get started with our next panel. We need everyone to please take their seats. If you're standing here, you're not seated.
Sorry, sir. Sorry.
Shh. Please, we need everyone to please take their seats. Everyone, please take your seats.
Good morning. Come on, let's stand up and celebrate being together. Come on, National Action Network, come on. National Action Network. Let us receive our president, Reverend Sharpton. Come on, stand, give him some love. Give him some love, come on. Give him some love. We had a great convention this week. No justice. No justice. No justice. What do we want? What do we want?
What do we want? When do we want it? When do we want it? When do we want it? All right. Certainly we're happy to welcome you to day 2. The international panel kickoff was great. Give our brothers and sisters from around the diaspora a big hand. Johnny Mack, who's our international affairs coordinator, give him a big hand. We must have a global vision, and it is important to us that sometimes we romanticize the ghetto like we chose the ghetto. The ghetto was created to put us there. We are global people, not ghettoized. And that's why the link with Africa, all of Africa, and the link with those in Europe of African descent is imperative and a main part of this convention. We're doing another workshop tomorrow. Is that right, Johnny? And we have another tomorrow. And I'm going to help conduct that one. I went to do some PR to get people in here. Tomorrow we're going to start early. Now let me say this, and I'm going to introduce one of our real stars in the nation and in our community. But you must get here early tomorrow because the Vice President's speaking and you got to go through the metal detector. So do not bring nothing you don't want detected. Because if they call me from the lobby and say they got you, don't ask me to send Hardy to come get you. All right, just a little warning. We have a great day. We're getting ready to do our media panel and other panels. Magic Johnson's on the way, and we're going to do 2 panels with him, Michael Eric Dyson. Lot happening here today. We wouldn't have got y'all to travel all the way to New York for nothing. And we're glad to have you with us. In 12 years ago, this August, I started hosting Politics Nation with Al Sharpton. And one of the thrills of hosting it was the office they gave me at 30 Rock was right down the corridor from our guest plenary speaker. I'd always admired her work. I remember that one year they were doing a birthday celebration for me, and she was already a very big name on TV, and they asked her would she come. She said, I'll host it. So I knew she had some backbone, because it was at a time a lot of blacks in mainstream media was not identifying with us. She always did. I met her mother. I found out she had strong roots out of Fort Worth, Texas, raised right. You know, a lot of folk get a name and forget where they come from. She did not have amnesia. So don't let her polish and beauty confuse you. She's not only a sister, she's a sister. And she and I and Phil Griffin, who was responsible for me getting the show on MSNBC, and now people that are bragging about how well the show's done, we'll be 12 years in August, were the same ones that thought Phil had lost his mind when he gave me the show. But Phil saw something that I didn't even see. I was unsure myself. And now Phil is on the board of National Action Network helping us. We just left a board meeting. I don't see him up here, but give Phil Griffin a big hand.
So this sister has gone on to host her own show, the Tamron Hall Show. She's a daytime Emmy Award winner, former co-host of the Today Show, and she has been a real role model for young black women in her generation, and she's the former anchor of MSNBC Live and a best-selling author. She's all that and more, and we wanted her to set the perspective for us. It is my honor and pleasure to bring my sister, the host of Tamron Hall, Tamron Hall.
Hey, family. It is so good to be in. Rev, you can't walk off that fast. I have to stand next to you. Full disclosure, I did not write a speech because when you are next to one of the greatest orators of all time, what could I possibly write? It is such an honor to be here, especially setting the stage for what I know will be an incredible conversation about the media. And as I said, I did not write anything down other than the names of the participants to make sure that I introduce them with the respect that they deserve, but I believe in speaking from my heart. And Reverend Al was the first person I called when I was removed from the Today Show as the first black woman to ever host that program. And that is something that recently someone said to me, should we take that off your resume? And I said, no, I earned that. I earned that. And I won't allow anyone to erase that. But that setback set me up for where I am today, which is the Tamron Hall Show. And, you know, I'm thinking about this room and looking at this room filled with many, many people, but especially black women. And where I'm from, you have a saying, you leave with the date that you came with. Well, the people that got me in the room were black women and who've kept me on air, because the topics that we discuss on my show, we have fun, we have celebrities, we have some interviews that go viral from time to time. But one of our most watched shows was a show on medical gaslighting. And it featured a number of women of color who talked about going into the medical office and not being heard, not being believed, being told that the pain they were feeling was okay because we can take it. And that show became a point of great pride for me and my team because no one else had had that conversation in daytime television. Oprah Winfrey and Serena Williams had written great op-ed pieces with their great amount of wealth, walking into doctors' offices and not being heard. It was Tanya Lewis Lee who came on our show to talk about the fact that black women are 3 times more likely to die in the United States giving birth than white women. That is a part of what the media, the industry I love, that I'm a part of, somehow forgets to talk about. We become relevant every news cycle when there's a headline about us saving a race or us coming in as the cavalry. And while we don't wait on the cavalry to save us, our daily journeys should be discussed and covered in all media, all media. And our stories are not just about being resilient. Our stories are about being joyful. I have an executive producer who's a black woman. She said, Tamron, I don't want them to know just how you get off the ground. I want them to see when you're able to soar. So our stories can't be just depicted from hardship. Our journeys as black moms can't be in the media just because we have to have the talk. Our children go to college. Our children go to trade school. We walk our children to school. I had someone recently invite me to an event, and it was on being a black journalist. And there was a separate panel about being a mom. And I said, well, I'm a black journalist, but I'm a mom too. And it was as if, wait a minute, black moms want to talk about something other than the talk? We are multidimensional. And so for me, as a representative of the industry that I love so dearly, I am so excited that I'm a part of the National Action Network family. I'm excited that it was Tamika Mallory and Ashley and Dominique Sharpton who brought me in the fold and who've been there for me to give me the courage to say things I just said. 12 years ago, 15 years ago, I probably would have walked in and said, hey, how everybody, I'm so happy we're here. Well, they can't kick me out the room because my family is in the room. You're my family. Reverend Al's my family. And I'm emboldened to say the things that I see every day. I wrote my first novel as The Wicked Watch. It's a fictional story, but are real things of when I've walked into newsrooms, as the great Ed Gordon just came on my show and talked about when he interviewed O.J. Simpson, it was instantly believed he wasn't able to be objective because a black person can't interview a black person and we don't know how to judge. But a white interviewer is never asked if they are fair. And he, at the time when he was criticized or preliminarily criticized because it went down as a phenomenal interview, he said of the great Barbara Walters, whom I adore and was one of my idols, does anyone question her fairness if she interviewed Mark Furman? The day that the Trayvon Martin verdict came down, it was myself, Melissa Harris Perry, Joy Reid, and I remember looking into that camera thinking, there are some people in the audience who believe we can't be objective because we are black, that somehow black journalists can't cover black stories with a lens of fairness, but also a lens of great perspective. It's almost what Ginger Rogers says, as a woman, when you dance, you have to dance as good as the man, but walk backwards doing it, or in high heels. As a black journalist, we have to be better than our counterparts, but at the same time, not give in to the fear of calling out the systemic racism that exists within our industry. There's no reason that it took 62 years of the Today Show for me to be the first black woman. And while I am honored to have held that place, why did it take so long? So the media conversation that we're having today is one of truth. It is also one of love, because when you love someone, you're able to tell them the truth even when it hurts. And so this panel that's assembled today, I know will tell you the truth, the real journey of what it's like to talk about democracy, but also at the same time, the inequality in pay that black women experience. So when we talk about pay disparity between the genders, not forgetting that black women still make disproportionately far less than our white female counterparts who we need as allies. So as the great philosopher known as Rihanna said, turn to them and say, pull up. Don't just talk about black women in the lens of politics. Talk about us every single day, because we matter 365 days of this journey. So it's with that that I have lit the seat up from a panel and I'm walking to see what they say. Led by a phenomenal black female journalist whom I respect greatly, Ayanna Harris with Pix 11, and she's your moderator. Leonard Green with New York Daily News, Wes Lowry, phenomenal, celebrated writer. Jonathan Capehart, one of the best in business in print and in television, who recently made an historic decision that he will discuss on his own. My friend and ally, Lawrence O'Donnell from MSNBC. James DuBose, and my darling friend, a brilliant mother, writer, speaker, a gifted human being all around, Mara Schiavocampo. So the panel is about to start. I am honored to be a part of the National Action Network, but more important to me and my soul, I thank each and every one of you Because of you, you've emboldened me and you've given me the courage, because I knew and I know my steps are guided by God and they are supported by you. So thank you so much. I love you all.
We've got some fans in the house.
Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing today? All right, all right, all right. My name is Ayanna Harry. I am a local news anchor and reporter here in New York City with Pix 11 News. And yes, it is my absolute honor and privilege to be here with all of you today and to sit with this incredibly esteemed and accomplished panel. Let's give them a round of applause. Please, let's welcome them. I am going to go down the line and introduce the panelists. Tamron Hall shared a little bit about them. I'll just let you know who they are, where they're sitting, and then we are going to dive into this conversation. And Nan told us they want us to make some news today. So panelists, I hope you're ready. I hope somebody's brought a gem to share today. So starting on all the way down to my right, we have Wes Lowry, a writer with The Atlantic and GQ. Welcome, Wes. We have Mara Chiavacampo, who is the global news anchor and managing editor of Revolt Black News. And New Yorkers, you may recognize this next name, Leonard Green. This is the face, reporter and columnist for the New York Daily News. And of course, we have James DuBose, television producer, filmmaker, and general manager and head of programming of Fox Soul TV. And to my left, a couple of y'all already called him out, gave him a warm welcome, Mr. Jonathan Capehart. Of course, you recognize him. Host of The Sunday Show with Jonathan Capehart. And, of course, we cannot forget Lawrence O'Donnell, host of The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Okay, y'all, let's dive in. I'm going to begin with a question that I'm going to pose to all of the panelists, and I'll let you guys just sort of dive in when you feel inspired to jump in and add your thoughts. We're about to head into the 2024 presidential campaign cycle. So many topics have dominated news headlines over the last year, from abortion rights to the indictment of former President Trump, education issues, black education issues. Looking ahead to this next election cycle, what are the issues that you all are most focused on? What are the issues that you think your readers and your viewers want you to be closely following during this presidential campaign season?
Well, I'll go.
Yes.
The issue that I'm going to be focused on is threats to democracy. Because each of the issues that you mentioned, voting rights, reproductive rights, LGBTQ rights, reproductive freedom, they're all intertwined. What we saw in Tennessee is also a threat to democracy. All of these things are about eroding liberty and hard-fought freedoms. The Supreme Court took away a constitutional right that had been on the books for 50 years. And so as long as these things keep happening, no matter if they seem like they are in discrete silos, I will be looking at them from the vantage point of how does Action A impact our democracy? How does it erode it? How does it fortify it? And unfortunately, what we're seeing right now is incredible efforts to erode democracy, and I should say incredibly successful efforts to erode democracy.
Thank you. Wes, I'm looking all the way down to you.
Well, I don't know how I'm going to follow that. I mean, I think Jonathan's correct. I mean, obviously, I think the most urgent issue in our nation right now is the state of our democracy and the question of whether or not we will and continue to be a democracy. I think that sometimes in a political conversation, we forget that our democracy is still very young, right? We've only been a democracy under law for about 60 years in this country, right? And there are forces and efforts that are trying to undo that. And so that is obviously first and foremost. I think that issues around health, right? We still are in a pandemic. As great as it is to be back in a room full of people, right? I don't know about you all, I missed being around folks, right? Understanding how we continue to transition and what that looks like. But beyond that, the question is not just of democracy with the big D, but also the question of what will our systems and structures look like, right? We've had a lot of conversations, whether it be about the Senate, about the filibuster, whether it be about the structure of the court, right? And what will that look like and how will it operate? I think all of that's going to be extremely interesting. And look, and beyond that, we know that we're also talking at a time where we have a clock that's ticking in terms of our climate and the planet we live on. And we've seen big steps taken by the Biden administration, but one of the big questions will be, what are the big steps that come next? And so I think for me, a lot of it's going to be looking at the state of our democracy, trying to put it in a historical context, because as much as we think that everything about our moment is special, in fact, we've been here before many times and trying to understand that. But secondarily, trying to underscore the stakes of what's really on the line in this upcoming election and in the decade to come.
Thank you.
I think as we do this, it's important for us to avoid distractions and avoid a lot of the traps that we fall into when we're doing this stuff, because I mean, we're writing about indictments, about hush money payments, and like Wes said, there's all sorts of issues that are really important that are going on, whether it's climate change, whether it's threats to democracy, whether it's voting rights, and we're caught up in this back and forth cycle of who paid what to whom, and I think it's important to avoid these distractions. And you know, I get caught up in them, we all get caught up in it, and it's the news cycle. But how much space and how much time did we waste just in the last 2 or 3 weeks writing about all that and covering all that? And that's, someone's happy that we're doing that, but you know, we shouldn't settle for that.
Thank you. Hi, Lawrence. I know you're always thinking.
Yeah, I think there's no question that we finally have a focus on the very fact that democracy is on the ballot in these elections now. The struggle for me in the current discussion about democracy is that we are fighting, some of what we're fighting for is an illusion. Because, and I discovered this when I was working for the United States Senator representing this state of New York in the 1990s. And, you know, looking up and realizing, well, wait a minute. So New York gets 2, and North Dakota gets 2? North Dakota has a population the size of Staten Island, and they get 2? Where's the democracy? And the democracy is not in the United States Senate, which is an anti-democratic institution. And of course, and then that was a pretty bad idea. And there was an argument about it. There were some of the founders wanted the Senate to be proportional representation. They lost the argument. And then they went on, after that, the founders, to create the single worst institution in the history of so-called democracy. And you know it's the worst. Because as much as the design of this government has been copied around the world when other governments emerged from totalitarianism or colonialism, here's the one thing that not one country in the world said, let me write down how you did that. The Electoral College. It, of course, does not exist. And everything that was wrong with the way the aristocrats who created the Electoral College thought is in the Electoral College. People didn't get to vote for George Washington for president. They got to vote for electors. These people who were, of course, white men in their area who would go and then represent them in that final decision to decide who's going to be president of the United States. And it was decided by the electors, and it still is. And that is the only way you could get Donald Trump into the presidency in this country. And it remains the only way. And so, you know, you have to remember that what we're fighting for now, that we are calling democracy, is a nightmare to the founders, the people who created the founding documents, 100% of whom were absolutely certain that no one in this room should ever have the right to vote. Ever. It wasn't just the Southern founders who thought that. It was all of them. And they did not believe women should have the right to vote. And so on this document, this founding document that is perverted from the start, we're trying to now perfect a democracy that cannot be perfected because of the structural boundaries created by the United States Senate and the Electoral College. And so that's my sour note about the democracy fight. But it simply says to you, we're now just realizing that democracy's always been on the ballot, but now it's much more vivid because we have democracy deniers, which is new. We have democracy deniers running against people who believe in democracy, and that's a whole new level of the fight.
Lawrence, you're taking us to church this morning. Church on a Thursday. So, good morning, Mara. How are you?
Good morning.
So you have extensive experience working as an anchor and correspondent for legacy news networks, some of the biggest news networks. Now you've transitioned to Revolt. What has that meant in terms of the types of stories that you're able to elevate and now tell?
You know, I want to talk about the stories, and that's important, but I would be remiss to not start with sharing what that's been like for me personally. And my friends and family say, oh, you're having your HBCU moment. And I always wanted to go to an HBCU, but my father said he would not pay for one. So I have only ever been in predominantly white institutions, ever. Whether it's school, whether it is work, newsrooms. And this is the first time in my entire life I've been in a predominantly black institution. I cannot begin to communicate the weight that has been lifted off of my shoulders in not having to always moderate my behavior so that it's acceptable through the lens and the gaze of white coworkers, to not having to manage microaggressions. If there is an issue with somebody, I know it's just an issue, and not that I've had many, but knowing that they are not race-based, knowing that I can show up as my full self and I don't have to focus on not being too black. I can be me. I feel like I have literally more space in my brain to do work, and I have infinitely more space in my spirit because I am showing up as myself every single day. So that has been truly, truly life-changing for me. And I have vowed to never go back to not being myself. If the gaze of whiteness does not approve of me, that is their problem. As it relates to stories, getting to the work of it, it is also incredibly refreshing to not have to convince people why certain stories are important. So I'll give you an example. Last week, there were 3 little girls who were murdered in Texas. They were sisters, all under the age of 9. They were found dead in July last summer, and it was declared a drowning. I remember reading about the story in the summer and thinking this is awful that these 3 sisters drowned, but it's a terrible tragedy. Fast forward to 8 months later, the district attorney in Cass County, Texas, says, oh, the autopsy actually revealed that these 3 girls were strangled. So you're telling me now that it took you either 8 months to figure out that these 3 babies had been murdered or to tell the public, and you've allowed a child killer to be on the loose for 8 months without informing the public of this. It took about a 1-sentence text message to our group, the news group text, to communicate this story, and everybody was equally outraged. I did not have to explain to them the issue with missing black girls not being taken seriously. I did not have to explain to them how egregious it was that this investigation was handled in this way, and that if these were 3 white siblings, the entire country would know them by name. So it allows us to really serve our audience, and I would appeal to all of you to support Black media. Support Black media by following Black media on social media. Follow those accounts. Comment, be engaged with the content. If there's something to subscribe to it, whether it's a newsletter or a YouTube channel. So this is action. If you want to see more of our stories being told the right way, we need you to show up for us, because we desperately want to show up for you.
Thank you, Mara. And James, you've spent the last few years really building Fox Soul from the ground up. I'd love to hear your philosophy. How do you find that right mix of programming that inspires, that uplifts, but also gets people to tune in and watch and continue to watch and engage?
Right. The main thing is being able to showcase the totality of the Black community. Because most times everywhere else they show one part of us. They don't show the excellence that we do every day. Outside of that, I wanted to make sure the one thing we've had, in my opinion, in the community is our voices have been muted for too long. So I wanted to unmute the voices, speak how we want to speak, let our emotions come out without anybody judging us or telling us what we can and can't say. And let's be honest, Fox Soul at Fox at that time wasn't the most popular thing in the world. But the one thing that was not going to happen was I was just going to be a black face and people that are not of the culture pulling the strings behind the scenes. That was not ever going to happen. And to their credit, they have not done that. They gave me their word, and we've been able to do the stories we want to do for our culture, for our community, but most importantly, show the diversity, the greatness of our culture, and not just the psychologically debilitating stuff that you see everywhere else.
Thank you, James. Jonathan, I want to talk a bit about election deniers. Traditionally, as journalists, we're trained to give candidates in a race, major candidates, equal time, equal coverage. How do you manage that when there are candidates who are questioning the validity of elections without any sort of proof whatsoever? How do you, and moving forward to 2024, how will you treat and cover those election deniers?
Oh, well, that's easy. The difference, we're both journalists, but you are a news side reporter. So you have to give equal time. You have to give voice to the other side. Lawrence and I, in the building, we're called perspective shows, but we are journalists who have the honor and the privilege of being able to say what we think after we've done all the reporting, during the interview. I will call out election deniers in a minute. If one would deign to come on my show, they would be put through their paces. You cannot, and also one, I don't know if I would have an election denier on my show because my show deals in facts. And if my show deals in facts and you watch Lawrence's show, an election denier wouldn't last 1 second on Lawrence's show. I think the one tiny silver lining from the Trump years is that I think it has stiffened the spine of fellow members of our profession to call out lies, falsehoods, wrongness. There's no longer this reticence to, for the most part, to give the other side a comment without saying, but that's a lie.
Yeah.
Or, no, Donald Trump didn't win the election. No, he didn't win Georgia. No, that wasn't a perfect phone call. And so I look forward to whatever election denier goes out there to try to run for office. As we saw in the midterm elections, they didn't do so well.
Yeah.
And I think, if anything, the midterm elections showed me, and I hope it showed everyone in this room and the folks who are watching, that the American people, the American electorate, is a lot more sophisticated and nuanced than we give them credit for. Yes. They saw the threats to democracy and they took them seriously. And it wasn't just Democrats, it wasn't just folks watching me and Lawrence, it was independents, it was Republicans who might like the policies of the Republican Party or Donald Trump, but they did not like what it meant for the country. And so it is my hope that we keep going down that road, that if there's an election denier on the ballot or they do something crazy, which I know is, it's the same thing, I will call it out. You have to. Our democracy is too important to stay silent on that.
Thank you. And Wes, I want to bring you back in the conversation. How have you been able to use data to really shine a light on criminal justice issues? And I'm going to tag another question onto that. I know you have been deep in reporting on so many police-involved killings and issues of police brutality. I also want to ask, how do you maintain your sanity? And how do you continue to protect yourself as a journalist while, bringing these stories to light, but also, you are a black man covering these issues?
It's really interesting, that second question we get a lot, especially from young folks who are coming up. This current generation thinks a lot about mental health and about work-life balance, all these things that didn't exist when I went to school, we didn't talk about, but I think it's a good thing that we talk about them now. I don't really know the answer to that question. I don't know that I have a good one, in part because I think that I came up in a tradition of black journalists who we understood that because we're a certain type of person in the room and there aren't very many of us, it's our job to tell these stories. And we'll deal with what that means for us personally when we're in a group, when we're in a room like this, right? But at work, it's our job to tell these stories, to do this work, to understand that unfortunately in too many newsrooms, in too much of the industry, there are not people at the table who are standing up for those women and those young girls who were murdered whose story isn't told, or the young woman who was killed down in Mexico and now it's been announced there are no charges, it was announced yesterday, or the young man in Florida who was elected to the school board after Amendment 4 passed that said formerly incarcerated people could now hold office, and Ron DeSantis came and intervened to kick him out, right? There were stories that we understood wouldn't otherwise be getting covered. And so I think that as it relates to data and this type of information, right, what we know as people whose stories often aren't covered and aren't told is that if people were willing to listen to us just because we told our stories and our experiences, these things would be known and it would have been believed a long time ago. There's been no lack of black people in our history trying to tell the truth about our own experiences. And so what I try to do with data and those criminal justice investigations is I always aim for a project, a story, where when I hit publish, whether it's about the number of people being killed by the police, whether it's about what happens to bad apple police officers, they get their jobs back, whether it's about murders going unsolved in black neighborhoods. When I hit publish, my goal is for my Twitter mentions to fill up with white people going, can you believe this? The police don't solve any murders. And black people going, look at the Washington Post. They discovered the police don't solve any murders. That's how I know I've chosen the right target, because what I've done is I've been able to find a story that we know and expose that to people who did not know about it. And so that's often how I try to think about it.
Thank you so much, Wes. And thank you to all of our panelists for being here. I have truly enjoyed this conversation. Wes, Mara, Leonard, James, Jonathan, Lawrence, we appreciate your time. And thank you all for spending some time with us. And I look forward to hearing all the rest of the panelists today as well.
Thank you.
appreciate you. Let's have your attention. Let us have your attention. That was invigorating, wasn't it? I didn't hear you. That was invigorating. One of the issues, everybody have your seat. I want everybody to have your seat. In about an hour, we're going to do this, and then we're going to have a talk with the mayor and Magic Johnson and I, and then we're going into a panel about public safety and social justice. Y'all got to calm down. I know I excite folks, but calm down. And because there are those that try to act like that we are, those of us that are for reform don't care about safety. And it becomes a political oxymoron because then they use crime against us and take away our power. And, you know, I am one that feels that we need to deal with the political victimization and the way they distort things. It's bad enough for people to distort us. It's worse when y'all start buying it. And where y'all start accepting the double standard. That's worse. You know, it's one thing, you know, when you go into political battle to get attacked by the enemy, but when you get shot down by friendly fire, that hurts even worse. And that's why I'm glad, and they're here early, that this afternoon among our guests is going to be the mayor of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot. Stand up. I wanted her to come and see what you just did without me telling you, that she's loved. We understand when they blame stuff on folks that's not at fault. She didn't start crime in Chicago. She inherited it and dealt with it, and people exploited that to do something to her. She got friends here. It's a disgrace what they did to you. It's a disgrace. And then talk about she wasn't affable enough. I mean, you wake up and everybody in town, including the Negro leadership, and I said Negro, she didn't. And they ask you why you didn't smile when you get to the office? I thought she was a lot nicer than I would have been. All right, let me go on with my program. One of the issues that has riveted the country is the issue of reproductive rights. And I think that it is not an issue of whether or not you believe in it. It's an issue of whether people have the right to exercise their choice. What I would advise my daughters, who are grown and probably won't take my advice anyway, is not would I have the right to legislate. And I think that because it's such an issue, we wanted someone right in the middle and the center of the debate to join me in a conversation for the next few minutes. They waited because we wanted to respect schedules, but they have a schedule. This is the first black woman to lead this organization, Planned Parenthood. Now let me tell you, she became president of this, first black. I've known her since she was a youth, and she was the executive director for Vote or Die with Puffy Combs when I ran for president. That's how long I've known her. And that was like, I ran about 17, 18 years ago. Obviously, I lost, so we'd be having this in the East Room at the White House. But she is a real activist and brought the sensitivity of our community to Planned Parenthood. She said, wait a minute, let me tell you something. A lot of people in my community are right about some of the history here. But we are a people that take things that were designed one way and make it work another. And that's the strength of this black woman. And I want to talk to her about where we are with reproductive rights. Give a hand to my friend and sister, Alexis McGill Johnson. Let me begin by asking you, first of all, thank you for being here and thank you for being patient.
Of course. No, as you said, we go back many years, and I'm just so deeply honored to be able to be here in community with you because you have been such a dear friend and mentor and, you know, thinker and supporter all through the journeys that I've taken.
Thank you. Well, the last ruling by this judge in Texas about the abortion pill, which many disproportionately in our community has used. What does the ruling mean? Explain that to our delegates.
The ruling today.
Yes. No, the original ruling.
Okay, so the first ruling last week on Good Friday
Right.
was essentially blocking the FDA's approval of mifepristone, which is one of the medications used. And, you know, the reality is you have one judge who is a conservative activist, a Trump-appointed judge, who decided that he knew better than the FDA. It is the FDA's job to decide which medication is safe and effective. And he decided that he knew better. And so essentially he created a stay, a 7-day period in which the government could appeal that ruling, the FDA could appeal that ruling. And a decision came down to the Fifth Circuit this morning, or in the middle of the dark night, which is how they do it.
Where are we now?
So the ruling that came down last night is confusing, and the headlines, I think, are very misleading. It's a complicated decision. Essentially, the headlines say that the drug is still available, but there are so many restrictions that were reintroduced that it's effectively rendered meaningless for patients who need access to care. And so it's a wolf in sheep's clothing. As far as we're concerned, it's catastrophic.
Why should we be concerned in the national civil rights, national African American community about this?
Because this is about, you know, as you said, it is about choice, but at the core, it is about freedom. Who gets to make decisions about our own bodies? And we know that our bodies have always been contested. And that's where I stand on this issue as a black woman, knowing that our bodies have always been contested and always been under threat of control. And when you have a decision, essentially these bans that we have seen, not just the overturning of Roe v. Wade, but the additional restrictions that we are seeing being put on place, whether or not people can travel across state lines to get access to care. To me, that is a state holding its citizens hostage. We know what that is. That is slavery. We see the fact that the maternal mortality rate in the black community is 3 times higher than it is for white women. And in cities like New York, it is 9 times higher.
Wow.
Right? So the reality is whether or not we are able to carry a pregnancy to term means that we are going to be more likely to be put in harm's way. And so I think our ability to make a decision as, you know, between, you know, me, my partner, my provider, my pastor, that's where the decision needs to lie, not with some Trump-appointed judge, and that's essentially where we are right now.
We hear it often said that black women are disproportionately impacted. Give us the data on that. What is that? How is that supported by the data?
We are living at the intersection of racism and sexism, lack of access to transportation, and so many other barriers. So the same states where we're seeing these significant abortion bans, there are 18 states that have now banned access to abortion across the country. That's 1 in 3 women who now has to travel out of state. That means they have to get access to child care. The majority of people who seek access are already parents, so they're just trying to control their family size so that they can provide, for the children, the families that they have. So that means they have to take off from work. That means they have to travel out of state. That means they could potentially be under criminalized threat because of, in fact, of the additional laws. And we will be more likely to be stopped on our way traveling out, more likely to be interrogated and asked questions about what we are doing. So the criminal effect, but we know these same states where we have these bans are also the same states with the highest maternal mortality rates. They're the same states that have the highest, the lowest child welfare rates, and so, or well-being rates. And so we know that, again, when we are impacted by these bans, and I think this is really important, when we are impacted by these bans, we know the harm that will happen to us. But the fact that so many people now across the country are going to be impacted by this. The Lancet Journal, which is a premier medical journal, after the leak of the Dobbs decision last year, had a cover story, and it said, "Women will die." And I said, they're already letting us die just by being pregnant. But now it means white women will die too. And that's why people are kind of up in arms. They haven't cared about our lives over the last however long. Now white women are in the middle of this. We are in a totally different conversation. And we are always the conscience of that conversation. That's why I think we have to care about it so much.
When it now has jumped the boundaries of just the African American women and has become one with white women, and they're outraged. I mean, they're voting, and we're voting. The Wisconsin vote said a lot in terms of this state Supreme Court justice who was supposed to lose one. What is the politics going into 2024 as far as you see in terms of how reproductive rights will be a driving political force?
Well, I think this is where we actually have to understand and stand in our power, because what we saw after the Dobbs decision came down in June, we won everywhere from Kansas to Kentucky to Michigan to Montana to Vermont to New York and California. We saw all of these ballot initiatives come on. And I'm going to say reproductive freedom helped save democracy. And it did so because we understood the fact that these freedoms are linked. Right? We understand that when you have one rogue judge, one activist judge in Texas who can overrule, and essentially mandate medication and medicine for an entire country, when the majority of people support being able to make the decisions by themselves, that is a crisis of democracy. It's not just a crisis of healthcare, which it is, but it's a crisis of democracy. And I think that when the opposition has continued to double down, these same states that have these abortion restrictions are also the same states that have voting rights restrictions. They're the same states that are not allowing us to teach history accurately in school. They're the same states that are banning our ability to live free, authentic lives. And so we know that this is also a bipartisan issue. It's a multi-generational issue. We know Black community, the data that we have seen has had increasing support, because we understand that the threats to our bodies and the threats to our vote and the threats to our voices are all linked, because they are trying to, essentially lock in power and control for the next generation. That's what the fight is.
What always confuses me is how people are pro-life until I'm born. They want me to be born, and the minute I'm born, they cut off child care, they cut off prenatal care, they cut off public education. So they are not pro-life, they are pro-pregnancy.
There you go. That's right. They are pro-pregnancy, they are pro-birth, and they're pro-forced pregnancy. And again, these are the same states that don't expand Medicaid, and they don't expand, they're leaving billions of dollars on the table. Billions of dollars on the table. Because they actually don't want to invest in communities. They don't want to invest in families. They don't want to invest in paid leave. They don't want to invest in anything other than power and control.
And I think that as a political issue in the black community, that we need to understand that this is not where they try to frame it, which is why we wanted you here today to give clarity to this.
Yeah, that's right. This is about freedoms. You talked about 24. They're proposing a national ban, right? A national ban. We have seen story after story of young women, of young black women, actually. There's an incredible story in the Washington Post this past week of 2 black women friends who were pregnant at the same time, planning for their pregnancies, and they both had, instances where the pregnancies were no longer viable. They were sent home from the hospital and told to wait until sepsis set in because they couldn't provide the care that they needed.
Wow.
In Florida. So when you are banning people from getting access to care after 6 weeks, when most people don't even know that they are pregnant, when you are banning people late in term, when they have no viable solutions, and you're saying go home and wait until, and so what does that mean? Does that mean, I have an hour to get back to the hospital, 45 minutes? No, it means, and you have to wait to find the signs, and you have doctors who are confused because they don't know what they can do to help. Doctors who are turning themselves into lawyers because they don't know how to help. Administrators who are going to their own insurers to figure out whether they can provide the care. So do you want your doctor in that moment to go consult a lawyer before they provide the care, or actually treat the emergent situation as it is? That's what we are facing, and our bodies in hospitals are already under threat of bias.
Yeah.
They're under threat of discrimination. They don't see that pain.
And I noticed even when we had the Texas judge rule against the pill, the abortion pill, I was in a discussion with some of the ministers, and one of the ministers is pro-life and said that, well, they should ban the pill. I said, but the issue that I have is that we keep putting all the onus on women, like they get pregnant by themselves. Why, if you gonna ban the abortion pill, why don't you ban the blue pill, Viagra? I mean, that would cut down a lot of pregnancies. I didn't hear a lot of men start clapping on that one. Only the women stood up and clapped on that. All right. I want to thank you for breaking in your schedule and sharing with us. Give her a big hand.
Thank you.
Alexis McGill Johnson. All right. Let us move on to our fireside chat, and it will be an interesting few minutes that will put clarity. One of the things that we want to do is so you understand the thoughts and the lineage of where National Action Network comes from. And Jeff, y'all give me this seat right here. Junior, come sit right up here. This is my younger brother. Yeah, you. This is my young brother, Jesse Jackson Jr. Give him a big hand. He's home at National Action Network. We are a growth of his father's work and Dr. King's work, and I'm proud of that. And I I mean, you know, Jesse don't need to be on the sidelines at a NAN convention. All right. You heard Andrew Young quoting his book, and I had him on my television show about that book. And we just family. All right. To have this discussion, we have one of the most, I think, proficient journalists that is out here today. She is the White House correspondent for American Urban Radio. Let us welcome to the stage our own Ebony McMorris. Come on, y'all can do better than that. And it will be a discussion with me and one of the most prolific and most, I think, brilliant scholars of all times. But certainly he is the thinker, philosopher, public intellectual, Socrates of our time. And that somebody told me that they've not seen someone that can go from Princeton to Georgetown to Vanderbilt and be whatever. I said, no, Vanderbilt and Princeton and the one in Washington, Georgetown. He didn't go to them, they came to him. Because of his brilliance, his eloquence, his insight, and his eyesight, let's welcome back to NAN's convention, Dr. Michael Eric Dyson.
Top five, baby.
Well, it is truly an honor to be here at this conference. And let me just begin by quoting our brother, Representative Justin Pearson, who just recently said, "They tried to expel the people's vote, but they awakened a sleeping giant." I love it. It is also an honor to moderate this chat and represent American Urban Radio Network, led by our president, CEO Chesley Maddox Dorsey. AURN is Black owned and operated. There she is. Let's give a round. We're celebrating 50 years and 30 years in the White House. Let me tell you, I can count on one hand how many Black owned and operated stations are sitting in that briefing room, and that is a problem. But just like Allison Dunnigan, who was the first White House correspondent, she said, while the role of the Black press is that of objectively reporting the news as it happens, it has another function equally as important, and that is fighting oppression. Amen, y'all? So let me get started as I sit in between these two titans and giants and fearless leaders. Rev, I want to start by saying that the date of this conference is more providential than coincidental. To both Rev Sharpton and Dr. Dyson, it's quite telling and perhaps even destined that as we gather here today to discuss the pathway forward in social justice, we are witnessing two significant events occurring, not far from here. The one, President Trump being deposed in this $250 million civil suit brought on by New York Attorney General Letitia James, a Black woman. And on the other hand, we see Justin Pearson being sworn back into office in Tennessee, where we saw the blatant disrespectful display of racism while ignoring and trying to overshadow the loss of lives due to gun violence. My question to both of you, and Rev, I'll start with you, is how do these simultaneous events serve as a reflection and the challenge we face in the pursuit of justice, and what can it teach us about our next steps?
Well, I think that it instructs us in several ways. One, the reason that Trump is being deposed by Tish James is because we elected Tish James.
Come on.
Right.
For all of those that say voting doesn't matter, it is my contention that if you had another attorney general there, they would not have gone after Donald Trump. The things that Donald Trump is being accused of in the lawsuit goes back many years. Defrauding banks, misrepresentation of things, getting loans when you really didn't have what you claim you had over many years. Well, the real question is, why was he allowed to do this many years and the other attorney generals didn't go after him? So you need to have people in office that protect the interests of the people of the state, not protect the interests of their friends. So that's one. The power to vote also is in Justin Pearson being sworn back in, because the people there that voted for Justin Pearson and Justin Jones were saying you cannot flip our vote, put somebody in temporary until you have a special election. We decided this. And in case y'all didn't notice, let's remember now, it was the city council in Shelby County decided this in Memphis on Pearson. It was the Nashville City Council decided they have to get elected. So they didn't do it because they are such champions of justice. They did it because the voters would have voted against them if they did not replace them. When we did the fight and continue to fight for Tyrese Nichols, and many of you saw Tyrese Nichols' parents were here yesterday and they're still here. Well, Tyrese Nichols and his parents live in Pearson's district. When I went and did the protest down in Memphis, and then I did the funeral and eulogy, Pearson was there. So these are not people disconnected from the community. They were voted on by the community. What we must not get caught asleep on, is very important for the delegates here around the country, is we must not celebrate the renomination and the swearing in of Pearson and Jones as the victory. The victory is dealing with the gun legislation.
Yes.
They will give you, okay, fine, they reinstated. That's what I'm looking for. They reinstated, so y'all shut up. No, why did you put them out?
Right.
About them protesting guns.
Right.
That's
Republicans
the
made
issue.
it a race issue.
And a lot of us miss the forest for the trees. Oh, we got them reinstated, move on to something else. But they still got guns in Tennessee and all over. That's what they were, in many ways, expelled about. Don't forget now, the real danger, the real fear to me, is when you see a white Christian school shot up. 6 people dead. 3 of them 9 years old. White babies that look like their children and grandchildren, and they still won't change the gun law. They've gone to a point of no return. We must have a political movement that takes them out of office. Them are not black kids now.
Right, right.
And the untold story is these 2 black legislators stood up for their kids when they wouldn't stand up for their kids.
It's hot in here. It's hot. Dr. Dyson.
Amen.
He says Sunday's coming. I think it's here. Dr. Dyson.
Yes, ma'am. What do you want me to?
In light of that, when we look at these 2 things happening at the same time, how should we look at the challenges? Same question that we're facing when it comes to the issues and about justice, and what does it teach us as far as the steps, right? How do we turn this not into just this moment, but keep this movement going?
So, Donald Trump being deposed, and
when we look at who's these two items, these two things happening simultaneously.
The two things being?
Pearson.
Right.
And yes.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. First of all,
It's a whole list of things that we can say that's happening right now, honestly.
Ain't no
right.
doubt. It's great to be here with you, an extraordinary journalist, and the Reverend Dr. Professor Alfred Sharpton, all right? Now, y'all get your own list. Here's my top 5 all time. Martin Luther King Jr., Frederick Douglass, Jesse Jackson, Harriet Tubman, Al Sharpton. Top 5, undisputed. You don't like it, get your own list. He done earned his way there. Television host, civil rights leader, radio show host, head of a national civil rights organization, advocate for the poor, prophetic professor and preacher. This man is our golden symbol and standard.
I think we should raise an offering for Dr. Dyson. When a man preaches, he ought to get paid.
Well, and thinking about, look, and I agree with Reverend Sharpton on 99.9%. Banning the blue pill, he got me nervous. So, I'm talking about the Matrix. What y'all talking about?
Right.
So, as Reverend Sharpton brilliantly said, when we talk about Donald Trump not being held to account, a churlish, petulant, insouciant, demagogic, autocratic, fascist, then we have to understand, as Reverend Sharpton said, when you look at the 5 cases being brought against him by attorneys general, 3 of them are black, right? They ain't got there by singing. They ain't got there by dancing. They ain't got there by outperforming somebody. They got there because they were voted into office. And for all you folk who say, oh, it don't make no difference, I didn't get the outcome I wanted, understand what the right wing has been doing. They've been laying in wait for 50 years to overturn Roe versus Wade. And we can't stand in line for hours to make a decision. Is it wrong that we have to stand in line? Yes. Is it wrong that we can't be given water in some states while we're standing there? Yes. Is it wrong that they deny us supplements and victuals while we stand there? Yes. But you come from a people when they gave them jelly bean tests. They gave them poll taxes. They gave them literacy tests. They were slapping them and murdering them. And despite that, they dimpled that chair, they pulled that lever, and they put folk into office. Shame on you if you allow Negroes from 50 years ago to outvote you in your comfort of your own particular situation right now. Now, so to answer your question, when you got the young Justins, right? Jones and Pearson. And Rev, I'm in Nashville right now, teaching at Vanderbilt. And I'm glad I'm there to witness firsthand. I spoke at the rally. I stood in league with these young men because they're extraordinary. And I think that their emergence is the reemergence of our appreciation for the fact you can't stop what God intends, right? Now, Reverend Sharpton, here's the irony. In 1955 and 56, when the bus boycott was going on in Montgomery, all the Negroes wanted, remember initially, was when the white folk got up out of the white section, if nobody was sitting in their seats, let the Negroes sit down. They didn't even want to give us that. So what did we have to do? Took it to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court did a far more radical, revolutionary thing than the white folk wanted, than the black folk wanted. And if the white folk had just done what the Negroes had asked it them, they wouldn't have been in for a social change. Just to show you, God will speak up from Washington, D.C. God will speak up from New York City. God will speak up from Nashville, Tennessee. God has no fixation on location or geography. The voice of God amplifies throughout the universe. Now, finally, I must say this, that these two events are signal, because you got a mediocre white man who don't know 25 words. Bad, sad, see Dick run.
Dr. Seuss.
Right? Don't know no words. And mad that the man who had the job before him read whole books. Some he ain't even wrote. But this man has been jealous of black people from the beginning. This man has been nasty toward black people from the beginning. This man that tried to keep us from real estate from the very beginning. The Exonerated Five talking about them. So now, when Martin Luther King Jr.'s bus was in the White House and Joe Biden put it back in because Obama had it there, and when Trump came in, he put the bust of King away. Now on King's anniversary, the 55th, the President of the United States named Donald Trump got busted. So King had a sense of justice returning to the real. That's what I think about that.
I think we can clearly say that the doors of the church are now open. If you don't know, now you know. Rev, a lot of times we hear people talk about this resurgence of white supremacy. I feel like it's never left, it's only shape-shifted. You know, for example, we don't drink from fountains that say black only, but yet there's a staggering percentage of poisoned water in black communities. Even when it comes to our neighborhoods, the mortgage doesn't say, or neighborhoods for blacks only, but we continue to deal with redlining and segregation in our communities. So we're talking about the legacy and the impact of NAN and the work that you've done. In this time, what is it that you want to encourage because of the success of NAN and what you've done in communities? Many of you, how many of you are part of other organizations, you're leaders and activists in your communities, and they're saying, okay, Rev, you've laid out a blueprint. How can we go forward? What are some things that you can tell them, some strategies?
Well, see, I think that one of the things that we get confused is that it's like a highway. There are different lanes on a highway, but we all are headed the same place.
That is.
And sometimes we get to arguing between lanes rather than to go for our destination. We had in the post-slavery days, we had Frederick Douglass, we had Blyden, we had Henry Garrett, we had Martin Delaney,
yes,
all at the same time. In the early 20th century, we had the NAACP formed, Urban League formed, Du Bois was there, Garvey came by 1917, all at the same time. In the 60s, we romanticized the 60s. We had Dr. King in the South, Malcolm in the North, Adam Clayton Powell in Congress, Thurgood Marshall on the Supreme Court, Fannie Lou Hamer in Mississippi, Gloria Richardson in North Carolina, all at the same time. So how do we get to the 21st century with all of the now social media that we didn't have? We got cell phones, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. We got 100 cable stations, and now all of a sudden we can't have one Negro talk at a time.
Come on.
We have never been one way. So the conflict is not between organizations. The conflict is between understanding.
Good God Almighty.
What we do started in the black church, rooted in the nonviolent direct action philosophy of Dr. King, is we keep that lane going. I was trained by her father, Dr. William Augustus Jones, and his father, Jesse Jackson. I didn't jump up here with a tracksuit and did this. I was trained how to do this.
Good God.
That's why I've been able to do it longer and stronger than anybody in the country. Whether y'all like my hair or not, y'all like what I did.
Come on, Doc. Yeah, Lord.
And most folk that didn't like my hair was bald-headed anyway.
Now, I didn't know it was going to be like this today.
So what Nan is saying is that the direct action moves that worked from the whole beginning of our lane till now is our job. That's why we took 200,000 people in a pandemic to Washington about George Floyd. Largest march during the George Floyd era was what Nan did on August 28, 2020. Is that not right? 200,000 people when they told us it'd be a super spreader. And we went and nobody caught COVID and there was no super spreader because God is part of what we do. You go to a basement party and get COVID, and we have 200,000 people out in front of Lincoln Memorial, and everybody go home all right.
Yeah.
And the same thing, the reason why, you saw the victims up here yesterday, reason why folk call us is one, I tell this to a lot of activists, and Dyson has heard me say this. People say to me, I got the grassroots so-and-so. First of all, there's nothing more grassroots than grandma in a storefront church on a Sunday morning.
Yes.
Right.
Let's not isolate what grassroots is. There's a difference between grassroots and dirt. Grassroots is planted in dirt. Some of y'all just dirty calling yourself grassroots. And what I mean dirty, all you do is come to disrupt and confuse. That's dirty, that ain't grassroots. You're not helping nobody. The reason why people call us is one, because we got somewhere to call.
Yes.
We got guys in Harlem say, I don't understand why they always calling you Sharpton. I said, well, let me ask them, where's your headquarters? He said, well, I don't have one. Well, that's why they call me. They got an office to call. Let's start with a telephone.
Doctor.
Secondly, we respond and we come where we will agitate, march, keep their issue out there, and help them pay for the funeral. We service people. We were taught, Junior and I coming up, service is power. Yes. If you serve people, they will work with you because they know where the service comes from. This ain't rocket scientists, it's basic organizing. Yeah. And that's what we do. And as you look at this crowd, Nan does it better than anybody in the country
Come
right
on,
now.
Doctor. Oh, yeah.
My God. Some things you just gotta let simmer for a second. God says that He said, I'm doing a new thing in this season. Do you not perceive it? Dr. Dyson, your book, Tears We Cannot Stop, a sermon to white America, resonated with so many people. But in the book, you urge white Americans to confront the reality of systematic racism and their role in perpetuating it. How do you think the white allies can be even more effective in helping to address and dismantle their own biases and privileges, and what actions need to be taken to create this solidarity?
Yes, ma'am, that's a great point. I want to say this about Reverend Sharpton's hair. I love his press and curl. He presses white supremacy every day, and he curls his arms to cock back and deliver a blow against intelligent, unintelligence, and white supremacy. I love that kind of press and curl for sure. His hair got more bounce than half the Negroes we got in America. So if you put a silhouette against Sharpton, it'll look like George Washington. He's just going old school in terms of the presidency of the United States of America. Now, let me say this. white allies are critical. And what I love about black folk, especially black folk of a certain age, they don't be expecting white folk to be perfect. Some of our younger brothers and sisters, I love them. But like when they were mad at Biden for busing and mad at Biden for the crime bill, dog, older black people like, what white folk you know that wasn't down with them? We talking about what he done lately. He stood by a black man in the White House for 8 years and was his loyal defender. So you don't want to play cancel culture. Because cancel culture and zero tolerance are right-wing inventions, trying to keep black folk in prison and kick them out of school. So when we get white allies, it's not that we're not expecting much of them and demanding much of them, but don't demand perfection. If they make a mistake and they serious and they apologize, let's move forward. Now, having said that, we got to hold them accountable. And white allies are extremely important, and there are levels to this, right? You can be in the entry level where you just say, I feel your pain. You can be a little bit more serious when you are involved in corporate America and you say, I'm gonna give a blank on the Instagram that's dark and I identify with you, that's cool. Then there's another level when you in corporate America and you say we're gonna pledge after George Floyd $2 to $3 to $4 million, that's one thing. But then at the height of that is to put your mouth and your flesh in the same space and begin to march, to begin to articulate our ideals, begin to not only give in terms of economic prosperity, but to challenge other white folk yourself.
Yes.
Don't wait for Reverend Sharpton to stand up. When you go home for Thanksgiving, talk to Granny after you eat your meal. And then talk to your cousins and them and challenge them in their face about what they're doing that is vicious, that is invidious, that is destructive. And at the end of the day, work with black folk, Latinos, Native people, and indigenous folk to make this a better world. There were many places, and I'll end here, on the George Floyd March where white folk were marching nearly by themselves. They were talking about Black Lives Matter. It'd be 1,000 white folk and one Negro. That's what I'm talking about. Get up and represent us. And when you represent us in our absence, when we are present, we'll be stronger because you've challenged the white supremacy that is the source of your own identity and your birth as well.
Let's give Dr. Dyson a round of applause. Let's give Reverend Sharpton a round of applause. And thank you, Rev, for the work that you are doing. I want to remind people, if you have not checked out Loudmouth on Hulu, which is a documentary on Rev Sharpton, please make sure you do so. My name's Ebony McMorris with AURN. It has been my pleasure.
Let's stay a minute. Let me, as I get ready to segue into the next, have your seats. Before we get into the business side, I wanted to have a discussion on what made people that have arrived at where they've arrived. And I have two people that I'm going to, for a few minutes, conduct a fireside chat. Two champions. A man that rose in this time to be a political champion unparalleled on the scene. A man that we have seen stand up to those on the right and the left. I tell a story all the time when we started National Action Network and had to incorporate and get 5 people to sign. One was a black cop from Brooklyn, signed as one of the originators of this organization. Don't take that for granted. Many of you are from out of town. By a black cop signing to be an incorporator of NAN, when the PBA and others were our avowed enemies, took courage. He went ahead and formed 100 Blacks in Law Enforcement and built his way to being where he is. The last time we had a black mayor in New York was 1989 when we elected one. It took us 33 years. 33 years with all that throwing up your fists and all of that taken to the streets, and whose streets? Our street. It took us 33 years to take City Hall. And if you think we're going to let some wolf tickets and the editorial board take it back, I bring you a champion from the bottom to the top, Mayor of the City of New York, Eric Adams. I saw you yesterday. I had to go in the closet. And to share this discussion is a brother that came out of Michigan and made up his mind that he was going to be a superstar. He had a father that encouraged him, a community that surrounded him. And he went on to be one of the greatest basketball players of all time. In fact, he was so good. It's good to be ordinary, so you're not beneath what is expected. It's even better to be extraordinary. But it's another thing when you break through extraordinary and become magic. And that's what he became. But then he not only stopped there when he put the ball down. A lot of folk don't know when to leave. He picked up another ball and started building businesses, Starbucks, movie theaters. Now he's redoing airports. It's magic what he's doing in black business. I bring the National Action Network, our friend, our brother, the Magic Man, Irvin Magic Johnson. Let me say, we're going to have this fireside chat for a few minutes, and then Magic's going to transition into our panel to talk about business. And then the mayor's going to come back down. He has other mayors here, Mayor Lightfoot and others here, talk about public safety. And we have the women's luncheon starting on the other side. We've got a lot of stuff going up in here. I want to start by asking both of these champions, what was the impetus, what was the thing that clicked in your head and at what age that made you decide to go on and try and be what you became? Let me start with you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I think that...
Needs sound.
There were a few benchmarks, but one of them was significant when a young man named Clifford Glover was killed in South Jamaica, Queens, a 10-year-old boy. He was shot by Officer Shea, who was later found not guilty. And then immediately, sometimes around that, Arthur Miller was a businessman that died from a chokehold on Nostrand Avenue in Brooklyn. And then the Randolph Evans incident. And then Reverend Herbert Daughtry brought 13 of us to the House of the Lord Church and gave us our assignments. I was a computer programmer. I was not going into law enforcement. And he told us he wanted us to go in and go into law enforcement and fight from within, because he said it can't be just about those outside. We need folks inside. And it probably was one of the most pivotal moments for me to go in with that real mission. and just really fulfilled that. And then the second, probably most significant moment was 32 years ago when we sat down and you said, I need you to be one of the 5 of the original incorporation papers and joining NAN. And from that day on, we said January 1st, 2022, I'll become the mayor of the city of New York, and we're here.
All right. Magic, what was your moment?
Well, I think first of all, Rev, let me just say, starting off with my father, my father worked for General Motors for 30 years, never missed a day, never was late. So he won an award for that, right? So, but also with 10 kids, he had to take on a second job. So we had a trash hauling service. So we would go pick up people's trash back in Michigan. So every day in the summer, I was on that truck with him, but in the wintertime, I would go on Saturdays with him. And the thing that really changed my life one day was we had a snowstorm in Michigan. I thought we wasn't going on that truck that day. He said, oh, no, we still going to pick up this people's trash. So my job, Rev, was to get all the loose trash around the barrel. My father would pick up the barrel, very strong man. So it was about 7 below and too cold for a 15-year-old boy to be out there in that cold. So I did the job halfway and I ran back, got in the cabin and got warm. By the time I thought I closed the door, my father stopped the door from closing, grabbed me by my collar and dragged me through that snow back to them barrels and said, son, if you do this job halfway, everything in life you're gonna do halfway. And so that's education, that's basketball. That changed my life. And then a year later, I met 2 African-American men who changed my dreams. Joe Ferguson and Greg Eaton, who you know well, back in Lansing, Michigan, showed me that black men and black people could own businesses. And I said, wow, I just don't want to play in the NBA anymore. I want to become a businessman. But I had to see them 2 in that role first. They gave me my first real job. And I cleaned one of the office buildings that they owned. And 7 floors. I remember going up to the 7th floor, Rev, and I would sit up there, man, and I would bust in the office, the CEO office, like it was my office. And I would dream for about 2 hours like I really had an assistant out front. And I would hit the intercom button. I said, Aisha, can you bring me some coffee and donuts in the day's paper? So I want to tell everybody here this. Just because I was poor, I didn't have poor dreams. And I figured out a strategy and a way to make sure that I got to where I am today. But I give credit to Joe Ferguson and Greg Eaton. And a lot of times we forget our role models are sitting right in our community.
That's right.
We forget that.
That's right.
So remember that. That's why Reverend Sharpton is so powerful and wonderful for all of us, not here in New York, but around this country and around the world, because he's opened up opportunities for all of us.
That's right.
And you have one of the greatest mayors that's ever lived. And so this is our time. I want to say this real quick. This is our moment in our time, and we got to take advantage of it now. So remember that. This is our moment.
Yeah, and if I
Go ahead.
If I can say that dad lesson, I've always enjoyed being out at night. And I remember one day coming home late and in the bed sleeping, then I felt someone standing over me, looking at me. And I looked up and I saw my dad. He said, you were hanging out with the boys last night, huh? And I said, yes, trying to get back to sleep. He said, now get up with the men.
I hadn't heard you tell that one. We often talk in New York and in other cities that we have power and position, Mr. Mayor, that we've never dreamed of. Right now, the mayor of the 4 largest cities in America are black.
That's right.
Mayor of New York, Mayor of Chicago, Mayor of LA, Mayor of Houston. Mayor of Chicago is here. She's on the way out of office, but she's here. We'll hear from her and a couple of mayors. We have blacks in state office.
You're right.
We have 58 black members of Congress. Hakeem Jeffries was with us last night. In New York, to get local,
That's right.
we have a black mayor, black police commissioner, people of color DAs in 3 of the 5 boroughs, black state attorney general. We have the black majority leader of the New York State Senate, black speaker of the New York Assembly, black U.S. attorney in the Southern District, black U.S. attorney in the Eastern District, black U.S. attorney in the Northern District. Adam Creighton Powell could have never dreamed of this kind of power in New York.
That's right. That's right.
With that power, what, Mr. Mayor, should we be looking at in terms of business? We talked about policing, we talked about, if we end this and we still are just paying rent and hoping folk don't gentrify us out our neighborhood, that's on us.
That's right.
If we are worried about them charging us too much for coffee, trying to buy a $5 latte and don't have a job, that's on us. So what should we be using this power to deal with our business interests? Because unless we have economic power, our political power can't last.
That's it right there.
Well said. And you know, we talk about the layers of those who are elected, but there's another layer that people often miss. Those are the individuals who are in charge of committees. They're committee chairs, the Labor Committee, the Education Committee, the Housing Committee, the Law Enforcement Committee, Public Safety Committee. And those committees, no law is passed without going through those committees. And the committee chairs are overwhelmingly black and brown people. And so the power is just unbelievable. We never fathomed to have this level of power. What we must do right now is create a real urban agenda. And that is something that you and I talked about and we're looking to dig into even more. But it must be a blueprint. My first deputy mayor, Sheena Wright, always states, you can't have a scatter and pray mindset.
That's right.
Magic did not win all of those championship rings without having a playbook to execute the play. Everyone didn't get on the court and just run around and do whatever they want. You executed plays. It's time for us to create a blueprint to economic development, and the people with the expertise should be playing out their role. Public safety plays into economic development. Education plays into economic development. You know, those of our brothers and sisters who are deep into understanding finance should sit down and put their role in the blueprint. So we can't have those that don't have the knowledge and expertise in the particular role they're playing coming up with the ideas that they know nothing about. Everyone should be assigned their role and come together with one blueprint, one document of how do we really move the needle on economic development. And that's what we need to do together.
Magic, you have used your earned celebrity to leverage it into business. Where do we have the nexus of business and political power, and where do you see as a practicing developer and entrepreneur that one must now put the axes together and have our politics and our movements, our civil rights movements, also complement our economic independence and power?
Well, what we're talking about is building black wealth, right? And so the private sector and the public sector got to come together, right, and work well together. And that's why we're leaning on you so much, Reverend Al. And it's important that the mayor is sitting here. And he has, you know, to control this city and the spending power and all that. But let me just speak from our side of it. First of all, we got to work better together as black people. No, we got to work better together. The only way this is going to work is that we work together. And so if we can do that, then we can build black wealth. But let me just say this, and I get mad when we get our opportunity. Remember this, it's so important. When we get our opportunity, we have got to deliver. It's so important when we get that contract from the city, or Rev fight for us to have all these opportunities, and Nan fights for us, and then they put us in a position that we get those contracts. We have got to over-deliver, right? We have got to win. Let me just tell you what happened to me real quick. It didn't matter that I was Magic Johnson when I went to go get money, raise money for one of my funds. I went up to CalPERS and CalSTRS, that's in Sacramento, California. They turned me down 5 straight years. Now, I had a track record of success. I had the movie theaters in Harlem and all over the country. I had Starbucks. I built 125 Starbucks in this country in 40 different markets. But pension funds was not ready to invest not only in me, but in all of you in urban America. But that final year, the next year, they finally said yes. They gave me $50 million. Now, I wasn't going to be successful just for me. It was for all of you, because if I had failed, nobody could come behind me. So that's why I'm trying to be successful, is to open up doors for all of you and all of us so that we can, if I'm successful, then they're going to give money to the next minority and the next African American and the next one, and on and on and on. So when you get this opportunity, everybody out here, you got to be successful, not just for yourself, but for those who are coming behind you. Okay? That's what I wanted to say, because I get mad sometimes, Rev, when we get that opportunity and then we blow it. And then we blow it on things that you knew you shouldn't be spending your money on. Changing your zip code and... one more second. I gotta hit them with this one second. Shh. I want everybody quiet on this. This is very important. The first Starbucks was with my money. The second one, because of the success of the first one, I didn't take no money. I let the first one build the second one. I let the second one build the third one. Didn't take no money. So on and on and on. I didn't take any money until we built the 50th store. Let them keep building. I needed scale. So that's very important that we understand you want to build scale. You want to have a lot of stores. That's when you change your life in the community, because now you also putting a lot of people to work that look like you.
Right.
And then the last note I'm going to give you, because I got to give it back to the mayor. The mayor is very important, very important. Make sure you have expertise. You got to hire people with expertise.
Right.
And the second one, make sure you invest in technology in your business. It's very important that you streamline your business, because it's not enough to now put it on paper anymore. You got to have computers. You got to have technology. And I'm telling you this because I do it myself. So make sure, if anything you do, you got to invest in the latest technology. It's going to help you and increase your bottom line. Trust me.
Well said. If I could just dissect, let's take what Brother Magic just stated, and let's dissect it for a moment. Trying to get loans, pension funds, political. Politics, controller, those who control our multi-billion-dollar pension funds and investments, that is a political position. You elect the controller of where you're going to place land, how you're going to build out that land, how you're going to rezone that land, political. Are you going to have young people prepared to do the technology and the expertise? That's why I have Chancellor Banks building out our pipeline of education so our children are prepared to fill those jobs. How do we get to Chancellor? By electing a mayor that understood the Chancellor must understand the people that he's trying to save and bring in the right direction. So when you dissect the story that Brother Johnson gave us, you see the intersectionality of how politics play a role in how do we even look at, do we get access to capital? Do we get the properties that are available? Do we have the young people available to fill some of the jobs that are there? If we don't connect agitation, negotiation, legislation together, then we're going to be wandering in the wilderness and we're never going to get the productivity that we're looking for.
And Reverend Al, everybody understand what those contracts are with the city and understand how you have to go after those contracts. See, we can't complain if we don't know what it takes to get the contract.
That's right.
So that's very important as well. I just wanted to.
And when we get in the room, as Eric can tell you as we wind down, we got to address real issues, including economic issues.
That's right.
I remember about 25, 26 years ago, we were getting ready to help support the Million Man March. And we started telling everybody, you got to support the march, when all of us got on board. We went and met with the state controller, Eric, and I'll never forget, I'm sitting there getting ready to ask him how much of the state pension funds would he invest with black money managers. One of the so-called, I call y'all dirty rather than grassroots, there's a difference between dirt and grassroots. Some folk just dirty. Others are grassroots. We planted in something. And one of the dirty activists said, we want to know if you're going to support the Million Man March. I said, I don't care if he supports the Million Man March.
Right.
He's over the pension fund.
Right.
You come in here to ask this guy who's white and remove him out of community. It's easy for him to say, yep, I support y'all to turn to each other. Now get out of my office so he can cut the deals across town. The way to support our march is to do business with us.
There you go.
That's right, brother. That's right. And bringing in, that's such an important story, because if I'm going to roll in, I'm going to roll deep with my expertise. And people are willing to give us a meeting when we're asking for crumbs. But when you come in with your expertise, I just brought on Mike Gardner, who's my chief diversity officer.
He's here. Stand up, Mike.
We have over $20 billion in procurement for goods and services. We need toilet tissue for our city services. We need soap to clean your hands. We need Clorox to clean the halls. We're spending billions of dollars for the asylum seekers and the migrants. We should be supplying that food. Jerk chicken is just as good as someone else's food. So we need to dissect where the money is being spent and then create the contracts based on that. And we sat down with Magic a few weeks ago to talk about what he's doing at JFK Airport. August Martin, the chancellor, went over to August Martin after the meeting because August Martin is right close to the airport. Those are thousands of jobs that people can fill, now young people could fill. And so our role is to dissect how we're spending the money, then make sure those who are doing business with the city buy into the Maynard Jackson philosophy. You come to my city and doing business, you must make sure you are employing locally the people in the city.
There you go. There you go, right there.
And let me say this. In line with what the mayor's saying, that I remember in 2001, I went to Vieques, Puerto Rico, to join the protest with 3 of our Latino elected officials protesting the Navy bombing in Vieques. And we went, had this civil disobedience, climbed through the Navy fence, sat down. They arrested us as we knew. Got to court, and I'm standing with the Latinos because they stood with us. When we did Amadou Diallo the year before, Latino elected officials laid down in front of police headquarters us and went to jail. So I figured we would do our support for them, Magic. Little did I know that when we got to court, they got 40 days, I got 90 days. I said something about this coalition ain't working out. But I digress. I'm still trying to recover 21 years later from that 90 days. But the thing that occurred to me, Mayor Eric Adams, is that when I was in jail, a large percentage of the people in jail are black and Latino. But none of us get the contract for the toilet paper.
That's right. That's right.
Wow.
Or the comment. I mean, we in the jail.
Right.
And I said, well, who got the contract on the toilet paper?
Right.
Who makes the forks and the knives? And
right.
We never look at that. We so busy on trying to get out. Right. I start asking who got in.
Right. That's right. That's right.
Because this is millions of dollars.
Billions.
Billions of dollars.
Yes.
Federally funded.
Right.
So when we meet with our congresspeople and senators, we need to be talking about not only are we disproportionately the inmates, we're disproportionately not getting the contract.
There you go.
Right. That's right. And that's why people ask all the time, why are you always under fire? It's because they know the gig is up with me. They know I know how to follow where the resources are coming from, and I am going to the crevices of this problem. So if we want real empowerment, we should not only be talking about closing Rikers, we need to close the pipeline that feeds Rikers and make sure that we're not creating a bunch of mini Rikers.
That's right.
That's right. All right, let's give a hand. Mayor Eric Adams, Magic Johnson. You stay here. All right, all right.
Oh, you gotta get on.
You get in the middle, you can talk.
You want to?
Yeah, we're free right here.
Right here? This good?
He cheating. All right, Carol Wallace, come on up. Bring your panel. All right. Tell them I'm coming right now.
I'm right here. Right there. I'm down.
You got started.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. All right, thank you.
Okay, if everybody could take their seats. Yes. Can you take your seats, please? Okay, if everybody can take their seats. We are getting ready to start the multi-billion-dollar dream come true. So this is part 2 of what Reverend Sharpton just talked about. And you'll want to hear about this as, again, you've never been in a room where there is several $billion waiting for you. And these black men on the stage are the ones that are committed to getting it into your hands. So please take your seats so we can get started. Yeah. Okay, so I'm Cara Wallace. I'm Senior Advisor to Reverend Sharpton on all things economic justice. And I am very excited to be here today because I think this is just, again, like I said, the most powerful panel that you're going to see at this convention. And that's just me saying it. Anytime you have this many zeros that we're talking about, and these men are in control of them, again, it's a new day here across the nation. So, all right. So what I want to do is I'm actually going to let the panelists introduce themselves, but in the context of their background and important parts of their story that you need to hear. And I'm actually going to start with Irvin again because you guys have heard some of his story, but I need you to understand Irvin, the small businessman. When he was playing basketball, he was selling t-shirts and doing other things out in LA. So I want you to hear from that because to give you context of where he started and why he relates so much to you. And then he'll talk a little bit about what's in his hands today in terms of him as a team owner, an insurance company owner. So, Irvin.
Cara, thank you. Let's give Cara a hand, first of all. Yeah, a lot of you may not know, she's one of the smartest women on Wall Street in this city. And she's been doing a fabulous job with so many different people, politicians, business people like myself and others. And so give her one more hand, please.
Thank you.
I'm just going to piggyback on Reverend Sharpton, what he said about the prison and who's got the toilet paper contract. So because this story relates to that, I was playing and I saw my t-shirt being worn by all kids of all colors all over the world. And I said, where's my check? And so I called Commissioner Stern and said, hey, Larry Bird and I are number 1 and 2 in t-shirt sales, but we haven't received our check. And he said, well, Irvin, I got some bad news for you. The NBA bought the Players Association's players' rights, so we now control your rights. And I said, what? And he said, so you may get a little small royalty check. And we looked up, and it was billions of dollars they were making off of players. So I went in and said, I met with him that summer and said, hey, I want to be a licensee of the NBA. He said, no player has ever been a licensee. Well, I said, I'm going to be the first one. So he gave me a partial license. This is so important. He gave me a partial license, and he said, if you come in the top 10, you'll get a full license your first year. So I came in number 7 and selling first my own t-shirts. And because of that success that I had built this incredible Magic Johnson Tees company, then he gave me a full license. So this story you're going to love. And bear with me, I'm going to turn it over to them. I don't need to go deep.
Yeah.
So we're in the NBA Finals against the Bulls in 1991. So Michael and I are out there warming up 3 or 4 hours before the game started. And he had on a shirt that had his picture on the front and the back of his t-shirt. So he said, MJ, come here. So I went to half court, and I said to him, Michael, no matter what happens in this series, I'm still going to win. So he looked at me, what are you talking about? I said, check out the name, the hang tag on that t-shirt you got on, and look what it says. So he looked on the hang tag, and it said Magic Johnson Tees on it. So I said, Even if I lose this series, I'm still going to win because I'm going to make a lot of money off of you. So I became the first licensed current player of the NBA and had a great company, sold that company. What am I all about? Building companies, building black wealth, making sure that you get to be a part of LaGuardia, JFK, and trust me, we'll look forward to working with you. Yes, I own a lot of sports teams, that's great, but the best thing I do is make sure that I award people like yourself contracts so you'll be a part of what's going on in this great city. All right, God bless you.
Thank you. Okay, Jim, we're going to go to you. You guys, this is Jim Reynolds, owner of Loop Capital, managing partner of JLC Infrastructure, and the list goes on. But Jim, I want you to tell your story in the context of 2009. You're trying to come into New York, be an investment banker, and what you did with Governor Patterson that changed the landscape for MWBEs here in New York and across the country.
Carl, I'm going to start with I would stand up like Magic did, but I don't look that good standing up like that. You know,
I'm not a sit-down talker.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I know. We've been in a lot of meetings together, and I know that. I will tell you a story, and I really want y'all to listen to this story. I'm from Chicago, and thank you. I see there's a few in the house. But this particular story, Cara, you know it. Years ago, when you guys had Governor Spitzer, he made a trip to Chicago while he was governor, and you know this story, Cara. And and while he was there, he met a friend of mine who's in the audience, Robert Blackwell. A study had just come out in New York State showing that minority procurement in New York State was around 1% or less. I doubt if it's any higher right now, you know.
Barely.
But he came to Chicago on some business, but he noticed that blacks in Chicago participated in government procurement. As a matter of fact, no contract moves in Chicago if blacks aren't on it. None. It's dead on arrival. But he noticed that, and he asked Robert to come back to New York State to talk to his cabinet. Robert asked me to come. And we went and we talked to Governor Spitzer about why it is blacks in Chicago and Illinois could contribute to contracts and blacks in New York State didn't. Basically non-existent. And so we talked to the governor about the fact that, you know, the black businesses in Chicago, because black contracting is a natural occurring event, they had a chance to actually grow businesses because they knew they were going to have work. They knew they could build an infrastructure. They knew they could get loans because they were going to have contracts every year. So we sat down with Governor Spitzer for about 45 minutes. And I don't want to be long, you know. Between me and Magic, the whole thing will be over. But so Governor Spitzer said, can you two hang on a second? And he opened his sliding doors, and in the next room was his cabinet, his whole cabinet. They had been sitting there during the whole time. We did not know. Robert is here. And so he said, can you say to my cabinet what you said to me? So we repeated it. In his cabinet was one black man. One black man I'd never seen. I didn't know a whole lot of people in New York. But he listened intently. And I observed across the table that he, you know, I could see he was visually impaired, but I didn't know him. But at the end of it, he asked Robert and I, he said, can you two stay and come to my office? I said, yeah, you know, our flight's not till later, sir, I'll stay. And he walked Robert and I back there. His name was David Patterson. And he said to me, he said, you know, I'm hearing you talk about what blacks do in Chicago and Illinois. And he said, that's what the governor promised me he was going to let me do when I left my seat in the legislature, and I'd probably be in leadership. I don't know if Governor Patterson is here, so. But he said, I left my seat in the legislature so that I could come work with this governor and make change for black folks. And he's not letting me do it. And he said, you know, Jim, I'm thinking I might want to resign from this job and go to the legislature. And I didn't know him, just met him a few minutes ago before. And I said, you know, Mr. Patterson, Lieutenant Governor Patterson, I wouldn't resign if I were you. He said, what are you talking about? I said, look, I've been around a little while and I know things change. I said, you got the right vision and the right things, and if you stay this course, it's going to change. Little did I know, probably 2 weeks later, headlines come out in the newspaper around issues with Governor Spitzer, and he resigns. And you got a new governor in the state of New York, Governor Patterson. The state of New York, from that moment on, well, first thing he did was he called me. He said, Jim, I want to come to Chicago and meet some of these black business people that you talked about. We went in a restaurant in Chicago. He got some folks. We came back. He immediately put some changes in place. He got a change agent by the name of Paul Williams. He got a change agent by the name of Carl Wallace. He changed the underwriting. We became the first black investment bank to ever senior manage a deal in New York State under Governor Patterson. And he put some amazing things in place. The thing, though, that you should walk away with was Governor Patterson left. And many of those things he put in place left with him. And Cara, I'm going to say this and I'm going to shut up. You all here have a moment in time, just like Irvin just said. You have to be ready. I don't know how many states have a black mayor for the leading city, black speaker, black leader in the House, and all of the blacks in the significant positions you got here. This is the time for black entrepreneurs, and I assume that's what a lot of people, to actually rise to the forefront and take advantage of this opportunity. Carl.
Yeah. Jim, you didn't tell the best part of the story. Again, you were there 2009, 2010, and you had Loop Capital. What size was Loop at that time, and how many employees?
I say right about that time, might have been 70, 75 employees.
Employees, yeah. And then you opened up an office in New York.
Expanded in New York.
Yeah.
Now Loop's the largest African-American investment banking firm in the country. Half of our people, thank you, are here in New York, and it's a vibrant, active community. And we're just excited, Irvin, myself, Marlon, and the rest of us. You got Michael Garner over there, another good Chicago brother, you know, who's running the procurement. And so I'm excited about the future.
That's excellent. One last question. You know, sometimes women, you got to pull things out of a brother, you know, but you guys need to understand what Loop Capital is today, JLC infrastructure, and I just want you, Jim, to mention your recent fixed income acquisition because it's big, and it too has a lot of zeros behind it.
First on the JLC business, Irvin and I came together, Irvin, about 6 years ago. Because I went to Irvin and I said, you know, there's an opportunity in infrastructure and there's no black people doing infrastructure funds. Irvin and his business partner, Eric Holloman, both of them two of my greatest friends right now, we talked about the changes we could make in U.S. infrastructure. You know, a lot of black people live in the cities that rely on U.S. infrastructure. But hardly any black people work on it, make money at it at all. And Irvin and I and Eric, it came together. We built a team. We raised $1 billion, the first fund, put that to work, a lot of it here in New York, LaGuardia. If you've been in that new airport, LaGuardia, that's our first investment. Wait till you get to JFK, that's going to even be better. And Magic now got another one up our sleeve on the other coast. And then we're now doing a second $1 billion fund with a lot of it focused on New York. But I tell you this, Cara, in the interim, I bought a $10 billion asset manager. So we have $10 billion in assets under management and reviewing a few others.
Yes.
So we've done a few major things. I'll comment on something that Irvin said, and you should put a pin in it. You all are going to have, and I know you're trying to me talk about myself, I just got to say this. You all are going to have some amazing opportunities here in New York State. You got a mayor with the mentality that he has. He's the first one you ever had with that mentality.
Mm-hmm.
And like he said, the jig is up, and he's a former cop. When they say the jig is up, somebody's going to jail or something is going to happen. I've heard that before. And so my bet is something is going to happen. And plus, with Irvin, when he went through his businesses, the commonality through all of that, Cara, was he owned the equity.
Yes.
See, when you own the equity, you're not looking for a job or a contract. You own it. You're hiring people. And Irvin and I and the team, Marlon and the rest, we sit around and we talk about hiring black people. And we're going to have $10 billion to spend up there, and a lot of folks are going to have great opportunities. So
Yes.
I hope I got to those points.
Yeah, you got to the good parts.
All right.
Okay, but so Marlon, I want you to talk a little bit, tell them who you are, the role you play in JFK, and speak about the deal, the public-private partnership, because others, this is a national program, and others should be listening so that you understand that they actually play in the equity, in the construction, and the ongoing operations and maintenance, all the way to 2060.
And we control the asset. That's
Yeah.
the most important thing.
Absolutely. So, Marlon.
Sure. Well, thank you, Cara. So again, Marlon Smith, been working with Irvin and Jim over the last 8 years to build JLC, which is an investor in infrastructure assets across the country. We focus on transportation, notably the airports here in New York and other places, roads, energy, communications. And you might say, well, why infrastructure? One, because there's going to be trillions of dollars spent on infrastructure across the country. As Jim mentioned, we have about $1.5 billion of assets under management, and our largest investment to date has been at JFK New Terminal 1, which is underway now and opening in 2026, first set of gates opening. That's a $10 billion project. We worked with the Port Authority over the last 5 years to get it, to a groundbreaking last year. And out of that $10 billion, we expect to spend north of, $1.5 billion with minority owned and women-owned firms, with a focus on local businesses in New York City and in Queens in particular. And that's across the board. That's from construction, where we're spending a lot of capital, to general operations and maintenance. And importantly, over the next 60 years, there's a concessions opportunity with a focus on making things local. Everybody wants to, when you show up at this airport, you want to show up and understand you're in New York City, and you can't be in New York City without representation of the people in New York City.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Thank you, Marlon. So, Michael, before we get to you, I just want to correlate what you guys have been hearing these last 2 days. So, how many of you are in a pension plan? Raise your hand. Okay. So think back to yesterday for those of you that were here, and Robert Smith had a panel of controllers, University of California, New York City, New York State. Close to $1 trillion was up on this stage of your money being invested. And so when you think about it, when Jim and Irvin speak about raising a fund, they're actually knocking on the comptroller's door saying, hey, let me invest your money. So now think about it. What they're saying, let me invest your money in JFK, okay? So invest in our fund so that we can invest in JFK. How many of you believe that JFK is one of the #1 airports in the world and it's going to be around? It's probably a good investment. So if you understand that number one, as a pensioner, they're going to make you some money. So your money, you are going to get your check every month because they're doing the right thing by investing. Then number two, they just talked about that there's going to be over $1.5 billion of jobs and business for minority-owned businesses that are going back into the community. That's a win-win, you guys. So, and the reason I say that, and even as Robert was up here yesterday, and you heard he makes 30% on his money. So it's so important for you as pensioners to ask, who's managing my money? Reverend Sharpton is a mastermind. There's a reason he had the controllers, these asset managers here, because it all goes toward jobs and building generational wealth in our communities. And we're going to make it happen, you guys. So I just want you to understand that. And from now on, as you get the opportunity, when you're in front of, some of you participate in meetings and everything, you need to ask, who's managing my money? Because when it's a diverse asset manager, it comes back into the community tenfold. And it's probably the most important question you can ask because they're going to invest in you.
Please give her a hand for that because she broke it down. I mean, I'm not going to speak. I just want to say this. That's the education part that's been missing. She just educated not all of us on what happens. Sometimes we just don't have the information, but now you got the information. Go ahead.
Yeah, yes. Well, this next man really needs no introduction. This is the Michael Garner. And for all of you, who in this room has never seen Michael Garner in these last 10 years in New York? Or a few out-of-towners. Few out of here, because if not, you know that this brother has been in our community fighting the big fight for minority and women-owned businesses. So, and most of you know, he recently left the MTA where he ensured that billions of dollars of contracts went to minority and women-owned businesses. So Michael, tell us about what you're getting ready to do now.
Thank you, Karen, and she's been a big supporter since she worked with Paul Williams, who was at DASNY. But let me just say that we are in a magical moment, in a magical time right now. I was born in Harlem, but I grew up on the south side of Chicago. I grew up in a neighborhood called Woodlawn, which is the adjacent neighborhood where Jim Reynolds grew up in Inglewood. And I would say this, that former Mayor Harold Washington planted the seeds that, as Jim Reynolds stated on this day, that nothing in Chicago moves without black business involvement. And Mayor Washington told me one day when I was in college, he said, I travel with my urban planners. You know why? I said, no, why? He said, because if you're not planning, you're being planned. If you're not planning, you're being planned. And so the magical moment that I'm talking about right now is that Mayor Eric Adams reminds me of Harold Washington. And in a conversation that he had with me, he said that, I want to leave a legacy like Harold Washington left at the city of Chicago, as Maynard Jackson left in the great city of Atlanta. And the city of New York has billions and billions and billions of dollars of a budget, $101 billion a year. The mayor has said that we will award $25 billion to minority women-owned businesses by the year 2026 and $60 billion by the year 2030. And guess what's going to happen? It's going to get done.
Yep.
It's going to get done.
And let the church say amen. Yes.
So you think about that we are in the Fortune 500 capital of the world. We're sitting in the middle, where there's trillions of dollars of transactions taking place. Black-owned businesses receive less than 1% of government contracts last year. Less than 1%. During that 14-year journey at that small organization called the MTA is a $1 trillion organization, the largest transportation network in North America, that spends billions of dollars. We were able to pay, in 14 years, $17.3 billion to minority women-owned firms, the tops in the state, with 40% of that being paid to Black and Hispanic-owned businesses because we dealt with the disparity within the disparity. And so it took us all that time, and then the mayor, I retired on a Thursday evening. The mayor announced my appointment as New York City's first chief diversity officer in the history of the city of New York. The city of New York was incorporated in 1624. I'm the first chief diversity officer since 1624.
Yeah.
So we are going to get this thing done. We're going to focus on solutions and not being blinded by problems. And we're going to open up these contracts to people who look like you and me, because we're going to create jobs in the Black community. We're going to afford home ownership opportunities, better healthcare options, and better educational opportunities on taxpayer-driven dollars.
Yes. All right, Ron, the U.S. Business Chamber.
U.S. Black Chamber.
U.S. Black Business Chamber. All right, tell us a little something about it.
So first off, I want to change the narrative because I come from Washington, D.C. We're headquartered in Washington, D.C., and many of the programs that have been created come under the auspices of minority, diversity. And ain't nobody in this room minor or diverse. When I went to bed last night, I was a Black man. When I woke up this morning, I was a Black man. I don't get the opportunity to change the conversation as it relates to who I am, but when the programs are created, they're created for minority institutions. And so when we created the U.S. Black Chamber, we're saying we're going to be intentional, transparent, and accountable. Mr. Garner just said that the federal government spends 1%, where he was wrong. For the first time in America, the U.S. Black Chamber advocated for disaggregating the numbers, which means that we all know that the federal government spends $960 billion every year on products and services. When Barack Obama was elected, the goal for diverse spend was 23% for all diverse organizations, and he exceeded that goal and he hit 27%. And everybody said, great, accolades, accolades. The second term, the goal then increased to 27%, and he actually did 32%. And we all said, great, but we as Black folk had not seen it hit our communities at all. So in 2020, after the murder of George Floyd, we asked then now President Biden to go to Tulsa, Oklahoma, where we have what we know as our Black Wall Street. The U.S. Black Chamber has a business center there, and he stood in front of a monument and said that the federal government spends 1.8% with Asian firms, spend 1.71% with Hispanic firms, and Mike would get 1.5% with Black firms. Now, we have voted, we pay taxes, we open businesses. You hear all the time that women are the fastest growing business sector, and you've got to even go into that deeper, that Black women are the fastest growing business sector. Now, understand this, sisters. Your spend does not get included with the women's spend. 78% of every dollar the federal government spend goes to women. Not just women, but white women. because black women's spend gets into the bucket of black spend. Hispanic women's spend gets in the bucket of Hispanic spend. There's so much spend in white women that they don't need black women, they don't need Hispanic women, because white women dominate the government spend space. And so for us, we say we don't want to talk about minority programs. We only want to talk about black spend and what it means for our communities. The minority programs were created in 1956. There was 1.8% spend with black firms in 1956. In 2021, the spend was 1.67% with black firms. Now, there's a caveat to that. Magic said something that was very important, and that is information. We all went through COVID, and we all were faced with challenges, but not like black businesses. Between the months of February 2020 and April, we lost 41% of all black-owned businesses. 442,000 firms closed between those 90 days, and the reason being was because of lack of information. Now, we as business owners all heard about the payroll protection plan, and that's where everybody was going to get saved. Understand this. There are 3.6 million black firms this morning. 3.5 million have no employees. So when you create a program that's designed to save the employee, but not the employer, it was never created for us. What we should have been doing is talking about the EIDL loan program. The reason that that was important is because the first $15,000, you did not have to pay that back. Understand this, sisters. There was a sister in Virginia that received a $1.8 billion contract to manage the EIDL loan program that we never heard about. She ended up giving $1.5 billion of that to a white firm. We didn't get to participate. So when we're having conversations, we have to be intentional. I heard Robert Smith a few months ago, and he talked about an analogy that many of us faced. My father went to the military, came home, and was all excited about getting a GI Bill loan. We lived in Oakland, California, and I say my mother was a minister and an educator, so I went to FAMU and Clark Atlanta University, so I'm well educated, and I know my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
Amen.
Hold up, because I also had a father, and my father was a business owner and a member of the Black Panther Party. So I've always been about business, but never been about the bullshit. We've got to stop being about the bullshit and really start talking about what's going to move our agendas forward. And so when we get caught up in other people's narratives of minority programs, they don't work for us. We've got to make sure that when those dollars leave from Washington, D.C., and they reach your states, that you're now having the conversations, because the same thing is going to happen when we came home from the military. Those southern states said, we're going to redline. We're going to keep you away. And so the contracts continue to go to the same white women firms that have historically have received. Yeah. On Friday morning, I was reading Black Enterprise, and there was a story in there, and I hate to call out a firm because I know some of the folk are here. But understand, certification is very important, and I know Magic and I both participate with the National Minority Supplier Development Council. Calm down. There was an article in Black Enterprise that talked about a well-known technology firm that allows you to self-identify. That says, hey, I can say I'm black. Hey, I'm gay. Hey, I'm Hispanic. This company was awarded $300 million contract, and when we did the due diligence, it was a white firm that had identified as a black female firm, so they had been awarded the contract, and after the contract had been awarded, we tried to fight, but it was too late. They'd already received the contract. We've got to hold these firms accountable.
You're absolutely right, because there is a lot of money out. You're absolutely right. But I'm going to shift it back to who's on the stage today and what we are in control of. You know, there is a bigger fight, and Reverend Sharpton is in the president's ear all of the time. And so we will continue to fight that national fight that needs to be done, especially at the federal level. But right here today, again, we're talking billions of dollars that these brothers and our folks are in control of. So Marlon, Jim, how are we going to get contracts into the hands of these folks out here? Let's maybe talk about, you know, people that have a business today, but again, you guys control it for what, 40 more years or something? Right. So then we'll talk about for those that think they want to be in business.
Well, I think first, we came here and we met with Mayor Adams and his team, Michael, and so on, and we're excited about understanding how to do business here in New York. So, Marlon, I think we should talk about what we did at LaGuardia first, and then how much we've already spent with firms with JFK, and we really haven't even put shovel in the ground yet. So go ahead, go into that, and then how they can get contracts, what they have to do to go through that process as well. And it's important that we're working with the mayor too, and Reverend Sharpton, so we understand what we have to do as entrepreneurs to do a better job for all of you, okay? So I want to make sure you understand that.
Sure. So in LaGuardia, as Jim mentioned, that was our first investment. We're relatively small investor, but important nonetheless because it led to JFK, which is where where we're going to have a much greater influence on the outcomes there. But LaGuardia itself, there was more than $900 million spent with minority and women-owned firms over the last 6-7 years as it got developed. JFK, is almost 2.5 times the size of LaGuardia in terms of its size, and again, we're going to obviously try to spend 2.5 times what we spent with firms at JFK. It's new, it's under construction, and this goes without saying, we have a seat at the table because we control 30% of the equity in the company. But from the start, and we've spent a long 5 years developing this project, and even during that time, we've done a lot of things that were important. We spent, to date, almost $100 million with minority and women-owned firms. We've had a black-owned firm shoulder to shoulder with us from day one, McKissick, and Cheryl McKissick in particular, working with us to develop the design of the project and implement many of the programs as we think about working with minority business, many of which are small businesses. And I'll say a little bit about working with small businesses in very large construction projects certainly presents its challenges. And I would say the difference that we make is when those challenges come up, we don't just say, well, sorry, we gave our good faith effort. We try to think about how we can deal with things differently. So what are those challenges? Well, to start a large construction project, you need working capital. You need to be able to sustain your business from the time you start that work until the time you get paid, which could be 60, 100, 200 days later, depending on the structure of the projects. Why is that? Well, that's just how it works, and large firms are able to handle that, and so that's where the work goes, and unless you are deliberate about changing that, you're not going to have minority firms, black-owned firms that can do that work. So what do? We think about how do you make the packages smaller. We think about how do you provide access to working capital through mobilization, payments, and those sorts of things. So I don't know.
No, I think that was very important. You're not going to find a firm like ours to say, hey, we're willing to work with you and to make sure that your small business becomes a mid-sized business. See, all of us who are small business owners, they want growth, sustainability, and they want scale. And we're going to help provide that for you. But also, sometimes you need expertise, and that's what we can give you too. This whole panel can help you understand not only how to get the contract, but how to keep the contract. I'm going to say that one more time.
Yeah.
Because it's one thing to get it. It's another thing to keep it. And so we're going to help you with knowledge. We're going to point you to the right direction financially where it can benefit your company as well. And I think, Kara, what we're here to say is, hey, make sure that you call us because these opportunities are here and we're looking for qualified black who can handle the job that can over-deliver to the airport, not to us, but to the airport, so that we can come back and give you more contracts because we're going to be in business for a long time.
So, that's excellent.
So, Kara,
Yeah.
can I just add a little bit to what Irvin and Marlon said? You know, I said something earlier because this is a big deal. Out of $10 billion, we're going to spend $2 billion with minority businesses. And to Ron's point, it's not lost on us. And Michael Garner and I talk about it all the time. And I had a chance to talk with David Banks, who's just an amazing leader over there, and Sheena Wright, who's the sister that does not play around. We understand how black business development has gotten lost in this minority thing. Because unless you make them disaggregate the data, meaning point out what groups you're talking about in minority, blacks get lost. You heard my comments earlier, and Irvin and Marlon, we said black businesses. And we understand the difference, and black businesses come out on the bottom of all those measurement sticks all the time. So when we're saying, to Marlon's point, we want you to feel encouraged, we want you to feel like you actually do have a seat at the table, because years and years and years and years of not getting any significant contracts from the city and state, we have seen have made black businesses just not believe that the opportunities are there for them. One of the reasons I believe we got hired on this big job in New York State, Kara, is because they really believe we can make a change in that. We're the first firm of this size doing a deal of this type that would even talk like this about what we see. So everything from construction, engineering, technology, accounting, legal, PR, media, financial, insurance, all those services that black folks provide, they are going to get a hearing. What Marlon alluded to, and Irvin as well, we understand we may have to have some programs, and we're willing to do it, Kara, that may facilitate some short-term lending, some different sorts of capital investment in these businesses to get them ready for the contracts, because we control the contracts, we know the value of the contract. So we know we'll be paid back. And so those sorts of things are going to be innovative things that we're going to do, but we're going to do something different that's not been done before. And Eric and Irvin and I and the team went down to Denver and we talked about this. Because we control the terminal, we're going to control the concessions.
Yes.
But just think about this. Think about this. Having your own restaurants in there, clothing shops in there, cookie things in there, local eateries in there. And one more point Irvin and Marlon didn't mention, I know they know, and Greg Meeks is an amazing leader. Greg Meeks said, hey guys, how about putting a school? And David Banks and I and Sheena talked about it. A school where we teach young blacks, young Hispanics, how to work and do these functions at the airport. So this is real.
Yes.
We really want, Kara, your energy and enthusiasm to be high, because there are going to be some significant contracts let here in New York State. And we're going to be very intentional about it. So we really want to make sure that you stay engaged with us.
You guys hear all that? It's some good news, right? I see Andy Simmons sitting on the front row, A&S Rebar. We know that there's going to be hundreds of millions of dollars of rebar going into that airport. Andrew, if you don't grow in scale now, I don't want to hear any crying anymore, you know, okay? You know, this is your time, and you fought hard for 25 years, and there's so many other stories like yours out there. So we are absolutely going to be deliberate is the word that you should absolutely take away. Michael Garner, what you gonna do over at the city? What are some of the things that are available right now? Reverend Sharpton talked about Department of Corrections. You got Dwayne Sampson as commissioner there. This mayor has just done phenomenal things in his appointees because leadership matters. And now that he's put in place these great leaders, sky's the limit.
It most certainly is. And as I indicated, that we are at a very magical moment right now. And I just want to give a shout out to Leon Baptiste, who is a major contractor here in the state of New Jersey, building sports stadiums and the rest, millions of dollars annually. And he's following us over here to the great Empire State of New York. But we are in a magical moment. Listen, President Biden is pro-MWBE. The governor of the great Empire State of New York is pro-MWBE. The black speaker of the state assembly is pro-MWBE. Andrea Stewart Cousins, the head of the New York State Senate, is pro-MWBE. The speaker of the city council is pro-MWBE. And Mayor Eric Adams is pro-MWBE. Now it's a moment. I'm going to give you a quick assignment, and then I'm going to circle back around. You know, I brought 20 copies of Irvin Magic Johnson's book, and I'm giving it to black business people that I know. It's called 32 Ways to Be a Business Champion. This magical moment, the magic play number 6 is called Seizing the Opportunity. Seizing the Opportunity. I'm giving that book out to all of my business friends to read it. It's a template, it's a Bible for you to grow and develop your business. But now, once you grow and develop your business, we're going to open the doors up for you for opportunities. $101 billion every year spent in this city. The mayor has given charge. We're having meetings right now. I'm challenging our attorneys who are telling me that we can't do it this way, but if we can't do it this way, which way can we do it? Because at the end of the day, right, attorneys, they suggest and they advise. They don't set diversity policy, the experts do. And so we're going to open up these opportunities in this great city that we live in. This is the most diverse region in the world. But yet, black and Hispanic businesses are getting less than 1% of contracts. And so, in a proactive manner, the mayor has sent me up to Albany. He has 9 items that we're going to get the legislators to approve as New York State laws that's going to allow us to work the same magic that we worked at the School Construction Authority, to work the same magic that we worked at the MTA, to now work for the city of New York. And we're not going to adjust as to the failed policies of how the city of New York has done business or lack of business with black businesses. We're going to have the system adapt to what we did at the MTA and at the School Construction Authority. And so we're going to get this thing done. And, Cara, I'm going to tell you this. You know, taxpayer contracts must be awarded in a cost-effective manner because it's taxpayers' money is being spent, but it also must be awarded in an inclusive manner, inclusive of black businesses. And we're taking proactive steps up in Albany right now to deal with the cost of insurance, to deal with creating a New York City certified construction mentoring program that's going to award billions of dollars to certified minority and women-owned contractors. But also we're going to do this. Mark Morial and I and Reverend Sharpton did an op-ed piece. Mark Morial and I are going to do an op-ed piece. And we're going to focus on the lack of taxpayer-driven contracts is a violation of your civil rights. And this op-ed piece is going to be drafted next week, and it's going to go to the major papers. So we're taking the civil rights violation approach to making sure that we bust down these doors, we shatter these glass ceilings, so black businesses can finally do work in the largest, most diverse city in this country, New York City.
Let me piggyback on that, Carl, real quick. So it's very important. Okay. Michael, how many billions? The city?
$101 billion annually.
$101 billion. All right. Shh. Really important. See, what happens is we got this great opportunity, $100 billion. I'm going to just say this to you right quick. You have to be ready. When the city says they need 10 million rolls of toilet paper, they didn't say 5 million. See, this is what I'm trying to get you to understand. When I started one of my companies, this is so important. I went to a conference with all black business owners who wanted to do business with Disney. And Disney said the same thing. If we give you this contract and we need 100 million rolls of toilet paper, you got to deliver that on time on that date. So, guess what I said? My company is not ready. So I passed on going after the contracts. 3 years later, I was ready. So you got to understand if you're ready or not.
Yep.
Because, see, it's not about getting it, it's keeping it.
Yep.
So I went after that contract. This is a great story for all of you. 3 years later, I went after the food service contract at Disneyland. After building my team up, got the expertise in place, got the technology in place to keep up with 100 million rolls of toilet paper. And guess what happened? I won the contract. So, no, stop. I feed 300,000 people 3 meals a day. I won. I told my team, you got 5 minutes to celebrate and then get back to work. But because of this, that wasn't the biggest contract. The biggest contract was Disney World. So I said, if we over-deliver to Disneyland, it'll put me in a position to get Disney World. So guess what happened? I over-delivered. Food on time, food fresh, everything was good, commissary was clean. Now I have both contracts, and I've had them for over 10 years. So what I'm telling you, be ready. Michael said, hey, we got 100 billion. That's not the problem. But I got to get some qualified people, black people, to handle the contract. So when you leave here, write this down. Everybody got to write this down right quick in your phone. Come on, here we go. Tell me when you're ready. All business people, write it down. Because this is what's made me successful, and Robert, and all these gentlemen up here, as well as this beautiful lady, Cara. Are you ready? You got to do a SWOT of your business as well as yourself. I do a SWOT of myself as a man. S, strength, W, weakness, opportunity, and threats. And my man, Eric Holloman, taught me that, my business partner. Come on, wave to him. Come on, this is a bad man right here, Eric Holloman right here. You have got to do a SWOT twice a year, one of you as a woman or a man, then one of your business. That's going to help you so much. Right? And before we buy a business, before we get into a business, we always do a SWOT. That's going to tell us what we have to do. So very important, okay? So I'm going, strength is S, W, weakness. So what you want to do is move that W into the strength column. Opportunities and threats of your business, okay? Very important. All right, so Rev, man, you have turned it out. This is one of the greatest, this is the greatest thing I've ever been a part of. Yeah. To bring this many powerful black businessmen and women together, but not just black, white too, to explain to you what you have to do, to give you the information that you need Okay, so I want you to stand on your feet because Rev is over to my left. We got to give him a standing ovation because, come on, everybody should be standing up right now because he don't have to do this. He don't have to do this. That's just who he is. He don't have to do this. And then Cara, we give Cara a hand because she was amazing today. Michael a hand, unbelievable. Give Ryan a hand because he broke it down right. My two business partners, Marlon and Jim. Now, I want to hit you with this. You had the richest black man in this room, what, yesterday? Yeah. Oh. And he a bad man. You know, I idolize all black men and women who are just doing some fantastic thing. It was a pleasure seeing you too, man, and what you're building. Brother, I look forward to working with you. Only Rev can bring us all in the same room, right? I just want to tell you a quick story right quick. Eric, come on up real fast. We were sitting, our fathers are so proud of us, and we're sitting there, and Eric loves cigars. I don't smoke them. So we're sitting in the back, and he's got a cigar, and we're talking about things. This is like 20, 25 years ago. Can you believe how God brought us together? Now, he was in finances. I'm trying to build a business. We're talking about, and he's working for a bank. And he finally said, why aren't we working together? So when he came into my life, who would have ever thought we'd become the first black owners in MLB for the Dodgers, and now we're doing all the sports teams. We have a $26 billion financial service company, Equitrust, that we control and own. And now we're trying to be NFL owners. And so it's like the things that we're trying, right? But why is that important? Because then we bust down a lot of doors and barriers for you. So get ready, let's go. Make sure that when you leave here that you wrote down your information or put it in your brain, and then execute. And then we want to bring a woman on stage that's been so amazing in Chicago. Can I do that, Rev? Yeah. Because the mayor, she broke barriers in Chicago. First black mayor as a woman in Chicago. Boy, I tell you, come on, everybody. We got to give her some love here, Mayor Lightfoot. Come on, give it up, because that's hard to achieve. And then you got all these Chicago people up here, Mayor. Thank you for letting me be a part of this. Rev, I love you to death, man. And thank you for what you're doing for all of us, brother.
Give a hand, Magic Johnson. They're going to get a group shot, and then we're going to bring the mayors in. Get in there, Jim. Now, all right, Magic, I want you to do me a favor. The parents of Tyree Nichols, that was killed in Memphis, they're here. I want to bring them up and let them get a picture with Magic. The mother went to school with you. Come on.
investing? You got some paper to do some investing? Okay. Actually, so let me tell you, so I actually do all the time. Helping them. So if you want me to facilitate introduction to some of the, are you interested in equity investments with the, going, okay, so. Yeah, for their funds, they take investments. So if you want to, do you have a family office or do you just private investment? Okay, all right, so give me your card and I will have to make a note, otherwise I can't. You have it in there. 770-206-9155.
We're going to start in about 10 minutes the mayor's panel, all the mayors. So everybody get your seats.
I didn't take anything, no. Why'd I take that? Yeah. I didn't take nothing. Let's look at the camera. All right. Can the mayors come up front? Our next panelist with the mayors. Oh shit. Please come up front. No stepping on the stage, please. No stepping on the stage. Miss. Step back off the stage. I gotta go. Back away from the stage. The mayors, please come up front. We're getting ready for our next panel. Brother. Yes, Shorty. Shorty. Yes, what happened? I'm trying to get the mayors. I'm in the room. Oh, okay. We need to get him. Well, it's still a media question. So he's in the room. Where the other ones? I don't know what they look like. That's why I can't help. I got Dory Lightfoot. I got Lightfoot and Adam and got two more. I was just making an announcement on the speaker, on the loudspeaker, to say mayors come to the front. So hopefully that may come. All right.
We are asking for Mayor of Philadelphia, Michael Nutter, former Mayor of Philadelphia, the Honorable Sean Patterson Howard, Mayor of Mount Vernon. Please come to the front.
Okay, good. So we're good. Where's the man? Where's the man?
How are you, sir? Where do you want me, sir?
Right there. Got 10 cars.
Yeah, right there.
I need you guys to clear the front of the stage, clear the side aisles, please.
Okay, come, baby. That's good. Beautiful. We'll get a selfie with you real quick. Can we take this picture with you, Mayor?
I didn't see it.
Oh, I like that selfie. Love it. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Okay.
Please clear the left side. Clear the left side.
How are you? I love your gown. Oh my God. Nice gown, right? Elegant, right? So classy.
Hold on, she's.
Public Safety in Urban America. Up next, Mayor Eric Adams, Mayor Lori Lightfoot, Mayor Michael Nutter, Mayor Sean Patterson Howard. I need everyone to find a seat. Find a seat. Let's settle down and find a seat.
Okay, very good. Very good. Keep it up. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yes, yes. That's a good idea. Yes, sir. She's right here. She's right here.
Yeah. 4.
I'm looking right at her.
They haven't been that long. Hasn't been that long. Hasn't been that long. No, no, no. Okay. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. 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 Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Keep doing what you're doing. Okay. All right there. Okay. All right. Starts with a T. Wow. Gotta think about that. Yeah. I don't know. Thank you. All right.
How are you, sis? Gambia, Ghana, Nigeria. Yes, they need electricity. South Africa is very challenged with electricity too.
I just got married in Nigeria. My husband is Nigerian.
Okay.
So I've lived there for 21 days.
So the African American
exactly
mayors,
what's going on.
the African American mayors will be working with the African mayors in Africa. It's 1.4 million African mayors on the continent, and so AMA, which I'm about to become the president of, will be working with the African mayors.
Can I like collaborate or work?
You have information? You have any of your information?
Okay, I am a lifetime member of the National Action. I don't know, do you have an email or anything I can?
Sure. How are you doing? Doing well?
I met you with Terrence Horton.
Yes.
For Corporal
For the Hell Fighters.
The Hell Fighters, and I'm a producer.
Of the documentary.
Well, it's actually live action.
Okay.
On the Harlem Hell Fighters. And I want to single out Mount Vernon because you told me, and I didn't know this, that Mount Vernon had more soldiers in the 369 than even Harlem.
Oh, I'm not sure if we had more. I don't recall saying that.
You had a lot.
We did. We had a good number.
And when the U.S. World War I Centennial Commission gave me the project, I wanted to turn war into peace. So I have
My name is
Felicia O'Neill? Yes. Nice to meet you, ma'am. God bless you, sis.
Will you see my email? Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, I would like to single out Mount Vernon. We're going to have World's Sister Cities. I have a program called the Teachers of the Peace Sister School program that's going to be international. I'm even working with Africa, with Rwanda, which is 15 countries in Western Africa. So I love the way you said that. And we're going to have my pilot program in these schools. And I want to use Mount Vernon as one of the areas that we would have a pilot program in New York. I'll be meeting with Mayor Adams, but I wanted to meet with you first with Terrence because I would love to single out Mount Vernon. And because I know McKisson is there.
McKisson, yes.
And I know that this could give you a lot of exposure.
Anything that's positive exposure is what we're always for.
And I think this would be fabulous for Mount Vernon, for you. You struck me as a very progressive, intelligent woman who loves history. So can we set up a meeting?
Yeah, just connect with Terrence because he's working with me on that. Terrence Horton?
Yeah, he's a personal friend.
Right, so just connect with Terrence. He gets to me directly.
Oh, good. So then we can meet together.
Yes.
And because I really liked you when we met. We didn't get to talk a long time, but I could tell you were super interested in the project.
Absolutely.
And actually, Danny Glover is my goodwill ambassador. And we're going to have a big ceremony.
Okay, but just call me because I'm trying to get my head ready for this panel.
Here.
So, yeah.
Okay, well,
oh, well, sure.
Who does your hair, Sean, by the way?
Yama at a hairdresser at a braid shop right in Mount Vernon.
Oh, you in Mount Vernon?
I'm the mayor of Mount Vernon.
Okay. So she your regular stylist?
Huh?
She your regular stylist?
When it comes to my braids, yes. Other than that, my hair is usually like that. In that picture.
I'm a braid stylist as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she does.
So but I do everything.
Okay.
I'll send everything.
All righty.
I'm a small business.
Okay. No, she.
I'm going to take a picture of you and send it to Karen. Won't believe it. Thank you.
Good there. So you said you're about to be here?
Yeah, I'll be sworn in next Friday.
Yeah. Phyllis asked me to swear that.
Okay. No, that's better. That's better. You talking about the HUD secretary?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
Oh. No, we go that way then.
but I need to come and sit with you. I want to bring you up. I will host you in Mount Vernon.
Yeah. Come on up there.
You know,
Now you're in
small
your.
and mid-sized cities don't get the same kind of.
Are you in your second term now?
I am running for my second term. My primary is June 27th.
Oh. Is this a Democratic primary? I mean, it's a partisan. Do you have opposition?
Richard Thomas, who was taken out of office due to campaign fraud, finance fraud.
The young guy. He's trying to come back?
He's trying to. It's the third time he's run for an office since he's been out of office. But he can never get his signatures right. And we're going through his signatures
Of course.
to knock him out.
Yeah.
And then Andre Wallace, who was the interim mayor after he left for 5 months and then ran against me in the general as a Republican. He changed party affiliations when he came last in the primary. Yes, but he ran for city council and couldn't get it through. There were 3 open seats. He came in 4th by 1 vote. I ran 3 unexperienced legislators. Yeah, how you doing? Doing good?
How about these people?
So all the Chicago people are like, we should be, Chicago's just kind of black intelligentsia is basically disappeared. So we're thinking about how we can stand something up. And there's obviously some existing organizations that are just not doing. And Push is like a shell of its former self. Push is like
We're gonna do that if you do it for me too, right?
The Reverend is very sick.
I've heard that.
Yeah, and no succession plan.
Thank you. I've never seen. You see the lady with the pure white afro?
Yes. Sorry?
She wants a picture.
Yes, sir.
Y'all good? Okay. Oh boy. After you go up.
I'm sure that's what we're waiting on. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, no, that's Bronx. Kingsbridge Road is Mount Vernon, but Connor Street is the Bronx. Oh, okay. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
We're working on resurfacing, but we have some sewer work that has to be done under the ground first. Yes. Yeah, we're doing the places where the sewers are working. Yes. It's bad. Memorial Field is finished. Yes, it's gorgeous. You gotta come see it. It's beautiful. Yes. Hello, Miss Tiffany. How are you? You good? It's always good to see you. Well, if I see you, then I know he's close. Thank you. Yeah, we're gonna have a good time. Do some good stuff. Thank you. Yeah, team and I have my local team, so we're ready to hit it. And I'm up for re-election in June. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, all right, all right, all right. Please enter your seats. Enter your seats and we will kick it off.
Who's moderating this? I think Rev, right?
I think so.
All right, all right, all right, all right. We have our mayor, all of our mayors in position to talk about public safety in urban America. All right.
Love you. Thank you. Thank you. Powerful.
Please, please, clear the front, clear the front, clear the front. After the panel, after the panel.
Is Rev coming? They're in position. Yep.
Okay.
All the mayors on the stage.
How's it going? You know, life of a mayor. You can advocate anything you want, okay? But you know what? I'm getting ready to do a panel, sister. So you gotta give me a moment. Okay, I gotta get my head together for the panel. Okay, right, good to see you.
I should moderate.
Thank you, thank you. Let me, I gotta get my hands ready for the panel.
Right here.
Sister, let me get ready for the panel.
Back up.
Okay?
All of them.
DJ. Amherst.
What's up, brother?
DJ.
It's right here. Got it? Help the sister here. Get the sister. Is the sister here? Okay, speaking to you. You're welcome.
Yeah, I'm getting this
Sister,
stuff.
how are you? Good. See him. I gotta get my head. How you doing? Sister, I need you to see him. Come to my No, see him right there. Right there. David.
Let's talk after the panel.
No, see that brother right there.
If you have any questions or constituent services issues, I will direct you to DJ, but do not bother our mayor. And here we go.
Somebody said they had an abandoned car somewhere or something. They want to talk to you about it.
All right, let's gather back. Our women's luncheon is going on, and I told Mayor Eric Adams, but I'll share with everybody one of my surprises for the convention was that Brittney Griner has come to thank Nan and all we did to get her out of Russia. And I thought it was wonderful for her to come to our convention. She flew all night from Phoenix just to surprise us and wanted to go on the women's luncheon to thank National Action Network because she said when she was in jail, one of the things there in Moscow, one of the things that encouraged her is that one of the guards that she got to know spoken English said, you know, Reverend Al's coming to pray for you. And she said that it kept her hopes up, though I never got, they wouldn't let me in Russia. And I kept trying to get in and they wouldn't give me permission to come. In Russia, you have to have permission. And Whoopi Goldberg called Dominique and said, tell your daddy that don't go to Russia because they'll tell him, fine, let him come. We'll keep him and let Brittney go.
That's right.
Let us, I want to frame this and our mayor is going to guide it. But I think that we must be very careful not to get caught in a catch-22 where we appear to be defending crime and at the same time we are the disproportionate victims of crime. So the thing that I think is so wrong is that they tell us don't talk to the police while we are fighting to get better trained and sensitive police. You know, we do sessions with our young people, Huddle, on Monday nights, and I told them, Mayor Adams, I said, first of all, you cannot let people give you the wrong language. What I mean by that, if you talk to the cops, you a snitch. I said, first of all, a snitch is if you and I are in a crime together. I get caught and you don't, and I snitch on you because we were in a crime together. If I am your victim and tell on you, I'm not snitching, I'm your victim, I ain't your partner. And they got black folk running around here acting like I can't talk to the cop. Yes, I can if you're doing something against me. I'm going to talk to anybody to get you up off of me. But we are romanticizing being criminal. Then when we fight to get people in power, like Lori Lightfoot, like Michael Nutter, and they come and deal with, we've got to deal with crime. And then you say, but you better not do nothing with the police. And then if they say, well, we got to have sensitive police, then the other side of town say, they're soft. So they get it either one way or another. And then we wonder why they get problems with elections, because we caused that. 32 years ago, when we elected David Dinkins, the mayor of New York, under the theme of Gorgeous Mosaic, he beat the incumbent Ed Koch in the Democratic primary. Y'all get this. We were marching in Bensonhurst. There was a lot of reasons that contributed. Jesse had run the year before and had registered a lot of voters. He won the primary. He ran in the general election against a Republican prosecutor named Rudy Giuliani.
That's right. That's right.
He beat Giuliani in '89 because they said the city was too divided. We needed a healer, Dave Dinkins. 4 years later, the same Giuliani beat him on the issue of crime and standing by the police. Same Giuliani. I couldn't give you a better case in point. The Giuliani he beat was the Giuliani that beat him. The only difference is Giuliani scared the city. Scared them. People walking around scared of anybody. And in that fear, we voted for who addressed that. I don't know about you, but we're not going to let them play that game on Eric Adams in New York. And the reason I'm calling it a game, we're not covering for crime. But Mayor Lightfoot, data says violent crime go down, and they put on the front page any violent crime they can find. And don't put in there, but it's going down. So they're trying to set a tone because they're trying to get, imagine folks that are looking at data and saying, but the data don't matter. But it mattered when everybody else was in. Same folks that said the data mattered when crime was so in whatever way they wanted to go with stop and frisk with Bloomberg. Now all of a sudden it don't matter with Eric. We can't be that stupid. So we wanted to have this conversation that will go into a national agenda that the mayor and I want to work on nationally. We must set a national agenda around urban violence, urban crime, and accountability, just like we sat down to black officials in New York. This is the beginning of a conversation he and I are going to have with various mayors. And anybody, let me tell you something, anybody that tells you they're progressive but don't care about dealing with violent crime are not progressive for who? Yeah. We got to stop using progressive as a noun and use it as an adjective. Your label's progressive, but your action is regressive. I'm woke. You must think I'm asleep. So let us be clear. We're honored to have with us the Honorable Mayor Sean Patterson Howard of Mount Vernon. We're honored to have the former mayor of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, a good friend of National Action Network, Mayor Michael Nutter. And we're honored to have the mayor of Chicago, and she's been a good friend. I've never called, she didn't call me back, And as I said when she walked in, I think she was treated unfairly. She's an example of the disrespect that black women have to face. And what make it worse is when black folk do it and join in it. So I wanted her to know blacks around the country know what they did to you. Mayor Lori Lightfoot. The only thing that I'm mad at you about is you stole the Democratic Convention from Eric and I. They ain't even gonna give you credit for that. She made that happen.
You get some special seats.
All right, let me bring on, he will preside over this conversation, our mayor, New York City, the one and only Eric Adams.
Thanks so much, Rev. And I really want to open it to my fellow mayors. We always say there are three types of parties in America. There's the Democratic, the Republican, and then the mayors. The mayors, we're on the ground. You know your mayors, no matter what it is, if it's something that impacts the federal government or the state government, you look towards your mayors to resolve it. Both the Mayor Lightfoot and I, we both had to deal with the inundation of the thousands of asylum seekers that came in our city with no help from the federal government, no help from other areas. We had to burden and make sure that our cities can still function. And even when you look at crime, the topic we want to talk about, the overproliferation of guns, we have no control of the flow of those guns in our cities, but we have to police in those cities. And so I want to start with Mayor Lightfoot because New York City is so much similar to Chicago. And at this time, as Reverend Sharpton mentioned earlier, 4 of the top cities in America are now currently being run by people of color. Los Angeles, Houston, Chicago, and New York. And our problems are the same. And when you look at the problems we're facing, they're similar, and there are a number of those problems, but public safety is at the height of those problems. And so, Mayor Lightfoot, if you could go into just a brief analysis of what you're seeing in Chicago, and what were some of the approaches that you put in place to deal with the issues around crime.
Well, first and foremost, thank you, Mayor Adams. Thank you, Mayor Patterson Howard, and thank you, Mayor Nutter. These are my ride or die folks. We work well together, we talk to each other, we learn from each other, and it's a real honor to be here on the stage with each and every one of you. So look, anybody who knows Chicago knows that violent crime, unfortunately, has been a constant in my city for as long as most folks have memory. It didn't start with me, as some of the folks in the media like to say, and unfortunately it's not going to end with my term. But I'm very confident that strategies that we put in place. Look, we all know that following the horrific murder of George Floyd, we saw a nationwide increase in violent crime across the country. 20 and beginning of 21, I think, were very difficult times for all of us. We started to think in Chicago, well, what do we do to flip the script here and make sure that we are finally bringing down violent crime? Well, first of all, we always have taken an approach of we got to look at the root cause. What is it that is really driving a lot of the violence? And the majority of perpetrators were young black men. And the universal theme across all the neighborhoods that were the homes of these folks was generational poverty. Right? I went to the University of Chicago, and they teach you very early on that people are rational economic actors. And when you grow up in a neighborhood where you don't know anybody who goes to work every day, that doesn't have a permanent job, housing is scarce, jobs are non-existent, unemployment is through the roof, and you look all around you and you do not feel loved or supported, guess what, folks? You don't have hope. And when those voids exist in neighborhood after neighborhood after neighborhood, people still gotta eat, people still have to take care of each other, so our young boys are driven to this pipeline, to the street, which tells them your fate and your destiny is preordained to mine somebody's corner spot, an early death, or jail. And if we want to change that and build strong, vibrant neighborhoods, we've got to meet people where they are. So what we started to do in Chicago is, borrowing a couple pages from our COVID response, is we did this. We literally organized our city government, everyone who touched any part of public safety, into the same physical space. We call it our Community Safety Coordinating Center. And their job is to break down the silos between them, but we also borrowed another page from our COVID response, was we went into the 15 communities that have historically experienced 50% of the violence in our city, and we asked a simple but complicated question: what will it take to keep you safe? And so in those neighborhoods, we focus like a laser beam, and we brought what we call the whole of city government approach, partnering with tables that in many instances had already been set, listening to the community, and then making sure that we infuse those communities with a robust set of resources and services, whether it was clearing a vacant lot, making sure a street was paved, dealing with an abandoned home, making sure that there was proper lighting. Whatever the community told us that they needed, we conducted tabletop exercises with community members. And I will tell you, when my team first brought that to me, I'm like, wait, tabletop exercises? We think about that in the context of law enforcement, but we brought that to the community so that they could see the assets and the opportunities for responding to traumas that inflict their neighborhoods. And the moral of this story is this: last year, overall, we were down 15% in homicides, 20% in shootings, 20% in carjackings. But in those 15 neighborhoods that drove 50% of our crime, the floor was 25% reductions in violent crime. The ceiling exceeded 50%. So I'm not going to tell you we've solved everything, but we're clearly onto something. And importantly, now coming into 23, those numbers are holding, and we're still seeing that. Now, those of you who are from outside of Chicago, you're like, wait, I thought Chicago was the murder capital of the world. I thought Chicago was the most violent place that you can't walk down the street. But the truth is, and this is one of the biggest challenges, we have to break through what the media wants to portray black-led cities as, and tell the truth about what's actually happening in our streets. Because what we're seeing, not just in Chicago, but across the country, where black mayors are leading, and you'll hear more about that, we are reclaiming our own narrative, but importantly, we're saying, in our time, we are going to solve the violence and bring lasting peace to our neighborhoods, not just the rich white neighborhoods in our cities.
Well said, well said. And I think that you raise a good point, Mayor Lightfoot. When you look at a city like New York, the Fitch, our bond raters, gave New York City a AA rating. That it allows people to invest here is so important. It shows the management style of this administration, and the management style that you had in Chicago with these new ideas are so important. And you often don't read about them. You know, you want to highlight those negative and not the successes of these cities. And you know, you hear, I see so much, Mayor Patterson Howard, you're dealing with some similar issues in your municipality. What is your approach of dealing with public safety and the holistic way of doing it?
Absolutely. So as Mayor Lightfoot and you both acknowledged, there's a reporting contagion that's happening with the media. And so in all of our cities, we're seeing the violence go down, but the reporting of violence is almost 400 times the incidence of violence. And that is a clear design, and that was posted about New York City specifically, that they're reporting more crime than actually exists. They keep it on the ticker. They play it over and over again, and they always want you to run like whack-a-mole. If there's a shooting in Texas, they want to know what you're doing in this community. And they want you to tie up your police resources. And so some of the things that we're doing in the city of Mount Vernon is we are looking again at those drivers of violence. And so we have recently created, and we are in the process actually of creating an Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. And why are we doing that? Because we cannot police our way out of violence. We have to make sure that we're putting the neighbor back in the hood, right? We have to have those crucial conversations with the neighborhood, because if the community feels as if they are detached from the violence that is happening in the community, then we're never going to solve anything. And so we're reaching out and working with our neighborhood associations. We're having communications with our schools. See, Mount Vernon is 100,000 people. We don't have millions. A lot of your big cities have millions, but more than 80% of the communities across this country have less than 250,000 residents. But we still have to deal with the same issues with far less resources. And so one of the things that we've been able to identify in our communities are the two biggest predictors of violence is school absenteeism, chronic school absenteeism, and repeated suspensions for violence for 3 days or more. And so when you're seeing that in the 6th grade and in the 8th grade and in the 10th grade, forget making it to the 12th grade, we've been able to identify and track that that is the greatest predictor of violence. And so we are doing what we call relentless engagement of those who are most at risk. And why do we use that word relentless? Because if there's a bench warrant for someone who did something wrong, everyone is throwing their resources at catching that person. But my question is, how are we catching them in the prevention and the intervention and the diversion stage? We have to put just as much energy into that. And so with our Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, we're partnering with all of our sports teams, the cool kids, the influencers, and really bringing them to the table and helping them understand what the issue is. One of the things that you hear young people say all the time is, I'm feeling away. And we as adults have picked up that, I'm feeling away. But we don't identify that. So when you said, why did you do this? They made me feel a way about it. And so the emotional maturity of our young people has eroded. And the proliferation of guns in our community gives them easy access. And so no longer do they have to run and find the community gun, they have the gun on them. And so there's nothing to stop them from pulling it out and popping it off. And so we're trying to have those conversations with them. We are working with our schools to say, if a student has been out of school for this much time, then we have to partner with student education advocacy. We're not looking to put them necessarily on probation through pins, because that's the way that it used to be dealt with. But the laws are changed, and so we have to make sure we're getting them mental health counseling. We have a gun violence prevention. Yes, we're doing a lot around mental health counseling, but we also have a GVP program, and that's gun violence prevention workforce development program. And so we're taking a lot of our young people who are most at risk, and we are connecting them to the areas that they want to study. We had a young man, Selwyn, and we spoke about him, for the last few weeks. He said, I had a vision, but my vision was blurry. And I didn't know how to make it from what my dream was to helping my dream become a reality. And so we are working with young people like Selwyn, and we are helping to pay for the certifications that are necessary, whether they need their driver's license, whether it's barber and beauty, whether it's OSHA. Because if there's not an option to the block, right? If there's not an option to the corner, and as Mayor Lightfoot said, poverty is one of those biggest drivers. Education, poor housing, and what you see as the generational decisions. We have to stop talking about generational curses, right? We get real spiritual as Christians, and we're like, it's a generational curse. It's not a generational curse. There are generational decisions that we make. and that we justify. And we have to have those conversations in our community, and we have to make sure we start making different decisions. And when a young person is ready to make a different decision, we have to make sure in our local communities that we are creating the partnerships and the resources that are necessary. We can't just tell them, leave the corner and come over here, and then not have anything to do. And so we are partnering with our business, our faith community, our civic organizations, our Divine Nine, whoever we have to partner with to touch the heart and the soul and the spirit of our young people. Because buildings are nice and programs are nice, but they only work when you have a relationship with people. And so we have to come off of social media and stop talking about what the problem is and make ourselves available to these young people. We can't talk about Miss Jones's bad kids, and we can't do a vigil for them after they've died, but we didn't sit and have a conversation with them beforehand. And so yes, the neighbor has to be put back in the hood, and we have to have the conversations. So I'm gonna wrap this up. We have a wellness precinct, and that is for co-response. And so we have social workers, we have trained our police in mental health and autism, and so that there's not just regular police going out, but trained police who are engaging with our young people. We are working with our veterans, our youth, our mentally ill, our substance abusers, and like I said, that prevention, that intervention, and the diversion, because by the time violence happens and the police become engaged, it's too late. Right. So the energy has to be put on the front end, and those are some of the things that we're doing. We have a youth court, and we have a young adult justice court. And when the young adults get in after they've been arrested and we put them in a diversion program, they say, I never knew all of these services existed. So we have to find a way to make sure that they are aware early of all of the services that exist in our community. And it's hard to knock on doors, and it's hard to push through the noise of all of the other things that attract them, but we need people like you to be boots on the ground to help us get the information to those who need services most. We all have to take a role. We can't sit back and shake our head after it goes down and blame someone and finger point. We have to be a part of the solution. So we need you to step up and get involved and be actionable every day. You're the hands and feet of God. Let's walk it out so that our young people can work it out.
Well said. I think that when you look at our cities, you see what's happening in Philadelphia and others, and I think former Mayor Nutter was really a pioneer on how do we use intervention. And Mayor, I would like to hear, as you sort of give your perspective, also lean into what was stated about emotional maturity and what role social media is playing in the erosion of emotional maturity.
Mayor Adams, thank you. Good afternoon, Nan. Reverend Al, thank you for the invitation. As a former mayor, I'm excited to be invited anywhere. Don't get a whole lot of invitations, but always want to respond to the National Action Network. I'm Michael Nutter. I was mayor of Philadelphia from January of 2008 to January of 2016. Came in as, we have a 2 consecutive term limit in Philadelphia. I can tell you I did not want to leave, but the Home Rule Charter says otherwise. I love my service. I got to work with the folks here on the stage. Sitting here listening to them, you just start getting a little excited. I'm not doing that. We actually have a race going on right now in Philadelphia, Philly, and Chicago on the same election cycle. I did my time, but I still care. It's my town. Born, raised, educated in Philadelphia. When I came in, it was a little bit of sunshine and rainbows. Came in as this new person, wasn't supposed to win, all of that stuff. As the great philosopher Mike Tyson says, everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the face. we got punched in the face. Now, these mayors also got punched in the face in a different way. That was, of course, COVID-19. We had the Great Recession. I'll come in January of 2008. By the summer of 2008, my folks are telling me we have a problem. Taxes are not coming in the way they expected, other things going on, and then, of course, we know by September, the federal government said we're in a full-blown worldwide recession, and you have to deal with it. This is what happens to mayors. Stuff happens.
Right, that's right.
You have to deal with it, right? You can't go make a speech about it. No one's ever been able to move snow with a speech. You either picked up the trash or you didn't, right? So we get hit with that. In the meantime, I had run on the issue of public safety. There were some challenges in Philadelphia at the time. Let me start with this. Every person who commits a crime does not necessarily have to go to jail.
Right.
But every person who commits a crime needs to understand there are consequences for their behavior and their activities.
That's right.
And so we were very focused. I was the beneficiary of, had the benefit of working with a person who was seen at the time as the best police commissioner in the United States of America, Chuck Ramsey. Started in Chicago as a cadet at 18 years old. Had a prosecutor who was being smart on crime, not just tough, young African American. Had a great chief of staff, deputy mayor for public safety. We put our officers on the street. We said, this is not about occupation. This is not the warrior model. This is the guardian model. You work for these folks. They want to be safe. They have a right to be safe, and the officers have a right to be safe as well. It's a dangerous job, but nobody signs up to be killed, taken away from their families. So I understand both sides of this. I lost 4 police officers killed in the line of duty in my first year in office. 5 in 14 months, first 14 months. So I've seen both sides. I had to call parents and apologize to them. Then in a big city like Philadelphia, somehow we couldn't keep your young one, your family member safe. Gunshots and other horrific crimes. But we're very focused. If anyone tells you that there's one answer to this, you should get away from that person. They're about to spontaneously combust. There is no one answer, and they have no idea what they're talking about. We talk about policing. I've tried to remove policing from my vocabulary. I like to talk about public safety. Policing is something that is done to you. Public safety is something that's done for you. Yep. So it's the language. And so we understood, and this is true in most cities, we generally know the folks who are actively engaged and involved in this criminal activity. It's about 1% to 2% of your citizens.
Right.
Most are known to us. They have previous engagement. They've been in our company and care from time to time. We spend a lot of money chasing around 1% to 2% of the citizens of your respective city, wherever you are. It's a lot of money. Police, DA, courts, prisons, probation and parole. 30% of our city budget was going to public safety, right off the top. 30% of the entire city budget devoted to public safety. That's money that I can't spend on after-school programs, education, job training, workforce development, summer jobs, as a couple of the mayors have mentioned, for our young people, to keep them not just busy and taken care of. They're learning life skills. They're engaged with caring adults and learning what the world of work is about at a young age. And so the recession hit. I had pledged to the citizens as a candidate, I was going to hire 400 more police officers to be on our streets. We hired none and canceled 2 classes of cadets about to go into the police academy. Notwithstanding that, in our first year, just by redeploying our resources, by being smart in how we work with folks, and talked with returning citizens, not ex-offenders, returning citizens. Not ex-offenders, returning citizens. People are coming back into civil society who want to turn their lives around, who need and deserve a second chance. Who among us has not needed a second chance at some point in time in their lives?
That's right. That's right.
That first year, we had a 15% reduction in homicides in the city of Philadelphia. First year. Second year, 8%. And crime continued to go down. Rev, I'm going to pause for a second. Rev mentioned Mayor Dinkins. I am the inaugural David N. Dinkins Professor of Practice at Columbia University at the School of International and Public Affairs. Mayor Dinkins has never, ever truly received the credit that he deserves for the precipitous reduction. 30 years ago, New York City had 2,200 homicides a year. 2,200. Started under the Dinkins administration. We had our challenges in those middle years. And then right after I got reelected, 2011, I convened all of our folks. I said, we need a new public safety strategy. Commissioner Ramsey and his team got to work. 2013, 246 homicides in the city of Philadelphia. 2014, 248, and then my last year in 2015, little uptick, 280. Those 3 years, under 300 homicides, had not happened since 1967. 1967. We can do this. And the Rev was right. When the police and the community are working in partnership and taking nothing away from the brave men and women that wear that uniform, they need the public's help to solve these crimes out here. It's good old police work, but it's also good community engagement and community relations. I have submitted that when clearance rates go down, that is a canary in the mine of what's really going on the ground. The public has lost trust in their police department. They are afraid. And now we're in an environment where the public often is afraid of the police, and the police are often afraid of the public. That is a dangerous mixture. Dangerous mixture. Because when those two parties meet on the street, in a vehicle, a car stop, a pet stop, or whatever the case may be, everybody's already on edge. Everybody's already nervous. And then things jump off. And we've seen, unfortunately, some of the sad results of those situations. It takes the mayor being focused, but it takes partners. The police department of Philadelphia, the police department of Chicago, the police department of New York City, the police department of Mount Vernon cannot solve all of these issues by themselves. Because we've been trained in our entire lives. Something happens, something jumps off, call 911. And we're going to send you, hopefully, a well-trained officer with a uniform, a badge, a gun, hopefully a taser, and a baton and handcuffs. What are they supposed to do with the man that's standing in the middle of the street with his shirt off, screaming at the top of his lungs, who clearly has a mental health issue? We are often asking the police department to do too much work that they are not qualified to do. Not qualified, not trained, don't know what to do, end up in a situation. The person is now afraid of that officer. The officer's howling and screaming at him, oftentimes, trying to give him commands. It escalates. It escalates. And what are the officers trained the most to do? Use their gun. You do what you know. And when they go to these various police academies, the one element of their training that is consistent, that they have to get retrained on at least once a year, is how to use that weapon. Not de-escalation, not how to talk your way out of it, not defensive tactics, not how to sometimes walk away. Call the mental health services. Call the family. Right? Unless you are in imminent danger or the public is in imminent danger as well. And so these are the issues. I'll close with this. You see all of us up here. There is a different level of expectation in the public safety realm for black mayors. There's a different level of expectation morning, noon, and night. We are supposed to make everyone safe, and nothing bad is ever supposed to happen. Everyone's safe, and nothing is ever supposed to happen. Well, you know what? We should invest in our schools, invest in after-school programs, invest in workforce, all of that. right? But when Jimmy just shot Joey, is 27 years old, reading at a 5th grade level, investing in schools is not helping that one person.
That's right.
Because now you made a decision, now I have to make a decision. And I'm going to find you, and you are going to get locked up because you broke the social contract. There's no reason for all this madness to be going on out in our streets. We do our best. We're trying each and every day. As the young lady said, as my fellow mayor said, but we need your help as well.
Thank you. And so, with the limited time we have left, I just want to ask each one of our mayors, as we move with the urban agenda that Reverend Sharpton alluded to, of how really we fit public safety, economics, education, all of these things into our urban agenda. I would just love to hear from you on what are the drivers of some of these crimes. We're focusing here in New York. When you do an analysis of our jail system, Rikers Island, 40% of our inmates are dyslexic. That is why we're doing dyslexia screening in our schools. 80% don't have a high school diploma or equivalency diploma. And when you do an analysis of our children who grow up in homeless shelters, they're less likely to graduate from high school. And if you don't educate, you will incarcerate. And the goal is to even look at, as it was mentioned, mental health. 48% of our inmates at Rikers Island have a mental health illness. 18% have chronic mental health, severe mental health illness. And so we must, as mayors, not only, as Archbishop Desmond Tutu once says, not pull people out of the river, we must go upstream and prevent them from falling in the first place. And it becomes a challenge as we continue to move forward in doing so. So I want to hear our mayors on summation, some of the things that are being done nationally. I know Mayor Patterson Howard, AMA, African American Mayors Association, is doing some things. Can you touch on that? And Mayor Lightfoot, I would love for you to just talk about how coming out of the pandemic and then asylum crisis that hit your city, how that impacted on crime. And finally, Mayor Nutter, if you could just give an overview as the elder statesman in here
Thank you, sir.
Your perspective to those incoming mayors as they deal with the challenges of crime. So I'm going to start with you, Mayor Patterson Howard.
So thank you again, Mayor Adams, and I did not say it earlier. Thank you, Reverend Sharpton, for allowing me to participate in this panel today. So I am the incoming president of the African American Mayors Association. We have over 500 black mayors in the country. And so we are working, as the African American Mayors Association, we're working with the National League of Cities, we're working with the United States Conference of Mayors, we're working with the National Association of Black Social Workers, we're working with the educators, because as we've said over and over, education, mental health, underemployment, we have to reskill and upskill our people. And so we're looking at what people need to also succeed in the workplace. And so those are the conversations that we're having. So many of our people have been traumatized, and they experience vicarious trauma. Every time you hear those bullets ring out in your neighborhood, it's trauma. And we have to find a way to speak to the trauma, the high rates of illiteracy, the challenge of mental health in our community. We can't just pray it and shout it out. We have to get counseling and help. I am a minister, I am an evangelist, saved, sanctified, Holy Ghost filled, right? And Jesus can do it all. But at the same time, we have to allow ourselves and our children to get help. We can't just say, oh, they're a little different. We have to get them the services that they need. And we cannot continue to be shocked when things happen, when we all are sitting and watching them struggle. And so mental health services, substance abuse services, making sure not only our children, but our young adults and our adults are literate, because we can still get them back for training. Just because you're 25 and you can't read does not mean that the corner is your portion. Right. Go to the library and get some counseling and some reading. And so these are some of the things that we are doing. But we are also working nationally to identify how to stop the illegal guns from coming into our communities. Yeah. How to come together collectively, especially as black mayors and urban leaders, to sue the gun industry because of the guns that are coming. We have to name and shame the gun makers that are allowing these guns to pour in our communities. And while black blood is running down the street, green money is going into their bank accounts. So we have to deal with that. And we have to make sure that there are tougher common sense gun laws all over the country. New York has some of the toughest common sense gun laws, but we do not manufacture the guns here. They're coming from North Carolina and Virginia. We need to deal with their states because those states are profiting off of our community's demise, and so we have to address those things. And the last thing that I want to say is that you can't heal something unless you properly diagnose it. And so when we are looking at the statistics around who is involved, who are in the jails, who is being killed, we will see over and over again that it is black boys and black young men and young adults. And so we cannot be apologetic when we create specific programming and we infuse funding into serving black young men and providing them with services. Because if we are not infusing, if we are not writing the right prescription, we're never going to fix it. And so that's one of the things that we're creating a Young Black Men's Institute, right? And that's not racist. It makes sense because they're the ones who are dying. They're the ones who are in jail, and they are the ones that we have to focus on. And if we focus on them, we can't leave our young women out because they're allured and they're drawn into that life. We have to make sure we're serving them, but a rising tide will lift all boats. And if we put those resources and unapologetically into serving young black men, will make differences in our community.
Thank you. Mayor Lightfoot.
So I want to frame my final remarks here by giving you a little context of who I am. I'm a kid who was raised by two people who grew up in the segregated South and spent every single day of their lives being terrorized by the yoke of Jim Crow. Every single day. I'm a daughter of people who struggled every single day. So I understand, because I experienced it firsthand, what it's like out there when you have nothing. I'm also a former federal prosecutor and damn proud of it. And I was proud of the fact that I prosecuted people who were terrorizing our neighborhoods. I'm also somebody who worked in the police department, who led an organization that held police officers accountable. I'm also a criminal defense attorney who worked on freeing people that were wrongfully incarcerated. So I've seen these issues way before I was mayor from every single perspective. And I think one of the most important words that we have to take forward as black folks is accountability.
That's right.
Right? It is not okay, as you heard Mayor Nutter say, and I know my friend Mayor Adams shares this, when Boo-Boo down the street is shooting something up, if we are silent and we do not respond and turn Boo-Boo in, it is a crime against our neighborhoods. We cannot expect the police to come in and keep us safe, as Mayor Nutter said, when we're asking him to do our jobs, to raise our children in a way that shows that they have values and respect. And yes, of course, we need to do everything we can to provide supports and intervention for young black and brown boys, but that needs to start at age 0, not at age 15.
That's true.
And so if we really want to get to the root causes here, we need to make the investments in our families at the earliest possible stage. I will tell you, we started a program in Chicago pre-pandemic. We're scaling it up now, that every live birth in our city, 2 weeks after that baby goes home, an RN goes to the home to do a check well-being on mom and the baby. And if there are issues there, we will connect them up to services. We have more money right now in the city of Chicago to do good than probably ever before, but we've got to get people connected up, because we know that if a child comes to kindergarten and isn't ready and we're able to learn because they haven't gotten the socialization, they haven't learned their colors and their numbers, right? When you leave kindergarten now, when I was a kid, and I'm probably the oldest up here, when I was a kid, kindergarten was optional, it was half day, and all I remember about it was blankets and cookies. Right now, you better leave kindergarten being able to read, or you are getting set up for failure. So a public safety strategy has to deal with the reality in which our kids are living. In the city of Chicago, 70% of our CPS kids, our public school kids, qualify for free or reduced lunch. That means that they are growing up in single-parent homes, mostly women of color, who are struggling to put together 2 and 3 jobs to take care of their kids. So we've got to do more than just wait until the crisis and the trauma happens to care about these kids.
Well said.
Much more.
Mayor, thank you so much, Mayor Nutter. Can you close this? You got 30 seconds, and a real 30 seconds before Sharpton comes out here with a hook on us all. But powerful words, Mayor Nutter. Please take us home.
Give you 30 seconds. Mayor, I got you by 3 years. So the word you used, I think, is the critical word. You got to have a strategy. And so, Mayor Adams, you asked me the question. I talk to new mayors and people about to be mayor all the time, all across the country. Have a strategy. Work your strategy. The 3 C's of communication: be concise, be consistent, be clear. If you got a problem, identify the problem, tell the public what the problem is, tell them what you're going to do, be accountable. This worked, that didn't work, we're not going to do that anymore. We're going to do something else.
Right.
But be straightforward with the public. We have a problem. I'm here to solve it. I need your help. Don't be afraid to ask for help.
That's right. Well said. Thank you. Give it up for these mayors. Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay. Right here, brother. Right here. David Johnson.
All right, give our mayors a hand. Come on, give them a better hand than that. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Mayor Howard.
All right, now we're going to shift into dealing with criminal justice from the top. Shh, let you get your pictures and then take your seat. Some are going to. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Adams has been working overtime for Nan this week. We want to know what is going on with criminal justice. There's so many issues, from police reform to voting rights to bail reform to mass incarceration. Shh. And we want to get it from the top of what is going on in regard to civil rights in the Justice Department. I know some are going over to see ways to deal with public safety with technology across the hall. And it's my honor, no stranger to National Action Network, to bring in the deputy, the head of civil rights, the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights for the United States, reports directly to Attorney General Garland, played a similar role in the state of New York, and she's always been very open, candid, and available to National Action Network. And she keeps us on the loop of where they go after hate crimes and what they do all over the country. Let us welcome the Assistant Attorney General, Christian Clark of the U.S. Department of Justice. Come on, we can do better than that. And I know that many of us that have worked in this area in New York know of her work when she played a role here in the state. And many things would not have happened in terms of some of the hate crimes and other abuses had it not been for her. Let me start this fireside chat. First of all, let me ask you, Christian, what was your path to becoming the first Senate-confirmed woman and black woman to lead the Civil Rights Division for the U.S. Department of Justice nationwide?
Great. Well, first of all, let me just say good afternoon. It is amazing to be here with the National Action Network, and always a pleasure to be alongside my friend and my colleague, Reverend Al Sharpton. So my path to becoming the head of the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department. I sit here before you as the daughter of Jamaican immigrants who came to this country, who came to Brooklyn, New York in search of greater opportunity for their children. I sit here as the mother of a young black son. I sit here as a beneficiary, the beneficiary of blessings, somebody who grew up in public housing. I grew up in Starrett City in the East New York section of Brooklyn. I know what it's like to struggle. I know what it's like to grow up in a family where you're trying to make $1 out of 15 cents. I sit here today on the shoulder of giants who came before us, Constance Baker Motley, the late Justice Thurgood Marshall. I sit here with a great sense of debt for all that I have been given, and I feel blessed to be in a position where today I get to give back. My job each and every day is to wake up and use our federal civil rights laws and our Constitution as a weapon against injustice and discrimination. My job is to stand up for all of you, for people all across our nation, to make sure that we are doing everything in our power to fight back against police brutality, voter suppression, hate crimes, and so many of the problems that we are up against today. That is my path. That is what brings me to where I sit today, Reverend Sharpton.
Now, in that capacity, which is unprecedented for a black woman, and particularly one of your background that proves where we can go if we're determined. And in that capacity, tell us what the department, Civil Rights Division of Justice Department is doing around the issue of police accountability, law enforcement, all over the country. As you know, National Action Network gets all kinds of complaints about police abuse. And I know of some cases, but tell us overall, what is your department doing and what is it that you look for you to get involved in a case? Because many in this audience are trying to deal with cases in their particular cities.
Ensuring constitutional policing, holding law enforcement officers accountable when they violate the law is one of our highest priorities in the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department. We are currently investigating police departments from the Louisiana State Police, the Minneapolis Police Department, the NYPD Special Victims Unit, where we are looking at the handling of investigations into sexual assaults and victims of sexual assaults, the Mount Vernon, New York Police Department, and more. Opening pattern or practice investigations into police departments is one important tool that we are using to ensure constitutional policing. The other tool that we are using is our criminal authority. No one is above the law in our country, and that includes law enforcement officers who violate people's civil and constitutional rights. We have prosecuted Derek Chauvin and the 3 officers who stood and watched as George Floyd's life was taken. I flagged this prosecution because it was not just about Derek Chauvin, but it was also about those 3 officers who failed to intervene, failed to render medical care, failed to take action that might have spared Mr. Floyd's life. We also have indicted 4 officers responsible for the tragic death of Breonna Taylor. And one of those officers has already entered a guilty plea. So all across the country, Reverend Sharpton, we are investigating police departments where we encounter officers who break the law, who violate the Constitution. We are holding them accountable, and we will continue to do this work across the country because everyone deserves constitutional policing in America, period.
Now, systematic racism in America is really as old as America is itself. How are you addressing the rise of hate crimes that we're seeing nationwide as these issues impact blacks? And as you know, we've worked with you in areas that are not just black, but hate crime is on the rise everywhere, disproportionately among blacks, but also among LGBTQ, Jews, Asians. How have you tackled, and what can you tell us about the seriousness of taking on this rising trend of open hate crimes? I know you were just in Buffalo on this.
That's right. So Attorney General Merrick Garland often reminds the public about why the Justice Department was founded. The Justice Department came about in the 1870s, and some of the very first cases that the department took on were cases standing up to the Ku Klux Klan and other organizations that were using violence to deny black people the right to vote. And sadly, here we are over 150 years later, still dealing with the reality of racially motivated violence across our country. We just saw new FBI data which confirms that this remains a crisis. Recent FBI data shows a 12% increase in hate crimes between 2020 and 2021. Wow. And as you know, Reverend Sharpton, racially motivated violence impacting black people is one of the biggest problems that we face. We are using laws like the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Hate Crimes Prevention Act to hold perpetrators accountable. We are right now pursuing the defendant responsible for the tragic deaths of 10 black people at the Tops supermarket in Buffalo, New York. And I want to give you just a snapshot of some of the other racially motivated violence and hate crimes that we have taken on in just the first few months of 2023 alone. In the state of Washington, 4 men tied to a white supremacist organizations, Crew 38 and Hammerskins, were recently sentenced following their violent attack on a black DJ. They were assembled for something called Martyrs' Day, where they honor a dead white supremacist. We held all of them accountable. In Mississippi, we recently had a man who was sentenced for burning a cross in the front yard of a black family while yelling racially motivated slurs and threats. In Florida, we indicted a man who used his vehicle to carry out an attack on a group of 6 black men on a public road in Cedar Key, Florida. In Georgia, a white supremacist was sentenced to 20 years after a racially motivated shooting targeting black and Arabs at gas station stores in Georgia. In Florida, 2 men were sentenced following an attack that involved use of an axe handle on a black man in Citrus Springs. This is activity in 2023 alone. We will not stop. We will continue to use our federal laws to hold accountable perpetrators of racially motivated violence in our country. Period. We will not stop until we eliminate hate, root and branch. Root and branch.
Let me ask this then. Let's deal with the racial wealth gap that's in our country. And we talked a lot about that today with Magic Johnson and the panel. How is the Civil Rights Division addressing economic injustice and racial inequality?
Yeah. So here's the sad reality. The gaps in home ownership rates, right? Home ownership is one of the pathways to wealth and opportunity in our country. And for far too long, Black people, Black families have been excluded from this American dream. Today, the average wealth of a Black family is about $24,000. Average wealth for a white family, $188,000.
Wow.
The gaps between home ownership rates between Black and white families is larger today than it was in the 1960s when Congress passed the Fair Housing Act.
So the gap is wider now
today
than it was in the 60s.
Than in 1960.
And what were those figures again?
24,000 median wealth for a Black family, 188,000 median wealth for a white family today. What we are doing is we've launched a nationwide combating redlining initiative where we are going after the banks and financial institutions that are engaged in modern day redlining. The banks that are failing to extend loans and lending opportunities on an equal basis to Black people. Sadly, this is something that we still see in 2023 today. Reverend Sharpton, since we launched this initiative in the fall of 2021, we have secured settlements against 7 banks and secured over $87 million in relief for impacted people. And we're going to keep fighting, and we're going to keep pushing.
I think that this is an area that a lot of us from different chapters of the Nash Action Network and those attending this conference, if we were to engage in some kind of surface review of how banks and lending institutions are dealing in our communities, whether it's around bank loans or home mortgages, and find a pattern, because we get calls on this all the time, how do we access that to the Justice Department?
Contact the Civil Rights Division, visit our website. If you know of a bank or a financial institution in your community that is causing harm to Black people, that is failing to extend lending opportunities, that is failing to open its door equally to Black people, we want to know. So we encourage you to bring that information forward. We have gone after banks in Memphis, in Philadelphia, in New Jersey, in Los Angeles, in Columbus, and we are going to keep fighting and keep pushing. We want our work to also send a strong message to the entire banking industry that now is the time to correct your action, and if you fail to do so, you will be held accountable by the United States Department of Justice.
Part of the new wave of super money in this country is those that are engaged in technology, Silicon Valley. And it seems to me that there's been almost an exclusion of Black entrepreneurs that have engaged at the highest level there. And some of us suspect the same kind of discrimination in terms of we can't get the loans, we can't get the startup money, and we cannot get the investment. Where it crosses the line of being something that could be adjudicated as discriminatory is what? What elements have to be involved for it to be something your department would look into?
Yeah. Well, we have to address the underrepresentation of black people in the tech sector. This is an enormous problem. We're using Title VII of the Civil Rights Act to hold employers accountable when they fail, when they have in place discriminatory hiring and promotions practices that lock black people out of opportunities. So here too, we would welcome hearing from members. Our focus, Reverend Sharpton, in the Justice Department is on public employers, police departments, fire departments, counties, city governments. The EEOC has jurisdiction over private employers like Silicon Valley, those in Silicon Valley, but an incredibly important area. This administration is firmly committed to using Title VII to ensure that we have equal access to employment opportunities at every level in our country.
Voting rights. There's been an active, I'd say proactive attempt in some states and areas of the country to suppress particularly the black vote, and particularly make it more difficult with a pattern of suppression for us to get to the polls and use our vote to empower and or protect our communities. What is the Justice Department Civil Rights Division doing in that area?
Yeah. Sadly, voter suppression and voting discrimination is alive and well across our country. And we know it because we see it every day. States that are making it harder for people to register to vote. States that are making it harder for people to stay on the registration rolls after they've gotten there. States that are making it harder for people to vote on election day. And so we are using the Voting Rights Act, we are using our federal voting rights laws to mount lawsuits across the country when jurisdictions violate the act. But we have to acknowledge the moment that we are in. We are undertaking this work without one of the most powerful tools that we once had in our arsenal. We are operating without Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act. And this year marks 10 years since the Supreme Court issued this devastating decision that weakened a core provision of the act that gave the Justice Department the ability to preemptively block discriminatory voting laws from taking effect in many parts of our country. So I hope that we will use this moment, particularly weeks after we gather, to lift up our heroes who sacrificed on the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama. I hope that we will seize this moment to continue to call for restoration of the Voting Rights Act, to continue to call for Congress to act to renew and revise the Voting Rights Act so that we have more tools to ensure that everyone in America has voice in our democracy.
Where is the line in terms of voter suppression between civil and criminal?
So, most of our voting rights work is civil. We are suing jurisdictions that have discriminatory redistricting maps. We are suing states that have adopted provisions that make it harder for people to register to vote. And we're seeking relief that will tear down those barriers and obstacles to the ballot box. On the criminal side, we've got to keep our eye out for people who are using threats of violence against our lawmakers of color. We have had a number of cases at the Justice Department dealing with threats levied against elected officials, particularly those of color. We have to be mindful of unlawful schemes, disinformation schemes used to discourage people from exercising their right to vote, schemes that spread misinformation about the vote. So some of these criminal authorities we will periodically use when we're dealing with threats of violence, Reverend Sharpton, but most of our work here is about using the Voting Rights Act and the National Voter Registration Act to tear down those barriers to the ballot box.
So lastly, as you're talking to civil rights activists and leaders around the country, I know you just came from Memphis, meeting with people following up the Justice Department involvement around Memphis, around policing, around Tyree Nichols. His parents are here with us yesterday and today and tomorrow. And what is it that you can encourage our grassroots organizers on the ground that they can do in relations to the U.S. Department of Justice and Civil Rights Division that makes our job more effective and your job more effective? Because though we believe in protests and believe in raising public attention, we want to get stuff done. We're not just out there for exercise. We want to see how we can get things done. What is the counsel you leave us with?
Yeah. Well, first, I am heartened by all of the activists and advocates and leaders and faith leaders that I see gathered in this space today. My closing call to you is this: if not now, then when? If not us, then who? I thank you for the important work that you all are leading in your respective communities across the country. I want you to know that you have a partner. You have a partner in the Justice Department, in the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department. Bring forward the information that you're gathering about the problems that you are seeing in your communities, the redlining, the policing misconduct. We didn't talk about the awful conditions that we see inside our jails and our prisons, the redlining and appraisal discrimination, the barriers to housing opportunity and to equal employment opportunity. Bring this information forward to the Justice Department so that we can examine closely and see whether we can use our federal civil rights laws and our Constitution to mount action, to mount litigation, to hold perpetrators accountable, to bring forward more just and equitable outcomes for all of our communities, to close those gaps in wealth that we talked about, to eliminate all of the racial and gender disparities that are tearing apart our country, to address the hate crimes that we are seeing in our communities, in our workplaces, and more. And I will say this, thank you to the mothers of the movement, to the parents who have lost loved ones. I thank you for your courage and your resilience. I think about all of you each and every day as I undertake this work. We owe all of you a great debt, and we owe it to ourselves to make sure that collectively we are doing everything in our power to prevent these kinds of injustices from ever unfolding again.
All right, give a hand. Christian Clark, Assistant Attorney General of Civil Rights, United States Justice Department. Give her a hand. Let us hear now from the state of New Jersey, battling, fighting congressman who has stood on these issues with National Action Network on more occasions than we can count. Let's hear from the one and only Congressman Donald Payne, Jr.
All right, that's what's up. Well, let me say it's a real honor and a privilege to be here with you this afternoon in my capacity as the congressman from the 10th Congressional District of the state of New Jersey, which takes in Newark, Jersey City, Orange, East Orange, Irvington, Linden, most of the larger majority minority populations in the area. And I am proud and honored to be the representative from that area. You know, when Reverend Sharpton calls, you respond. It's not whether you can get there, it's what time should you be there. And I was on time today, so let me just say, and I won't be long, but ladies and gentlemen, we know the times that we are in are perilous for our people. We are in a situation and condition that the 45th president opened up the vitriol and the hate and the supremacy in the majority population in this country's heart. He allowed them to feel comfortable about it. And we're seeing the manifestation of that throughout all the different issues that we're facing. Let's give another round of applause to Kristen Clark, who's doing an outstanding job in the Justice Department. Rev knows how hard it was for us to get her there.
That's right.
In the first place. They didn't want to see her, but now you see why, the type of fighter she is. I'm very concerned about the governor of Florida. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to when these folks are talking about woke. Pay attention, because I'm telling you, when I close my eyes and listen to DeSantis more and more, he's replaced the N-word with woke. It's a code. It's a code. He has replaced the N-word with woke. When he talks about woke is coming here to die, replace that with the other word. Woke won't live here, these woke books. Use the other word in the end of that sentence. It's a code. This man is dangerous because he's brighter than Trump. See, that's scary. That's scary. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to be long, but let me just say that anybody in this room that is not exercising their right to vote, why are you here? Why are you here? You know, you still hear that, oh, well, you know, it don't mean nothing if I vote, it don't do nothing for me. Why would they be working so hard to keep you from voting? Why is their effort so hell-bent on keeping you from voting? Because it's that important. They know it, we need to know it. So don't allow anybody in our community that is still talking about, oh, I don't vote. You know what? That's not helping. That's not helping the situation and condition we find ourselves in. Reverend Sharpton is going throughout this country, breaking his back, across this country, back and forth. I get up with him in Morning Joe. I see what he's wearing early in the morning, 6:30. So I know to try to catch up with him. On my way here, I said, oh, all right, I got to come correct. But ladies and gentlemen, the effort that this man has put in for us over the past 2 decades is second to none. The dream can still be alive. And the turnout in this room says that the dream can still be alive. We've got to pull together. We've got to push in the same direction. We've got to come together as a unit, as an organization. You know, in the Congress, the Congressional Black Caucus is the largest caucus in the Congress now. And we are getting together on voting rights. Is our main thrust this year. Is voting rights. Nothing comes before that. It's voting rights. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the attack on us is real. And they mean it. You know, they came up into Congress about 2-3 weeks ago talking about making the AR-15 the national gun.
That's right. That's right.
And that's something else we need to watch too, ladies and gentlemen. You know, I've never owned a gun. I don't have a gun. I never let my boys play with guns as children. But I'm thinking about learning to shoot. I'm thinking about learning to shoot. Because that's the other dangerous thing too. This move with this AR-15 across the nation, you know, the Army uses a certain type of gun and they all use the same gun. And the way they talk about this AR-15, it's like it's the gun of choice.
Yeah.
So you got to be prepared if all of a sudden they don't want you to take an AR-15 from anybody. That's what they're fighting. These mass shootings, everybody's using AR-15. There's a problem in this country, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm not saying to be unlawful, but you have a Second Amendment right as well. That's for all Americans. So don't sleep on that. But I'm just here to say that I support National Action Network and all the things that Reverend Sharpton is doing. I'm working on a lot of health issues around colorectal cancer for minorities and how it's the second leading cause of death in cancer, and it's the most curable form of cancer if detected early. My father, the late Donald Payne Sr., died of colorectal cancer. And, I probably came to Congress the worst way you could, by the loss of a parent. But I have used that opportunity to fight colorectal cancer, and I've made some major strides. I've passed some major legislation making sure that Medicaid handles colorectal cancer in minority areas in a mutual way as it does in the larger population. But we've got to get tested. All you brothers in here that are 40 years old, you need to be tested. They say 50, but I tell black men you need to go at 40 because it impacts us that much worse. And so, I'm working on also legislation dealing with, I'm trying to stem the tide of amputations in the black community from diabetes. I'm a diabetic, I'm on dialysis now, and I need a kidney. So I understand what this is and how much it impacts our community. I mean, you see all the people out here with one leg and no foot and all, and it's from diabetes. And so, that's Civil War medicine to amputate. There are technologies now where people are having their legs saved. They revascularize. You get blood flow back to it. But not in our community. We still are having our legs and feet amputated. And so I'm fighting that fight now. Without health care, you have nothing. You have nothing if you don't have your health. So I tend to fight in that area most for our people. But let me say this. We're great at starting things. We're great starters. We get down there, and Reverend Al calls us, and we're there, and we start the movement. But our problem is our follow-through. We got to follow through. We got to, you get there for the march, and then things kind of, you got something else to do. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to stay at the fight. We have to be committed. We have to be convicted. We have to show up every time, not just sometime. I know it's hard, but the only way that we're going to get through this is to be consistent, to be dedicated, and committed to making sure that every American that looks like us has the same opportunity, the same quality of life that any other American. It's owed to us. We built this country. We built this country. You don't become that economically rich by mistake. You become that economically rich by not paying your employees, which was called slavery. And so there are a lot of things that we're working on. We're looking at reparations at the Black Caucus and pushing it. Shiela Jackson Lee has done a great job in keeping that whole fight alive. So I'm gonna get off here, but let you know that you've got a friend in the National Action Network right across the river, and anytime I need to be here, I'll be there. Thank you. God bless.
Give a hand, Congressman Donald Payne Jr. All right, we're getting ready now. This is going to be an exciting panel, the state of U.S. social and criminal justice, and we have a great panel that's going to be led by Attorney Michael Hardy, who's our General Counsel, Executive Vice President, and he is, I think some of his panelists are arriving, and I'm going to give the floor to him to bring us on. Then after this panel, before we break until the church this evening, we're going to hear from Congresswoman Shiela Jackson Lee. She's coming. Now, on tomorrow morning, as I said earlier, make sure you get here early. We're starting with at 9 o'clock. We're going to start the panel, so get here like a little before that, because we're going to have to get everybody through the metal detector. And we're going to start with Michael Regan, who heads the EPA. And then we want to deal with, and I really want to deal with this, with black mental health. Then we're going to hear from the Secretary of Commerce, and then we're going to hear from the Vice President of the United States. So we want you here early, because we'll go in that order. And don't come late, talking about I want to hear the Vice President, and you can't get through because the room's already full. So I would get here early. And so you can get through the detector and sit down and hear all this. One of the reasons that tomorrow is important is that as the Vice President addresses us, Donald Trump will be speaking at the NRA. So they're going to show the difference, a divided America. Trump at NRA, Vice President at NAM. So don't have me sitting up here by myself. And they say all these people are there with Trump, and Harris and Sharpton was on a date, looked like, because there wasn't nobody in there but them. And we've had great turnouts so far. The last couple of days, you really have turned out. But don't get tired now. Because I think it's important. And Saturday, as we do the wrap-up with the civil rights leaders, and Mark Morial's already here, we're going to say these are the things we're working on to take you home and monitor this. Because not only we're going to do the big march on Washington in August, we need to deal with these state legislators and the government legislators. We need to leave here with a plan. But all of this firepower you've seen, and so far, everybody we announced came. I didn't get y'all up here on no wasting your time, but it's wasting our time if we have all this firepower. You know, I've seen everybody from Tyler Perry to Magic Johnson, and Magic got so good he got down on the audience talking. And a lot of us have never heard or even knew the access that some blacks have to this big money. I saw a lot of y'all didn't know that. Nobody knew that. And National Action Network helped Magic get Kennedy Airport and get LaGuardia, and now has $10 billion worth of contracts and told you how to apply. We don't know that. Why don't we know that? If a kid stabs somebody in Harlem, front page. Blacks trying to give contracts. Nobody talks about that. And that is why you got to come to these conventions. That is why you need to be listening to our shows, because there's something. Everybody is not in the same thing. and everybody is not as involved as everybody in the same area. So not only have we seen National Action Network get some of the state laws. We've got the Eric Garner law as a state law, but now it needs to be part of the national law in the George Floyd bill. We've gotten, yesterday it was announced, Tyrese Nichols' family's here. They got the Tyrese Nichols law that wipes out that whole the elite secret police force in Memphis. But we need a state law. And that's why what I was saying to you earlier when we opened up this morning, Magic Johnson, everybody was here, that we cannot let even what's going on in Nashville be reduced to where, oh, we got the two brothers reinstated. Reinstatement is justified, but that's not the victory. The victory is gun legislation. Why were they dismissed? So they act like, oh, y'all won, they back in. Wait a minute, the reason they put them out was over the lack of gun safety legislation in Tennessee. And that's one of the reasons why movements, Andrew Young was with us last night, movements, you can't let them set your goals and then tell you you won. You got to set your goals. Long as you have the other side define what you're doing, you will always lose because they set the definition. Is that right? And I think that is why, as you deal with your cities and those in the other workshops, when people were stunned a year ago when we came out, and I know the press going to do their own angle on that today, but when we came out and said we wanted to go and see Brittney Griner in Russia and wanted to have prayer with her, and they backlashed, and Russia wouldn't give me a visa, and the United States State Department told me to be careful. But I knew what we were doing because we raised it in a way that it got into Moscow and it got into her. Reason she came to this convention today, and I didn't even tell y'all she was coming because we didn't want it, though a lot of press was here. She said when she was in jail, you that were in the luncheon, she said what encouraged her, somebody told her Reverend Sharpton's coming and they praying for you. Now, the reason why I know the least would happen is it would encourage her and her family is that when I went to jail in Vieques, fighting what happened with the Navy base there, you that have been to jail, some of y'all been to jail and it wasn't for civil rights. I went for civil rights. But I know when I was there, and you know, I'd been about 20 times, but never had to do 3 months till Vieques. They'd come every morning, Reverend Al Turney Hardy's down to want to see you. You want to see him? Yes. And so-and-so want to see you. Senator Clinton is here. You want to see? Yes. By the third morning, I said, let me tell you something. Because they had people come to interviews. I said, Ari, I told them, let me tell you something. If a kid that has to do his book report wants to see me, if it get me out this cell, don't even ask me. Just come and unlock the door. And me and that 4th grade kid gonna talk as long as I can. So I knew if any breath of fresh air that Brittney would get helps you inside if you ever been inside. All right, I talked to the panel got here for you, Hardy, so it's on you. Let me say that we're very happy to have this panel, and we thank them for taking time to come and be with us. This is a stellar panel, and I think, let's give a hand to Twyla Carter, Attorney-in-Chief of the Legal Aid Society. my friend and sister, beloved Dr. Christina Greer, Fordham University. And of course, one of the leaders now of one of the historic black legacy organizations, well, more than black, of civil rights organization. And we worked together down through the years, and we are happy to work together as colleagues. The one and only Maya Wiley of the Leadership Council. And I don't know a better legal mind in the country, but he's also one of the hottest hosts in the country. And he's somebody that we listen to because he doesn't come without his research. And the joke I have around the building is they talk about my show and the Black Concentration, they talk about George's show, they talk about Simone. And I said, well, what about Ari? They said, he does great numbers with black. But why you ask about Ari? We was talking about the black host. I said, Ari is just light-skinned. Because anybody know the music like him, somewhere along the way, he got some of us in him. Ari Melba, the beat. All right, we're hosted by one of the great legal minds. He gets underplayed. He doesn't like a lot of attention, but he's got a great legal mind. And nobody's been more committed to the struggle. He started National Action Network with me 32 years ago, and we worked before that. He's our General Counsel, Executive Vice President, the one and only attorney, Michael A. Hardy.
All right. Thank you, Reverend Sharpton. Now, you know, Rev is president of the National Action Network and host of MSNBC's Politics Nation and so many other things. So he took a few of my lines, so I'm going to let it go. I'll let it be that way. I have my own good line about Ari, but he took that too, so.
I took your lines because you left me in jail 3 months.
See, now you know the relationship of Sharpton and Hardy. All right. So I'm not going to go back over some of that, but we really have first of all, before I even go any further, and many of you here in the room know me, the first thing I always do is I really say thank you. So I want you to give yourselves a big hand because so much of what we do and how we do it is so dependent on you. And so we never, ever, or I certainly don't, ever fail to first thank you because we appreciate you, we love you, we honor you, and we respect what you do and what you give to us because nobody out there, including Reverend Sharpton, couldn't do what he does unless you were helping to pave the way and giving him your shoulders to stand on when necessary. So we thank you. All right. So first, here's what we're going to be doing. Each of the panelists will give a 5 to 7 minute statement, however they want to do that. Then we'll have some back and forth on the panel. And then another thing that we always do, and we do it in a very controlled way, because let me pull out my clock here so I know what time we're looking at. We're going to make sure that another thing that we always do, and for those of you that are not aware, at National Action Network, we do something that's called Thursday Night Legal Night, which is always the last Thursday of the month. So you can never forget it. If it's the last Thursday of the month,
it's always legal night at National Action Network, and we try to bring attorneys like are here this morning so that you have access to them and can ask questions and things like that. So we always make sure that we leave some time to have you also be involved in this discussion, and we intend to do that today. So just very quickly, and only to review, Twyla Carter is the Attorney-in-Chief and CEO of the Legal Aid Society, and prior to that, she was Counsel and Director of Policy for the ACLU, and also National Director for the Bail Project. So we welcome her, and let's give her a hand. Dr. Christina Greer, as Rev said, she's the Associate Professor of Political Science at Fordham University, and her teaching focuses on American politics, Black ethnic politics, urban politics, and quantitative methods. She, of course, is a frequent commentator on MSNBC and other programs, and she is indeed a scholar and author, and we welcome her today. Ari, like I said, Rep took all my good lines, but we know Ari is the host of MSNBC's The Beat with Ari Melber, and he's also the chief legal correspondent for MSNBC. And Maya Wiley goes way back with all of us. She's the president and CEO of the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights. She was counsel to the New York City Mayor de Blasio, and she also chaired the New York City CCRB Civil Complaint Review Board, and she likewise is a commentator on MSNBC and other programs, so let's give her a big, big welcome. All right, so we laid out the format, and part of this is a theme that I've kind of been working with a little bit. The theme of the convention has been dealing with the dream under threat, and our panel is going to be addressing that in the context of criminal and social justice matters, addressing the critical question of whether we are, in fact, a more perfect union. And we all know that NAN functions as a descendant of Dr. Martin Luther King's dream and belief that this nation could live up to its creed, that we are all created equal and with the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The pursuit of that in this nation is difficult, of course, because we have seen where both voting rights, gun safety, religious tolerance, gender equality, from women to men to LGBT to transgender issues, economic opportunity, and equality and safety in our criminal justice system across America. There's a lot of things happening. And as we stand here today, just a few weeks ago, we've not only seen the beating of a man to death in Memphis, Tennessee. We saw a beating of a man to death and suffocated in Richmond, Virginia. And of course, we saw state legislators violated in Memphis, Tennessee. So it seems like a day does not go by with a mass shooting, without a mass shooting incident or a police racial killing. So how are we doing in this fight for a more just America, securing the dream and striving for that more perfect union? Our panel will address that, and we're going to start in alphabetical order with Twyla Carter.
Thank you. First, I want to say thank you to Reverend Dr. Richardson, Reverend Sharpton, to all the NAN members and leaders who are here. Thank you so much for having this convention, and of course to you, Michael. Thank you for inviting me to speak at this convention on this very important panel, on this very important topic. In my role as the Attorney-in-Chief and CEO of the Legal Aid Society, and let me be very clear, we are one of the largest and oldest public defender and legal aid offices in this country. We're the largest office in New York City, in New York State. And so from my perspective, when I think about if we are a more perfect union, the answer is clearly no. To be very clear, we are in the middle of a civil rights war. Women cannot make decisions about what to do with their own bodies. We can't define ourselves and describe ourselves with the pronouns that we want without receiving backlash. Books are being banned. LGBTQ rights are being attacked. 6 state legislatures have passed 9 election interference laws, and last year at least 17 similar bills were introduced in 5 additional states. 13 states have actually banned abortion, 15 states have anti-LGBTQ+ laws, and 8 states have banned critical race theory, while an additional 16 states have pending bills to ban critical race theory. And nearly 1,600 books have been banned in 86 school districts across 26 states. That's the background that we are talking about today. When I think about social justice issues like housing, affordable housing for all, not only can people with money not afford housing, but we represent low-income people. And after the eviction moratorium was lifted after last year, we are seeing an unprecedented rise of evictions. In 2018, New York City was the first jurisdiction in the country to guarantee low-income people a right to a lawyer in housing court. And the reality is, in the 5 boroughs in which we practice, we don't have enough lawyers for all the people who need us. The number of attorneys have gone down every single month. Just in the past year, 10,000 cases have been declined, and another 12,000 cases have had limited representation. And yet 95% of landlords have a lawyer in court. So what we have in housing court is what we see in criminal court. Overworked and underpaid lawyers who can't keep up with the increasing demand for services, and all of this means low-income people are suffering. When we talk about the criminal legal system, let's talk about the fact that the NYPD has an $11 billion budget just to get to the point of an arrest. Their budget is 30 times my budget, and we cover everything from the point after arrest to appeal. The NYPD's budget is 30 times to get to an arrest than the entire criminal legal system. Let that sink in. Let's talk about the fact that yesterday the NYPD rolled out and introduced their new robot dog. And yet my office has the highest rate of attrition in our 147-year history. We have the highest rate of attrition because we are losing lawyers every single day because we can't pay salaries to keep people here that are 40 times the rent, which is required to live in New York City. The attrition rate in my office is 80% higher than it was in 2021. And this year, we're actually trending to beat that. So we can talk about police reform, prosecutorial reform, bail reform, judicial discretion all day. If we do not arm the superheroes, the people in court, the public defenders who stand in the gap of injustice every single day, then none of this matters. Thank you.
All right, Sister Greer, Professor Greer.
Thank you. I'm going to put on a timer because you know professors can chat. Let's just do this. Okay, so I first want to thank Rev and the board at NAN and everyone who always participates. It's always nice to come back here. It's been a while since we've been in the room together because of COVID, and I know we've lost some people, but it feels like a family reunion every time we come here. So I just want to thank you all for having me back. And being on this panel, I realized this is the first panel I'm the only non-lawyer. So I'm gonna paint in some broad brushes here. And I want to start with the necessity, is Twyla laid out really beautifully and succinctly, but there's a necessity for an insider-outsider strategy. So I'm working on a project right now thinking about Fannie Lou Hamer and Barbara Jordan and the work that they've done to essentially give us a Stacey Abrams 50 years later. If the two of them essentially had a baby 50 years later, it'd be Stacey Abrams. And so I want to think about the necessity of not just protest politics, which is incredibly important, but also electoral politics to follow it up. Because as Black people, we don't get one without the other. And so if we want to change some of or much of this system, we have to do both. So in thinking about the object of this panel, it seems grim, as Twyla laid out. You know, when it comes to LGBTQ+ rights, when it comes to a woman's right to choose, when it comes to books being banned, most of which are books by people of color, by women, explicitly women of color. There's a targeting of Black people and Black women explicitly that is deliberate. And we've seen it sort of in elections and not just book bannings. When we think about policing and police, we know that black voters are some of the savviest voters out there, right? Thank you, right on. We fundamentally understand this idea of being over-policed in our communities by robot dogs and this hyper-funding of NYPD and other police departments across the country, but we also feel as though we're oftentimes neglected at the same time by these very same police departments when we need certain goods and services. So I want us to remember, even though it seems very grim, which it is, we've been here before. We're not new to this. We know who this country is. We know the capacity. We know the capacity of many of the people in this country. They will burn it down before they give us 1 inch. We saw it. We saw it on January 6th. And that's real. And so knowing that, I'm not afraid. We know the capacity for change in this country. It's incremental and it's slow. And so that means we have to keep our foot on the gas. That means we have to support organizations like the Legal Aid Society. We have to support Maya's organization. And so I've been thinking about this idea of, how many of you belong to a religious institution, right? So we need to think about this idea of tithing. And the same way that every week you give to your church home, you need to be giving to these organizations so they can do the work. Twyla and Maya need to keep staff. Nan needs to keep staff. And so I need us to also think economically about the ways that we invest in these institutions that are doing the work. We can't do this work by ourselves. We can't do it every day. We will get exhausted. We will burn out. We've seen it happen. And so in doing that, we know that when we look at the Tennessee 3, there's some bright lights even in the darkness. We know that the new Chicago mayor-elect, Brandon Johnson, right, an educator and a union organizer, will hopefully be able to do some things. We understand the constraints, though, that many local officials have within the state government and larger governments because of financing. And so we always have to remember this insider-outsider strategy to make sure we're also participating in our state-level governments. Many of these people are going to Albany with 2,000 and 3,000 votes. I'm always on New York 1 on election night, every election night, and we see the numbers come in, and we are sending some highly competent and highly incompetent people to Albany to be in charge of over $200 billion of our tax money, and our foot's not on the gas. And so we have to keep our eye on the ball. And I know, lots of people here like the Real Housewives and all these shows, but if we invest in our political education for 5 minutes a day, we will fundamentally understand some of these challenges that Twyla laid out. And so when I think about some of the tensions that I feel, when we have robot dogs, when we consistently invest in, Mayor Eric Adams told us during the campaign season, we gotta make sure we take people not just out of the stream, we gotta go up the stream, right, and figure out why they're falling in. Well, funding the police and defunding libraries isn't pulling people out of the stream. We know this now. We can't do any more political science data on it. We have 50 years of data to say that more and more police money actually doesn't work. So if we know these things, we have to make sure that we pay attention electorally, and once we get officials that we want or don't want, doesn't matter, we still pay attention so that the next time these election cycles come around every 2 or 4 years, we are ready. We are armed with information to either keep people in office doing the work that we want them to do, or we get them out of office, because that is what we have fought for. So I'm gonna leave you all with something, and I don't know if Rev said this today, but he said it years ago when we were in Washington, D.C., and it sticks with me all the time, because as Twyla laid out, these are real issues, and they're frightening, and they're exhausting. But Rev said once, he used this metaphor of the geese. And I'm a birder. So if you see geese flying in formation, they do that triangular formation. And he essentially said that when it comes to, say, civil rights leaders, but I'm gonna use it for you all and people in your community and your neighborhoods and your churches, you are that head goose, and you take as much of the headwind as you can, and you do as much as you can. But the goal is for you not to do that forever. You can't. It is physically impossible. So when you go around the back, that means someone else steps up and they take that headwind for you. So you can rest in the back, because rest is resistance, rest is radical, and rest is the only thing that will get us going. So I will pause there. I'm looking forward to Q&A, and thank you all so much for being here.
Thank you, Professor Greer. Ari, Welcome. It's all yours.
Thank you so much. They said opening statements, so I thought I'd stand up. Thank you all for being here on a beautiful day in New York. You chose to come inside because this matters. Some of you may know there was a Brooklyn artist who once said you could have been anywhere in the world today, but you're here with us, and we appreciate that. I'm honored to be on a panel among such esteemed thinkers and doers. Obviously, you could look at this panel and say, there's one thing that stands out about me that might be different from literally everyone else on the panel. I hope I'm not out of pocket here, but everyone on the panel's into old school hip hop. I'm into new school contemporary hip hop and more into the mumble rap and Lil Uzi Vert. So that's something that separates us. I don't want to draw too much attention to it, but I did have to kind of at least acknowledge that I'm more 21 Savage, you know, the whisper rapping. And if you're of a certain tradition, you're like, why are you rapping in a library? Like, we want to hear all the words. On a more serious note, the question is, how are we doing on the dream? I always look at evidence. I'm honored to be included in the conversation. So this would be my breakdown. I look at this in terms of democracy, representation, criminal justice, which we just heard about, and the economy. You could make a longer list. We know Martin Luther King died working directly on the economic oppression and racism that is structurally part of America then and now. And so my short answer, because we're doing a short opening, is when I look across that list, I think on the economic racism and apartheid that really functions within American capitalism, we are measurably about where we were in the 60s Jim Crow era. When you look at the wealth gap, when you look at the household, basically what your total houses and families' net worth is, it is about on par with adjusted dollars for where we were, if you've seen the statistic, in 1965. And that's what people were marching for. So we haven't actually measurably improved. When people tell stories about one person who broke out or one person who became a billionaire, that's great. But at a measurable level, it's about the same, and there are many reasons for that. One is that obviously we're talking mostly about generational wealth. So if you have to backdate it 1 or 2 generations, duh, look what things were like then. That's one. On democracy, I mean, we could talk about racism or just whether we're going to hold on to this as a democracy at all, which is a real question right now. So while there have been some strides in some areas, and we could talk about those laws, I think in general, you know, treading water would be the best you could hope for. I know what you're thinking, okay, is it going to be no on all 4? This is like a real downer. I would argue that on representation in the political leadership of the country, there actually has been a change. The Congress right now, federally, is the most diverse Congress in history. One party, obviously the Democratic Party, at a measurable level, has led that and accounted for most of that. The last several national tickets have had diversity, racial and gender diversity. That was not the norm. That used to be the exception. Now that's pretty much what we see in national tickets. And the Congress is more diverse, and many state legislators, not all, are more diverse. And then the Republican Party, which has its own history on this, has now occasionally run, as we saw in Georgia, more diverse slates. That's a separate conversation when I say representation to your opinion of the candidate, the quality of the candidate. But at a measurable level, representation is fundamentally changing. And then that brings me to the last category when I look at this on evidence, which is criminal justice. And there I think it's a very mixed picture. We have excellent people on the panel who've worked on this their whole lives. On the one hand, in many measurable areas like the use of police force against unarmed individuals and against black and brown individuals, it is as bad as ever. Indeed, there was a spike in the last year before the year prior. And that's against all the attention on BLM and the national conversation. So I can point you to those statistics, and we just heard about how misallocated the resources are in this city that we're in. On the other hand, I can point you to states that have started to change police immunity to some degree. I could show you states where the DAs and the police leadership are changing. And I could point you to a Congress that, but for obstruction and the filibuster, has more support for changing how we govern police and criminal justice than any time, I would argue, and I'm curious what Maya and others think, in the last several decades because of these movements that Reverend Sharpton, Nan, the people in this room are a part of. So that's my answer in short. Sometimes when people come up to me on the street and they're like, Ari, like, how do you feel like about America? And I always say, like, I'm short-term pessimistic, but I'm long-term pessimistic. But I would like to at times be optimistic, but the only way to do that, in my view, and I'm gonna hand it off to Maya, is to make sure that we are being factual, real, and honest. So when we acknowledge how bad it is in so many areas, that's part of the first step to figure out what we do. I did want to give a special shout out to Rev in wrapping up here because he's so busy, he's running all around, he said such nice things. Reverend Sharpton is politically, legally, influentially, bigger now than he's ever been. And again, I'm just telling, like, and physically, and this is why, whether we talk about race, weight, or anything else, you obsess on physicality at your own peril. Reverend Sharpton is smaller than he's ever been. So he's bigger. It's like Lil Wayne said in the Carter 3, I feel big, not in the sense of gaining weight. He's bigger in the American consciousness. He can summon the leaders of this country. He can summon the experts of this country. He gives a platform to people who are making change. He's big, and yet he's gotten so small. I get it about the skipping breakfast thing, but if you see him, hand him a biscuit. Hand him an energy bar. I'm playing. I appreciate him having me. I appreciate being a part of this. Maya.
Ari Melber. All right, Dr. Maya Wiley.
Well, first let me say, I hate being last amongst these folks, so that ain't justice. But I will say this, and I want to really thank Michael Hardy, who has been and always will be such a central leader in his own right, not just at the National Action Network, but for all of us. And so we just so appreciate you. I can't say enough both about Twyla and Chrissy. Having these powerhouse thinkers and doers makes all the difference. Reverend Sharpton, I don't know what to say because you all already know it already. It is a key partnership for me as a leader. It is a key partnership for us at the Leadership Conference to be in partnership with you. As the nation's oldest and largest civil rights coalition, we are 230 national organizations strong. We look like America, we are America, and we are the majority of America. But I do have to give a special thanks to Ari Melber. Because until Ari, I was always light, bright, and damn near white. And I suddenly feel so much darker. But true story, I think I can say this. I was the first black woman to become an MSNBC legal analyst. Well, this was not a story about me. You don't get to do that unless someone inside says to the C-suite, y'all need to pay her. And that was Ari Melber. All right, so let me try to figure out how to summarize this because I agree with all of my friends on this panel, but I want to talk about power. I want to talk about power. And I'm going to start because the theme here is the dream under threat. And one of the things that Dr. King said during the March on Washington, that hot summer, 1963, a march that we at the Leadership Conference, because we're 73 years old, helped organize, by the way. But he said something that doesn't get talked about today. which is he said, we can never be satisfied as long as the Negro is the victim of the unspeakable horrors of police brutality. Amen. And we know because we saw what happened, Eric Garner here in New York, George Floyd, we sick, we tired, we've been sick and tired, but as Ari said, and we have been fighting. And we forget that even while we have not won the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, no we haven't, but we haven't given up because local activists have been protesting and fighting for the change that we have not yet won in Congress, and every local fight matters. And I'm going to give you a couple of examples because as we talk about all the promise of all the systemic racism we were going to change, and as we walked and marched in the streets and never saw so many white allies marching with us for the first time. I saw elderly white people here in Brooklyn standing out in front of their very expensive brownstone, pounding on frying pans, going, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. I already tried to say I was old. I'm not going to forget that. But I've never seen that. And then we get a spike in crime. And by the way, who are the biggest victims of that spike? Us dark-skinned people, right? Black people, Latinos. I know y'all got my joke. I appreciate that. But here's the point. That drove back some of that multiracial support. It created, we had those who were the enemies of reform who used it to drive fear against sensible policies. We have seen the rise, and Twyla already said it, so I'm not going to repeat all her important points, but the rise over the last 5 years in incarceration is the mentally ill. It's the mentally ill, which means we are making it a crime to need help. To need help. And true story, during COVID, my daughter had a friend over who had a mental break, a psychotic episode, and it was frightening for her because the child was violent. And that's real, right? In a psychotic moment, it's real. We know it's real. My daughter refused. I found out about this the next morning. I was asleep. Child was sleeping in my house, lives in Harlem, sleeping in Brooklyn, long way from her house and her grandmother. I find out the next morning she's gone. My daughter, I said, oh my God, how do we know she's okay? She left the house. She said, Mom, I was so scared. I did call 911, but they didn't get here in time. And I went, what do you mean they didn't get here? I said, now I'm pissed that they didn't get here in time. But then it turned out it's because she lied. My daughter lied because if she had told the truth, they would have sent a police car and not an ambulance. And she knew it. And so she said, Mom, I was afraid if I told them she was violent, I knew they would send a police car and then they would shoot and kill her. Real talk. Right? We don't do this work because we don't experience the pain, right? But I want to talk about the power because despite the fact that we didn't get there, look what we did get. We got in Berkeley, there was a law that limited law enforcement and traffic stops. In Minnesota, they committed to reducing police in schools. In New York, we ended qualified immunity. In Colorado, we ended qualified immunity. It's not that we're not winning some fights. And the reason, and I'm going to go talk about January 7th. To say a word about January 7th. January 7th. January 6th. Well, there's January 6th. I'm talking about the other January. I'm talking about Tyree Nichols. Oh, no, we got a lot. I won't go through all of it. But this was important. Because Tyree Nichols was about to be what we know so many of our black children are, murdered and not talked about, killed without any consequence. But the reason there have been consequences for the officers who killed Tyree Nichols wasn't the video camera. It wasn't. It was the fact that not only did Rovon Wells stand there as a mother like Mamie Till in a hospital room saying, "Look what they did to my baby." It is that she had lawyers who worked for Ben Crump who saw the pictures and said, no, 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 no. We need the world to see this. They got the picture. Remember the hospital rooms? Took weeks to make it a news story. And it was the news story that created the pressure for the video. I was on Ari's show the night that video was going to be released. And it only happened because of the activism, the activist lawyers, but also the activists in the community that started protesting and demanding. And another one, and we heard Chrissy talk about it too. Sorry, she Chrissy to me. I know she professor to everybody else. But Chrissy talked about it. It is that they said that there had to be a different district attorney in office because the previous one would not have prosecuted those police officers. And the reason there was a prosecution is that there was a new sheriff in town, so to speak, in that district attorney. And if you want to talk about people in power, and yes, there's a new sheriff in town in New York City and Manhattan, too. First black district attorney, and ran saying, "You're not going to put us in jail for a misdemeanor that's nonviolent that nobody white goes to jail for, and oh, by the way, is a poverty crime," and then let Donald Trump off the hook for accountability for fraud. All right. So why do I say power? Because every single time they're telling us constantly we're losing, and we are in a war, and it's a war on woke. But I don't see anybody asleep in this room. And we have not been asleep. We are not going to sleep. We are the majority, and we should show them in Tennessee. We're going to show them in every state of this country, because at the end of the day, it's our day.
All right. All right, so we've got a few minutes, and we're also conscious. We know Ari's got his show tonight, so we'll make sure he gets out of here on time.
I'm on his show tonight. We'll see if he talks to me.
Well, there you go. So let's have some conversation with the panel first, and then we'll take a couple of questions from you. So, Maya, you were just ending up, and you spent time with the New York City Civilian Review. So from your perch now in Washington, and just some of the issues that you are actually addressing, so many of the problems, and we saw in Memphis where the police chief acted quickly. We saw with in New York where it wasn't as quick to do something about the police. And part of that, again, the police or the others will always come back and say, well, the unions, we can't violate the union, collective bargaining, and all of that. So from where you sit now, and as you look across the country, what are some of the big issues that are happening in terms of civilian review across the country?
So one, let me just say, civilian review does matter. It does. And I say that as a person who, when I was chairing it and we were 5 years in, waiting to get to see what happened with Daniel Pantaleo getting off the police forces, we made a decision. And that was to send it over as an independent review body. We say, we're just sending it. We're sending it to the police department with the recommendation that he be fired, which is the most we could do. That was the most stringent recommendation we could make. But I say that was a big deal. because we weren't supposed to do it. We did it. But the other thing that people don't understand or realize is one of the things I had to fight to hold on to was our independent prosecutorial power as a civilian review board. We have our own Civilian Complaint Review Board in New York has its own prosecutors on staff as well as investigators. So not only does it investigate the complaint it gets, if we say charges, it means there has to be a trial. There's due process, but it's a trial. Daniel Pantaleo got one. But it is our prosecutors, civilian prosecutors, not police department prosecutors, who prosecute the case. We get higher rates of winning than the prosecutors inside the police department. So I say that because we were unique in that power. But one of the things that has happened, particularly since George Floyd, is more and more civilian complaint review boards are getting more power. It is the power in the office that enables the independence for accountability, right? So I was able to use our unique level of independence. Now, some civilian review boards don't even have to get approval for their recommendations from the police commissioner. But that is new. There are not a lot of them, and it is one of the things that we can advocate for is stronger powers in civilian oversight.
All right, yes. Thank you. All right, so I'll just quickly ask if any of the other panel want to address the civilian oversight issue.
I would like to add to that. Thank you, Dr. Wiley, for pointing that out. I will just point out as well that in the last 72 hours, there was an article that came out here in New York City about the Civilian Review Board. Of the 200 NYPD officers that were found to have lied in the past decade, none of them were fired. Wow. So just to put a finer point on what Dr. Wiley is talking about.
Well, and that ballot initiative, this was important, and Legal Aid was an important partner in this, getting a ballot initiative that allowed the civilian oversight to go after police for lying. That's a new power because you couldn't rely on that accountability in the police department.
That's right.
All right. Professor Greer, you have the advantage of having students in your classes, and of course you address a lot of these issues with them. What are some of the things that they have come to you with that has been enlightening in terms of this broader issue of social and criminal justice?
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I was making notes when everyone was talking. When Ari said he's short-term pessimistic, long-term pessimistic, I'm actually optimistic. I'm realistic. I'm a pragmatic progressive. But the reason why I'm optimistic is anyone who works with young people, you can't help but be optimistic. Because all you do is, it's like blowing a dandelion, right? You just sow these seeds every day, right? Every day. And then sometimes at the end of the semester, you see something flourish. Sometimes in a year, a student comes back and says, hey, I finally got what you were saying. Sometimes it's 5 years, sometimes it's 10 years. So I feel really good. I love Gen Z. They don't tolerate a lot of stuff that I think we took as fact and as normal. They are very frustrated about the fact that it seems as though we've mortgaged their future in more ways than one. They are frustrated about the environmental concerns. When that train derailed in East Palestine, Ohio, and I didn't have to walk them through why it is that certain communities would never have a train going through their neighborhood carrying toxic waste, they got it. When they see someone jump a turnstile and they know they've jumped turnstiles, I teach at the Lincoln Center campus, they see the let out after the Metropolitan Opera and the ballet, and they see all those blue-haired ladies just walk right through and not pay $2.75. They're putting two and two together. And so when it comes to, say, criminal justice, they don't see why it is that they're going to work really hard to pay to trap not just people, but brilliant people. I think, Rev joked about sort of being in jail for 3 months, but I think all of us know that some of our greatest minds aren't necessarily on this dais. They are trapped in prisons. And they were trapped there when they were 18 years old, and they weren't given the opportunity to actually have a future. And so many of us are here, but for some of the mistakes we made, and we're just lucky. That's all it is. And so I think a lot of my students understand that fine line between the opportunity and the privilege of having a parent that, or a school that you went to where when you got in trouble, they gave you the benefit of the doubt. And so they understand some of the racial mechanisms. When Maya said, you know, we had the people with the pots and pans and Black Lives Matter and then they disappeared. I think a lot of young people, especially young white people, saw, why are they disappearing? This is a long-term issue. This isn't something that we did in 2020. This is actually something that we need to do all day, every day. And if we call ourselves allies, right, we actually need to be more like accomplices. And I think that they understand the difference between being these like sort of fair weather friends, and if you're in it, you're in it. And if you're not, then get out the way.
All right. Anyone else want to comment on your interactions with any of the youth groups that you may speak with or have encountered? All right. So
just to say ditto, but also in what we saw in the midterms, the difference in both ballot initiatives and in outcomes in very narrow races were Gen Z and millennial. The most diverse generation in our history.
Wow. All right. So, Twyla Carter, there's a big issue, and a couple of people actually alluded to it, and it's also can also be viewed somewhat in terms of economic disparities. As I think, Maya, I think you referred to it, we've seen situations where there's an uptick in crime, and then everybody begins focusing on, oh my God, the cities are on fire, we're all going to get run over by these criminals. But then they come back to, oh, we have to be stronger on the bail issue. And we know bail is an economic issue. And in many cities across the country and states, there was a huge fight for the no cash bail, particularly on nonviolent crime. So, Twyla, I'm going to start with you because I know this is an issue that you have to confront here in the city. And
yeah, I appreciate that question. So bail reform, let's just start by saying, you know the cash bail system is flawed when somebody who might actually be a danger to the community has money to buy their freedom, and somebody who throws a rock through a window cannot, okay? This country and our system in the criminal legal system around the cash bail is not about ensuring public safety, it is about poverty. We know from my work at the Bail Project, for example, which is a national nonprofit organization that pays bail for people to get out of cages, that when we post the bail money and provide them rides to come back to court, provide them text reminders, all of our clients, about 25,000 people across the country, appeared at over 90% of their hearings, and 30% of them had their cases dismissed or they were found not guilty when they were able to fight their cases from a position of freedom. As I sit here right now, the governor and the legislature are locked in a battle over our budget. And what is at play is rolling back bail reform. The very reforms that were put in place to ensure that low-income Black and brown people primarily would have a fair shot at the moment of their arrest when you are presumed innocent under the law in this country. So for bail reform, it is a matter of all of you staying involved and engaged on this issue with your local electives, with your state electives, to understand that when you see somebody who's out there who has done something horrible, and people have done horrible things. I am a diehard public defender. People have done horrible things, but recognize that that is rare, that most people who are released from jail, especially pre-trial, which means before a trial, they go to work, they go to school, they go home with their families, they don't cause any problems, they don't make it on the news. There are way more Khalif Browders than there are violent criminals.
all right. Okay. Anybody on bail reform? All right. So, Ari, you interview hundreds of people in the course of a year or whatever. We know Trump has dominated the news, and it's an important legal issue that underlies that. But is there another legal story that you think people should really be aware of that's out there brewing?
You mean like a specific case or a topic in general?
Well, either.
It's a good. I mean, it's an interesting question. I think that I guess I'll just answer a big picture. Like what I noticed, because I came into law having worked in, I came into journalism having worked in law and government, and so you bring a different vantage point. So entering the newsroom, I always felt like there's two types of stories. There's the big obvious story, that's like what everyone knows is a big news story, right? There's a plane crashes in New York. There's nothing to debate, it's a big story, right? The president is indicted, former president's indicted, it's a big story. So that's like the main stories. And then the other thing are stories that become somehow larger because they matter. They are a symbol of what is or what should or shouldn't be. And that's the other part of where you say if some local incident occurred, right, it's not national news, and yet some stories go national. Maya and others talked about examples of that, and some don't. So to me, I mean, I think the biggest stories that affect justice in America right now is sort of the underlying power shift and capitalist billionaire shift is so omnipresent, you don't even know how to start to tell that story. We try, I give you examples. But there's a fundamental shift in basically how power is allotted in the world, and it reinforces structural racism and other things that we know all about, but it is actually different because you have these super billionaires, someone like Elon Musk, who can buy an entire communications platform. You know, we have this would be part of that story, right? How do you tell that story? I mean, we have all these old laws on the books that say, and this is a real thing, if somebody wants to own a TV station and a newspaper in New York City, there's rules on how much they can own, right? Okay, those laws still exist, they're not perfectly enforced. Then over here, someone can buy a platform that's bigger than all the newspapers in the world, and they can decide whether politicians are on it or not on it or everything else. And Mr. Musk is a person. He can use his money, obviously. I'm not saying he can't. But Mr. Musk is not neutral. He has business interests and his own agenda, and he is clearly driving that through. So I guess my answer to you would be, yeah, I think the way that current global billionaire capitalism is changing the way both the market, the commerce works, and the underlying legal structures that we have is a huge story, and we only scratch the surface of that. The other question I have, because I always like to end with a little joke, otherwise things get too serious, is like, if Professor Greer spent so much time with Gen Z, why haven't you picked up any of their musical tastes? Just asking. I just ask questions.
I'm purely a Biggie fan, and I don't like Jay-Z because of the Barclays Center and gentrification and eminent domain and what happened to black communities.
Touche.
All right. Well, we'll have that debate at our panel next year. All right, so, well, you can, you know what? I'll let you ask the first question. And we'll take two other people on the line, Derek, and you hold the mic, Derek.
Can I just respond, though, to something,
yes.
add on to something that Ari said, you know, about social media? And what we have to be really careful about is because so many of these social media platforms are unchecked, and we know that so many black communities are targeted by these real sinister forces. And in this kind of hyper-black nationalist targeting, it sort of circles around to a very clear white supremacist, anti-Semitic, in many ways anti-black, anti-immigrant notion, and I think we need to be very careful and explicit about how it is that some of the owners of these social media platforms are fine with that happening, because that sort of breeds dissent.
Yeah, and I think that then goes right into the whole issue of why voting matters, because clearly this is a whole debate that's happening that may be going before the FCC to determine what type of regulations at all should apply to social media, so that's going to be a very important discussion. All right, so I said we're going to take 3 quick questions, and
Dun, 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 dun.
And hold on.
We got 17 minutes.
Because we got to do this very quickly. And Derek?
Respectfully, though, 50 Cent would say we should take at least 21 questions.
Right.
That's for the people in the back. If you're 21st in line, I'm here for you.
That's right. All right, so Derek, you're going to hold the mic.
Yes, sir.
And the young lady that's with you will give you the first question.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Sierra Scott. I'm the founder of the National Clean Water Collective. We focus on helping the nation with the water crisis. We started in Flint, and I want to talk about Flint, Michigan still. They have, okay, sure, but I think, isn't it important to give context just a little bit? All right.
Well, they've answered you. Phrase your question.
All right, so basically the people of Flint have not been justly given enough money for their injustice and their harm. My question to you is, I really didn't hear much about environmental injustice that's happening in our Black and brown communities, places like Flint, Michigan, Jackson, Mississippi. How are we raising, are we talking about that in these rooms, about how folks like the residents of Flint, Michigan have still not been
All right.
I'm a little nervous.
Professor, we got it. Professor
You did good.
Greer?
You did good.
So really briefly,
We got
two
the question.
things. Really briefly, two things. I would say, one, we have to pay attention to our state legislators, because many of the issues that happen in Flint and Jackson and upstate New York, these are issues that should have been funded beforehand. And so they were penny shy, pound foolish, penny wise, pound foolish. And so now we have lead in the water, and there's nothing we can do, and we've been poisoning our communities. So this is why I'm saying it's not just about protest, it has to be an electoral strategy, and we need to be pushing people who are running. I would also implore every single person, I have a lot of issues with Michael Bloomberg, but one of the greatest things that he ever did was 311. You call 311 or you go to 311.org and you can get a free water testing kit. It is something that you can do for yourself and your whole community, because by you testing your water and sending it back, and it's all free, they send it to you for free and you send it back for free. It takes 5 minutes. But what they do is they make sure that your pipes, your building, your block, your community, your borough are clean and safe. And if there are any issues and particles that are in the water, then actually they can sort of solve the problem before we ever get to a Flint or a Jackson issue. So.
All right.
No.
All right, now, hold on, Derek. I want you to go to the gentleman right behind you in the blue blazer.
The one and only.
All right, sir, what's your question?
How you doing? My name is Nolan Farrell. I want to talk about prosecutorial misconduct and wrongful conviction. I hear y'all talk about police accountability, but y'all don't talk about prosecutorial misconduct, accountability, and because they don't want to cause wrongful convictions. My question is that we don't talk about prosecutorial misconduct, who caused wrongful conviction of Black and brown peoples. As you see, most people being exonerated today is of Black and brown peoples, and it's caused by prosecutors, also the police officers. I don't hear nobody talk about that.
All right.
That's
We are talking about that. That's one of the things we absolutely talk about is prosecutorial misconduct and holding prosecutors accountable. At the end of the day, this is on we the people to make sure we're electing prosecutors who are going to hold prosecutors in their office accountable. And as Black people, we need to be serving on juries.
Yes.
So that we can make sure to be watching what's happening in court and go as court observers so you can watch what's happening in court. But we do talk about prosecutorial misconduct.
Excellent.
All right. Maya?
I would just add, because both acknowledgement, we do need to talk more about environmental racism and injustice, but also I just want to underscore this. The fundamental strategy on prosecutorial discretion has been to get the right people with the discretionary power. That's the reason I made the point about the Memphis District Attorney and Alvin Bragg here in Manhattan, and that was an organized effort to identify, get reformers to run, get the platform to run on, and then make sure they got into office, who then had amnesty programs, set up tents to say, let's make sure you don't have any desk appearance tickets, and if you have, there's a lot of ways our people end up in prison, and expunge them. So the only reason I want to say this is because We talk a lot about national elections. We talk very seldom about local. I ran for mayor. We had less than 30% of New York residents who could vote voting, less than 30%, and that's when you're electing your district attorney.
And just quickly, I will add too, 95% of all prosecutors run unopposed, and they're straight white men.
And on anti-Semitism, George Soros is being attacked by the right now because he was one of the philanthropists who have given money to support reform prosecutors running. It is why he's under attack, and don't let them divide us. We don't have a problem with the Jewish community. We have a problem with anyone who tells us that we don't deserve justice.
Amen.
All right.
Amen.
Ari, any comment? All right. Okay. I believe, if my eyes are not, there's this young lady in the back with the white face mask, and
excuse me, pardon me. Bump, bump, boop, boop.
All right.
Bang, bang.
Oh, thank you.
Your name, where you from? I'll hold the mic.
Okay, my name is Rashida Tyler. I'm the Deputy Executive Director of the New York State Council of Churches. My question is, oftentimes, especially during the George Floyd protests, we had folks who were labeled progressive and were woke, and then people who were more traditional and were not flowing with the same, messaging. And so oftentimes that was used to divide us and put a schism between the African American community. So I'm wondering how we can, as a people together, still get police accountability, and while also understanding that our communities need police protection, and so that we're not divided. Thank you.
Excellent,
Right,
excellent
thank
question.
you. Anybody want to take that?
Well, I will take it, because in our coalition, which I said is 230 national organizations, it includes unions. Some of those are public service unions. Some of them include policing. Some of them include corrections. Part of a civil rights coalition, and we have abolitionist groups. So we have it all under one coalitional tent. And what has been important, and we're about to put out a report called Vision for Justice. And it is a lengthy list of policies that can bring protection. And what we've been really doing is saying, look, what we need is to give communities choices about policies that work to prevent crime, particularly in the communities that are demanding safety from crime. And what works, and what it doesn't have to be full agreement on everything about where we will end up 100 years from now, because there's a lot of agreement that we need mental health services rather than a police car and a gun responding to what is a mental health crisis. We need to make sure that if we have people who are victimized by a crime, they get victim support services, and that there's police accountability so that everybody obeys the law, including the ones carrying the gun and the badge. And that we protect police officers from violence by ensuring that they are not doing something that is not a job for a police officer, like a traffic stop that ended up in Tyree Nichols getting killed because people were mad, they made him run.
And let me add, I'm going to bring this back to my very first point. We must adequately fund and resource public defenders. We are the ones who read the police reports. We're the ones who cross-examine them in court. We're the ones who interview them. We're the ones who catch them in the lies.
All right. Well, we said we were going to take 3 questions, and we're just about there. I see you, but I'm not asking you a question. But I will ask the young lady right behind you a question.
I was first. No, don't worry. I'll take care of you. Okay, let her talk, please. It's okay. All right. Your name, where you from?
My name is Josefa Malboisen. I'm from Staten Island. I actually work for the District Attorney's Office out there at the Alternatives to Incarceration Unit. So my question is specifically for you, Ms. Carter. I just want to know what are your thoughts concerning the steps DA offices are taking towards increasing alternative to incarceration offers, and does working with district attorneys' offices concerning these offers and having defendants take pleas or treatment pleas work against your main objective as legal aid defense attorneys?
That's a great question. Totally support the use of diversion and alternatives to incarceration, alternatives to ways to have convictions. Absolutely. Would love to see it increased on expanding the offenses in which it's applied. Would love to see it increased on the clients in which it's applied to. Certainly support that. What we also find as well is that different treatment courts, for example, as a way, as an alternative to incarceration, a mental health court, drug treatment court, et cetera, are great, except they are plea courts. You should not have to plead guilty and get a conviction to get the services that you might need. But of course, I'm going to support all progressive efforts by a prosecutor in a particular county.
The reason that I asked it just as a practical matter, we find a little pushback coming from legal aid offices instead of them encouraging to work with us.
It depends on what the issues are, and it depends on the specific cases. So we can talk offline about specific cases.
Hook up with her
if you'd like
offline
to.
and do it. And Attorney
All
Hart is going to
right,
pick the
all
next
right,
one.
Thank you. And Derek, let him ask his question real quick.
Hey, pressure works everywhere, right? So, your name, where you from, and your question.
I'm the infamous DJ Patches from Long Island, New York. And I want to know, there's something that's just started happening last year. It's a very, very serious issue. And it affects the future generation of children. It's happening in a lot of states in the Midwest and down south. Teachers are being forced by the school districts to teach children critical race theory, transgender, that it's okay to be a different sex, and all this.
What is your question?
So what is being done? What is being done to stop this? It's a malpractice.
Good question, good question.
All right.
What is being done to stop it? Thank you.
You got your question. All right. All right. We want to thank the panel. Any closing words for anyone?
Wait. We will never
I'll
stop
address
the
it.
fight to teach the facts, because we will never have a functioning democracy when we don't know where we have been and can't discuss where we're trying to go. It is the central point to democracy, and we are here for this country. True patriotism is one that's willing to look at this country, just like James Baldwin said, whose books are being banned in some communities, where he said anything can be changed as long as it's faced, and we're going to face it.
Wait.
Yeah, hold on.
Ari?
Yeah, I want to chime in too.
Everyone in this room knows what you're living through because you've been living through it in various forms. Sometimes it takes new forms. Sometimes it takes new dimensions, new mediums. We got racists in the street. We got racists on the internet. That ain't a surprise. You know who's on the internet? People. So we have to deal with all of this together. With apologies to Professor Greer, one of my most respected colleagues on the stage, I am going to go to Jay-Z because we're living in a time of lies, and when people lie, you have to just face it and keep moving. And we're also living in a time where people who do not win elections are trying to overthrow them to take control. Ain't nothing new about that either. Ain't nothing new about America's original sin or efforts at apartheid. Apartheid is not only racist, it's also ruled by the unelected minority. So all I do is listen and learn. I don't bring that much original to the table. I'm like an AI chatbot up here. I listen, I think, I bring it back out. So what Jay-Z said to Nas is what you have to say to some of these liars out there right now, which is, we don't believe you. You need more people. They don't have more people. There's more of you than there are them.
Let me just add, may I quickly add?
Professor Greer.
Yeah, just my closing comments would be, all of you have something really important to contribute in minor and major ways. Obviously, together we are much stronger than we are separately. I would please implore you to politically tithe to these great organizations up here and to candidates that you want to see thrive. And also, do not forget to read. Books aren't all banned just yet. So as Maya mentions James Baldwin, we need to make sure that we're reading some of our great scholars so we're not repeating history in a lot of ways.
Ditto to everything that's been said. Sir, to answer your question, what you call critical race theory is U.S. history. If black children had to live it, white children can learn about it.
All right. So on that note, I want you to stand on your feet. Twyla Carter, Dr. Christina Greer, Ari Melber, Dr. Maya Wiley. We give you a big thank you.
Let's do this photo real quick and then we're done. Maya, come here real quick. Maya, she'll come back. She'll come back. Real quick, then we're done, right? Yep. Okay. All right. Bro, I'll see it for me. 3, 2. Stay right there. 3, 2. Right. Thank you. Thank you. So nice to be on here. Hi, everyone. I'll come around. Okay. Turn around.
Gave you your shot.
I gotta announce the vendors upstairs on the third floor.
No, you can't. No.
Announce the vendors, because people, visit the vendors.
All right, just FYI, we're going to have the Honorable Shiela Jackson Lee coming shortly, so don't stray. We're going to want you to be seated. We'll let you know, but stay in the room. Okay.
Let everybody take your seat. Everybody take a seat. Everybody take your seat. Shh. Tell everybody in the hall, come back a minute. We got one major speaker I want y'all to hear. Need everybody to take your seat. Let those outside tell them come in. We are happy. Let everybody come in from the hall. I know there are other sessions. But I want us to hear, we've been full all day. I know it's been a long day, but this woman deserves our attention and our respect. She has been a champion around social justice issues for decades. She's also not only a historic figure, but has done something in contemporary times that deserves our respect. She's partnered with us in everything I could think of, from the Diallo days all the way to George Floyd, which she championed in her district, and has picked up the mantle of John Conyers, fighting for reparations in the United States Congress. She is now a candidate for mayor of Houston. And our Houston folk is in the house. Y'all need to spread it. Houston's in the house? All right. Let us bring the fighting Congresswoman from Texas, Congresswoman Shiela Jackson Lee.
Thank you. What a privilege, how humbled I am to be able to stand in a place where the fruit of the descendants of enslaved Africans with their allies and friends come together to harvest justice. Oh, you have been working these last couple of days. You have taken the seeds and planted them. And we have an expedited harvest. For when you finish the 32nd NAN conference, you must take that harvest to the far reaches of America. And you must be able to stand against the tide of retrenchment, devastation, and disaster. Let me express my concern for my friends in Florida with 20 inches of rain and inability to move. But let me say, if you're from Florida, you got to get up and get it dry because you got some other devastation you got to deal with. Let me express my appreciation because I'm like Reverend Al Sharpton. He expresses thank you and honor where honor is due. Let me thank the Louisville police officers in the instance of the tragedy of the gun violence at the Louisville Bank for their quick response. But let me also say that it is tragic that we lost, thank you, brother, some precious lives in Nashville that were children. And let me lay it on you that the number one killer of children in this century, 2023, are guns in America. I know you've had a repetition of genius here today and yesterday. You just got through with the issues that I've dealt with 28 years on the House Judiciary Committee. Joined John Conyers in New York at the shooting of Abdou Diablo. I was there as a very young member of Congress. And I've never strayed away from this issue of the ability for you to go home to your family and for those who protect and serve to go home to theirs. You see, we as African Americans and the family of justice fighters, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. And so as I start, allow me for a moment to give the accolades to my friend, the Reverend Al Sharpton, whose story I always like to hear. How early in life he started preaching, the respect he had for his mother, the home base of Brooklyn, the idea that no matter what storm faces him, he goes into the storm to save you. Somebody needs to stand up right now and give my friend, the Reverend Al Sharpton, a standing ovation. Somebody needs to recognize that sometimes you get a little tired. But he never, like Fannie Lou Hamer, stopped being sick and tired of being sick and tired. In my summarization of what all you have gone through, technology is coming. The major aspects of banking and unemployment, veterans, the beautiful luncheon honoring women, and thank you, Reverend. Many of you know that I almost took Brittney Griner as my child. I fought like heck when nobody was talking about Brittney Griner. Reverend helped me. I think I was on his show, on his radio show. Look at her now. We must take everybody as a child of God. How dare we condemn anyone? Brilliant, kind-hearted with Sherelle. Thank you, Reverend, for those you have honored. My First Lady, Shanae Henderson, and you will hear from Pastor Keon Henderson, my constituent out of Houston. You got to know what good comes out of Houston, a whole bunch of good stuff. Thank you, Carl Davis. So let me take just a moment. My theme today comes a little bit out of Ezekiel 37, the dry bones. Oh, I'm a lawyer. I'm somebody who's been in the judiciary, as I said, for 28 years. I'm the chairwoman of the crime subcommittee, now ranking member in this day of unbelievable expression of change. But I thought I would come in this historical perspective to deal with crime and what our journey has to be, and to be able to take you with the umbrella of Ezekiel 37, because there gets to be moments when we go into the valley of the dry bones. We are struck with paralysis. We just can't move. We can't say anything. We say, there goes another one. And I am telling you, when you leave this conference, everything that comes that is an injustice, you've got to be the prophesied dry bones, and you got to rise up and make a difference. I hope the Houstonians here will go home with me and continue to say that taking over the Houston Independent School District of black and brown children and stealing money from the public school system by using vouchers is wrong, and we're going to continue to fight. We're going to continue to fight. We are fighting an uphill battle in Houston, Texas, with the state now on the brink of taking over the 7th largest school district in the country with an African-American superintendent and black and brown and white and others on the school board. We may not all agree, but we know that those trustees care about our children. The children have gone through the pandemic. They're performing at C and B levels. We have something called the STAR test. They're ready to take that even though they've struggled through the pandemic. And now you're going to come, we're speaking Arabic, we're speaking Chinese, we're speaking Spanish and French, and you're trying to tell us that we got to take you over. We got to put an unelected board of managers. You're violating the voting rights that we're trying to hold on to. You're violating equal protection of the law. Are you going to provide for special needs children? Why are you taking over a district that is loved with parents that love them and that the children are showing you they can do the job? Why are you doing that to them? This is the question of the threat to the dream. Dr. King, Reverend Jesse Jackson, Malcolm, Reverend Al Sharpton, Rosa Parks, products of public schools, segregated as they were, we fought to integrate the schools.
Right.
Now we've got something where the state says this looks like a plum. Look at all the land, the brand new buildings that the citizens of Harris County built with their bond money. Let's take this right now. Reverend Sharpton, they can close a school. I have no authority. No elected person will be able to say anything. No parent will be able to say anything. We're closing the school and selling it to a developer. Nothing can be said about keeping the superintendent. Nothing can be said about the principals doing great job. Nothing can be said about teachers who may be saying, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm leaving. How do we replenish those teachers? I want you to know, I want to take this spec as I continue to let you know there's something in your community that when you leave here, you are not a dry bone. You've got to have enough that has been given to you to be able to say, that fight I'm going to get in. Now let me, as he mentioned another journey that I'm taking, let me get on record to say that I'm a senior member of the Budget Committee, $6.7 trillion budget that the president has, and I am in my fifth year. I know numbers, I can manage, and I know that if you are in a city, I better make sure the garbage is picked up. I better make sure that they're not dumping in your neighborhoods and that you can get safely around your neighbors. I know that. But I do believe, don't underestimate a member of Congress who's been in the fight. But I do believe people want to know you have the stomach to fight for them. Reverend, I don't know if you saw it, but it broke my heart. A report on CNN about the numbers of evictions across America.
That's right.
And as much as we've been fighting and our mayor's been fighting for affordable housing, unfortunately, we are one of those on the list. It breaks my heart. I see people wrapping their belongings and putting them in a stroller or something and just having no place to go. This is not America. Some dry bone needs to step up and ask what the eviction rate is in your community and find a way to deal with it. We must house the unhoused. I'm giving you the agenda that you must be dealing with before you leave this place. And so I told you my text was Ezekiel 37, but I'm going to move to the example of the dry bones waking up. I'm going to move to that example. Something, again, that Reverend Sharpton has taught us. Don't forget the elders. But don't look back and ignore those behind you. Don't ignore that younger fruit that is coming to be able to carry us into the 22nd century. Remember now, I said The fruit is diverse. There are people in this room that don't look like me. They are justice fighters, and I love them and embrace them. I'm not going to let someone else tell us we can't get along with people that don't look like each other. I'm going to say they are welcomed everywhere, because we must get America to be what the Declaration of Independence said: we all are created equal with certain inalienable rights of life and liberty in the pursuit of happiness. I should not have my child go to school and die because of an assault weapon. That child deserves life. And so my modern day Joshua Moses story, Moses being Dr. King and Reverend Sharpton still living, of course, and various leaders whose names we know are imprinted in the annals of history. Here comes Joshua. Representative Justin Jones, here comes Joshua. Representative Pearson, Justin Pearson, here comes Joshua. Barely 30. And the young people came to them and said, does anybody care that we're being gunned down in churches, in schools? Does anybody care about Uvalde and Walmart, Buffalo, Charleston? Does anybody care? Virginia Tech, Columbine. Does anybody care? And those representatives unshackled themselves from dry bones. Newly minted representatives had some sense that there was a constitution, believed that they would have the equal protection of the law, even thought they might be protected by the First Amendment, that they could stand with those young people who are the ones who live in jeopardy. What do you think their fear is like? And they embrace them. They charge them with making noise. Are you going to be frightened because you're making noise? I've heard preachers say, let the church, let the walls, benches and walls say amen. Y'all are so dry in the church. Let the benches and walls say amen. These young men were listening where we might be hustling. We might have been on the road of Samaria. We might have been the priest that was too busy, or we had to rush on to the grocery store, or we were getting to the theater and the children were out there crying about guns. Then came the Good Samaritans, Representative Justin Jones and Justin Pearson. I'm inviting them to Washington, Reverend. I want them to be seen and heard in Washington, D.C. I'm hoping their congressman, my good friend Steve Cohen, who you know, will allow me to be joining him for them to come and let them walk the halls. Because why have we not passed an assault weapons ban? Assault weapons kill law enforcement. They kill faith leaders, children, pregnant mothers, people of all colors. They're in banks, as I told you. They're in your house of worship. They're in your schools. They're in a first grade class. And yet, we cannot bring ourselves to be able to pass an assault weapons ban. What about storage bill? I have the Emily bill, and I call it the Emily. It is the Kimberly Vaughn bill, to her mother, Miss Hart. The Kimberly Vaughn bill. Just a storage bill to make sure the manufacturers insist on storage when it is sold. Dry bones. And then, of course, Reverend, we have for a long time put a bag over our head about mental health issues. And we have not provided the health care infrastructure. Every single person should walk out this door and there should be a mental health professional saying, do you need help? And the reason why I say people of color have suffered the burning rage, and they have had to stand up and suck up and just say, I'm a strong person. Who knows what the civil rights workers needed? Who knows what our leaders needed? Who knows? I'm giving you some fruit, I hope, that you'll go home and Ask your local county health department, what's going on with mental health? Do you have something in communities that are poor? Can you open up a temporary clinic down the street? Can you tell people they can come right now and be seen? Or are you going to wait for them without questions to get a gun or be in a domestic violence situation or a standoff with law enforcement? And they're just sick. They're not criminals. They're sick. I'm trying to get you to know what you have to do. And so to Representative Jones and Pearson, they heard the voices of these children. And as they heard the voices of the children, they indicated that they were going to take that to the floor of the Tennessee State Legislature. And in front of our eyes, I don't think we grappled with the reality that it might happen, that a speaker of a constitutionally grounded legislative body in a constitutionally grounded republic that says that we have come together to create a more perfect union with the First Amendment, the Fifth Amendment dealing with due process, equal protection of the law, the elimination of slavery in the 13th Amendment, the 15th Amendment of the right to vote, which means that they were voted on and duly elected, and you are going to expel them for their legislative representation. And here we are with dealing with the dream under threat. You must go back. I know you've seen it on TV, you were aghast, but you must embed in yourself what elected body are you going to be seen and heard? Or are you just going to do this as you see the local news? Or you see what we're doing in Washington? What place will you go to be able to insist that the voices of the people be heard? A threatened dream becomes a dream deferred if it's left unchallenged and defeated. We know Langston Hughes, but what happens to that dream deferred? Does it fester like a sore and then run? Does it stink like rotten meat? Or crust and sugar over like a syrupy sweet? I think it is important that we listen to our elders. Let me quickly rush on. A brother from South Africa, I believe, let me tell you what he said. This is Brother Nakasha. I may shut up for some time because of fear, yet even this will not put me to shame. For I know that as long as the ideas remain unchanged within me, I may be quiet for a moment. I may get someone to gavel me down for a moment. But if you gavel down, I'm still talking peaceful civil disobedience. I'm still going with Martin's challenge. But he never said you had to be silent. And so this brother from South Africa said, for I know that as long as the ideas remain unchanged within me, there will always be the possibility that one day I shall burst out and say everything. I'll just be like this, that I wish to say in a loud and thunderous voice. Is that somebody in this room? Somebody got gavelled down last week or last year or a couple of months ago. And you might have been fighting about too many evictions going on, not enough good health care going on. My children need to learn to read. Somebody gavelled you down. But the question is, are you in fact listening to that self? So hear this. Coming to a close, I'm so happy up here. I may just go on, but I do have fear of a gavel. I do have fear of a gavel. I want to give honor to, again, Reverend Sharpton, and I want him to know that I use his words, and I want you to hear them. And I will continue with our journey. In order to establish peace, you must have fair justice for everyone. In order for this nation to rid itself of those who have followed one man from the presidency race in 2016 to January 6th, of which I was flat on my belly as the guns were drawn in the chambers of the House of Representatives. I'm glad I have a praying mother, long gone, but I could remember, God got you. Guns drawn, woman tragically lost her life, not knowing the havoc and the chaos outside. 6 people died. Peace, Reverend Sharpton says, we cannot reform institutional racism or systemic policies if we are not actively engaged. Dry bones, it is not enough to simply complain about injustice. The only way to prevent injustice is to create the society we would like to see, one where we all are equal under the law. What did they do to the 2 representatives? Not equal under the law. So you have a roadmap. Let me tell you, my sister who endorsed me as a baby member of Congress, my mentor, the Honorable Barbara Jordan, held this seat, the first African-American woman to go to the United States Congress from the Deep South since Reconstruction. Justice of right is always takes precedent. She's given a peaceful comment over might. What she means is that if you're right and you're looking at 5,000 person army and you're one, if you're right, the righteousness should guide you. Let's don't let the dry bones get you. Barbara goes on to say, we only ask that when we stand up and talk about one nation under God, liberty, justice for everybody. We only want to be able to look at the flag, put our right hand over our hearts, repeat these words, and know that they are true. That is, under God, liberty and justice for everyone. Justice of right is always takes precedent over the might. Somebody is kind of saying, well, you know, I can't go down to the council or to the state legislature or to the Congress. What the people want is very simple. They want an America that is as good as its promise. Sometimes we think that if I can only get rich, because I'm not rich, I'm poor. Brian Stevenson says sometimes the opposite of poverty is just getting you justice. Like the veterans who came home from World War II couldn't get the GI Bill because they were in the South and couldn't get justice, and they had bled for this nation. Sometimes you got to really understand what justice is all about. So let me give you a roadmap. You got to understand these legislative initiatives. You've got to understand some of the intricate workings that will cause you, if nothing else, to do a tweet. I introduced H.R. 61, white supremacy bias. What that meant was, in a hate crime, since we are the center point of a tragic incident, James Barrett, whose head was decapitated in Texas, started the hate crime trend, unfortunately, writing it in Washington and in Texas. But to amend it to indicate if white supremacy bias, which was declared by the FBI director appointed by the former president of the United States, that white supremacy is the largest part of domestic terrorism, and domestic terrorism is the #1 threat to America, not international terrorism, not ISIS. And I wrote this legislation. I even got noted by Tucker Carlson that I was denying the First Amendment rights. I said, you can speak it all you want, but if it results in assault and death, you are charged with a hate crime. Y'all need to look it up, H.R. 61. H.R. 40, quickly, you have to understand that the Commission on Reparations is not moving you to an ultimate answer. It is a commission to assess the question of wealth and the question of the historical trajectory of what you went through and where you are today. George Floyd Justice and Policing Act is a fair response to working with police and giving them resources, giving you resources, and addressing the question that mothers will not bend over bodies and graves and caskets and they will have a system where we have police and community working together. If we can describe it in that way, then why are we not moving on it? You need to ask yourself the question, are reforming the juvenile justice system so that no juvenile goes to places like Rikers? You may have stopped it, but I've had situations that they're in county jails across America. We need to find a way so that they are not circling around. Voting rights? Why is a John Robert Lewis who bled on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, why can't we just go to Washington right now and pass a bill that restores the Section 5 and Section 2 so that when they want to stop you from drinking water or stop our election officers from doing their job, we've got the Voting Rights Act. I'm sure Assistant Attorney General Clark will tell you that the DOJ needs the Voting Rights Act. And very quickly, I don't know why we cannot build affordable housing across America, take empty bases that are around and provide housing for people who are unhoused, and give that mother or that dad, a single parent, and let that child have a place to do their homework. And let that family that is living from car to car, I didn't say from apartment to apartment, car to car, have the dignity of being housed. This is the richest country in the world. And why can we extinguish poverty that falls heavily on people of color, whether they're Asian American, African American, Hispanic, and others, and women? And then, why are we in the most civilized country of the world still losing black mothers with the high rate of black maternal mortality? You need to be supporting the Omni-Mom bill. We need a massive infusion and appropriation to be able to go to one county, one rural county, one nook, one other place, to be able to save lives and let that mother who is chosen, who has that baby, to not suffer because she's misdiagnosed. Then it is crucial that you realize that human trafficking is in your neighborhood and they are taking your young children and putting them in sex trafficking. I'm a fighter against that. And I will not be silent, because they're even taking babies out of school. And you may not see them for 2 years, but you have a lifetime to repair what happened to them. I got you. Everybody has to work in their sphere. Ask the hard questions. Finally, on these gun bills, storage, universal background check, banning assault weapons, getting rid of the ghost guns. You don't need all that. People suggest you're taking the Second Amendment, and we in our community, we want the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment has not moved. But ghost guns are not needed. They have no serial. Assault weapons are not needed. I've been visiting our agencies. I have seen what happens when gun trafficking gets the best of you and they're in your neighborhood and they wind up with you bending over somebody you love. It is important to remember guns traffic may wind up with you. And so let me thank you for giving me the moment. That rundown that I gave, add your own list. But I can tell you I'm moved by some of the pointed issues that people are telling you to be silent. Don't talk about white supremacy. Don't talk about guns. Oh, don't let anybody know we've got sex trafficking in the African American community. Don't let anybody know that we are not able to vote unfettered. These are issues you can face. Or, yeah, public school education is going to be with us forever. No, it's not. Unless you coddle it to your breast. And you check on these schools and you find out who's stirring up the pot of giving vouchers that are barely a dime, that no poor parent can supplement, and they cannot substitute the excellence of public schools that you need to demand to infuse dollars in it for the geniuses to go up and be the next president of the United States. Today, the trumpet rings out for us to go to the nonviolent battle. Today, cities must rise up, counties must rise up, hamlets and villages must rise up, states must rise up. We must save America. I'm not going to say that we don't have a future. I'm not going to say there's not hope, because I would not be who I am and having the experiences that I've had and listen to the iconic messages that come from the likes of Reverend Sharpton. Yes, I'm calling his name alike because I want him to know how much I appreciate him. Whatever he does, however he travels, do you think he could travel to one disaster after another without hope? My desire to lead is to be able to give the people under my jurisdiction the fact that without fear, fear will be conquered by hope. And that we can go and accept the clarion call of the battle. And we cannot yield to division. And we can rise to the mountaintop that Martin spoke of on April 3rd, 1968. Isn't that something? Memphis, Tennessee, where the American Federation of Municipal and State Workers was founded, where they said, I am a man, where they killed a brother who was trying to get the garbage and do his job, where the heat was unbearable, the stink was unbearable, the salary was non-existent. That sounds hopeless to me. But they rose up. And so, my brothers and sisters, take this story from my grandmother. It's about the choo-choo train, and I love it. Just listen to it. I've already told you, you've got to get some flesh on the dry bones. But she said, there's a train a-coming. So many of you all are going to be in the station. For those of you in a secular mode, just take it in this sort of secular story with faith. And you're on that station and you're trying to wave that train down. And only as you peer into the front of the train, you're hearing that the conductor's name is Jesus. And you're on that track and you're holding up a Discover card. You said, I don't even get any interest rates on this. And they say, nothing but your works. Then you say, that's all right. That Discover card wasn't working too well. Let me write this check. I know I got the last $50 in there. I know I can get a ride on the check. And you hear the sound, insufficient. Insufficient. And you're still running. And the train is going choo-choo, 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 choo-choo. And the conductor's name is Jesus. Then somebody important comes with a blue American Express card. Then they try to get a black one, or in between, the gray one. Shining gray. They said, I know I can get in with this. Then they go to the black one. Ain't no difference in the fare. And that train is going. And you thinking you're important. You even got on a good suit. Some of us wearing our Sunday best hat. And you're running after that train and it's going. When that conductor, when that train has those on, look out the window. And they start shouting to all of you with checkbooks and credit cards, and somebody shines with a Visa, and they say, ain't no difference in the fare. To get on that train, my brothers and sisters, you're going to have to be judged by your works. Ain't no difference in the fare. Bring your money, bring all you got. I want you to run out of here and get ahead of the danger, because there ain't no difference in the fare. God bless you all. And God bless the United States of America. Okay. Reverend, I'm going to say one thing. I'm going to be back on Monday. I'm going to talk to Reverend beforehand. I will be back in the Judiciary Committee hearing regarding District Attorney Bray. This is not part of the speech. I just want to say this. When we've come to a point where the law of the land cannot be adhered to by members of the United States Congress, then we've come to a point of crisis. I hope to be armed with the Constitution and astute questions. Pray for us as we defend someone who has been threatened, who's got powder in his envelopes, whose family has been threatened. Pray for us to do the right thing on Monday. Thank you, Reverend.